darkest fears. Mine would eat them alive.
Covering! Chamber, it's on you!
Wow, wow, wow. We're going to get a deeper dive into what she actually does and a little bit of a Q&A with the devs a little bit later in the show today. But for now, all I got to say is, Fade, Seni Seviorum, I cannot wait to see you in action. But yeah, what did you guys make of that?
I absolutely love the look of this agent. Just the entire vibes of it as well. They've designed an agent that, you know, I mean, listen, that's getting insta-locked and ranked for a long time as well. And I mean, just the kind of teaser as well, the abilities. I mean, just from the looks of it.
Dude.
I mean, it sounds like it would be a useful insta-lock. That's all I know.
When we saw the video of the pros reacting, that's on like the YouTube channel right
now.
now.
When they were talking about the war
we had no knowledge of it, but it's all worked into that cinematic. It's so cool. I am terrified, and that just, I mean, with all the integration of that word has lost its meaning. But at this point,
I feel like we're not terrified. We're feeling a different thing.
I think we're feeling a completely different thing. When she's standing there like this, and I was like, girl, you got to stop. You're going to show us all up on the desk, that's for sure. But my God, I want to know what she does, firstly. And secondly, all those interactions with the other agents, I would like to see how that sort of happens in a unique circumstance as well. So we'll see.
Yeah, I'll teach you some Turkish. You can just say that Fade in Gazelle just means she's the most beautiful. But I believe we got some reaction as well from the watch party that's happening right now in Istanbul. Turkey have been waiting a long time for this. I know everyone there, they won their region representative, they won that agent as well. And if there's anything that we know about Turkey, Bala, whichever Turkish player picks up this agent, it's just going to be instantaneously insane.
Oh yeah, and they'll get their moment too. That region is so strong, and EMEA, they did so well as well. I can't wait to see what comes out of not only the integration with the agent, but just the Turkish region too in esports.
Yeah, Turkey, hopefully we'll see them back in an international event. But the two regions that are left are North America and Brazil. We asked you guys earlier at home to vote which team you think will be taking the trophy today, Optic or Loud. Whoa, my goodness. Woo!
I think I might have poked the bear a little bit, I think, when I said like the Optic fans haven't been showing up. And now look at this. I mean, that is insane, honestly.
What time is it in Brazil? Because maybe I'm going to give a little bit of, you know, a time difference. You know, what time is it in North America? I don't know. Maybe the Loud fans are going to wake up and then throw a few more votes in there. But that is one of the closest that we've had so far.
Yeah, Zoms didn't make a tweet, so.
Oh my God.
Oh, well, you guys, this is it. Optic, they're on top right now in the poll. They're going to be taking on Loud. This is North America versus Brazil for a chance to be called the best in the world. VCT Masters Reykjavik Grand Finals starts right now.
残された時間が少なくなっていくのが怖いです。
My greatest fear, done better.
E a gente está a um jogo de ser campeão do Masters.
We can't make the same slip-ups. If we do, we're gonna lose again.
I'm not afraid of anything. We've been to hell and back.
Eu sou o seu pesadelo. Eu sou o seu pesadelo. Now, get ready for a nightmare match.
Honestly, we were so excited about that trailer and this matchup that Bren's literally lost all of his hair.
Come on. You're going to do me like that immediately?
We just got here.
The opener. No, me and Doug just couldn't miss out. This is going to be great, and we had to tell these guys how awesome it's going to be.
Oh yeah, we can lay the law down a little bit on the desk because between these two and Bala too. I mean, come on.
I gotta say, Doug, how happy are you that Optic won the poll on who the fans think are going to win the tournament today?
They needed to redeem themselves from the last poll. It's like they didn't show up at all.
Well, I feel like we got the Optic representation here. Everything is in balance again. But before we dive into the vetoes, I kind of really want to revisit the fact that this best of 5 is a little bit different to the ones we've seen before. Sideshow, obviously, the fact that Loud, they get 2 bans and the first pick.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that advantage is going to be the one that carries them through the series?
Yeah, I actually think that is going to be the advantage that tips this in the favor of Loud and gives them the win here today. I mean, you already broke it down that they've won on those 3 maps, and now in the BO5, they're going to have all 3 of them. They could lose the other 2 and they'd be still perfectly fine. But the point is, they earned that advantage. They beat Optic in the upper bracket. They beat them down. Optic had all the chances in the world to ban whatever they want and, get the map veto in their hands. And Loud still came out on top. That's what it means to run through the upper bracket. They've just breezed their way here. They're looking so good.
Yeah, I think one of the things, too, is that they get to maintain their own permaban, right? Which they've been banning Split the entire time. And obviously, that's another map that they don't even want to play on against Optic either, because that's a Neon map. So they've literally nullified that almost completely.
Yeah, let's take a look at the map select now and see which 5 maps we're going to be seeing today. Of course, Doug, like we said, 2 bans. Which 2 maps are you expecting to be taken off the table here?
I can't imagine a world in which they don't continue to ban what they've been banning out on the side of Loud. So that I think that aside, I'm actually really interested in the order of the maps and how those come through, because I think that's going to play a really big deal here. I think so Split goes off the board first, again, as expected. But I think the first 3 maps really kind of decide how this goes. If we go back to Icebox, which was such a big game for Loud, it was off of less being less, right? But how do you ask a 17-year-old kid to do that again?
Yeah, just do it again. Don't worry about it. I mean, you saw Sassy's reaction at the end of it when he came up and he just hugged Les. He was like, dude, you played incredibly. Now, please, could you do it again in the grand finals on stage?
Yeah, I mean, that's such a big ask, too. They did ban Fracture and now Ascent. I think that's probably the first picks out for both of these teams are going to be the most interesting, because that shows where they're confident. And Ascent is confident for them. They're undefeated on that map, and they continue to beat Optic on that one as well.
The only interesting thought process here from Loud is whether they remove Fracture or Bind in my head, because their Bind has just been untested, essentially, throughout this tournament. And when they ran it in Brazil as well, they ran a bit of a weird composition where they throw the KO in there, there's no Viper. So Optic are going to opt for this. I think this is a great pick. You have to be able to punish Loud's maps that they have kind of left open here. There are very slim opportunities to punish Loud's map pool. You have to take them when they're open.
How big of a punishment do you guys see this as, though? Because obviously the 2 maps have been taken away from Optic already before the game's even started.
Yeah, I mean, you have to have a big punishment in this case, and I think it's kind of a risk, though, because, again, you haven't actually seen it. And Loud was so good on Bind in their region. They were unbelievable. Aspas turns up to another level on that map, so to test that is a little sketchy, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, then we go to map 3, just Breeze.
Yeah.
And that's Optic just, hasn't played it, right? They haven't shown anything on it at all, and I as much as I believe in what they do in the lab and stuff, I don't think it's because they're hiding something on Breeze. I think it's because they're bad on Breeze.
The last time they went up against Mech and Masters, where Mech have never played Haven, and look what happened there.
Okay.
Maybe we have this situation here?
Okay, that's some hard cope. That's what you're doing right now.
I'm trying to play the balance.
We've seen Optic play Breeze once. They played it against the Guard in a BO5 at the end, and they were like, okay, we'll let it through. We'll see what happens. And they flopped. It wasn't looking good. And I just there's no reason to believe that Optic would have spent this tournament putting work into Breeze instead of fleshing out all of their other maps. That's how they got here, is by putting that work in the lab, like you were talking about, Doug, across the rest of their map pool.
Yeah, it's really interesting, too, that Haven is the last map that Optic has left that, where Loud actually got stomped. And the one time that they played it in this tournament, they got stomped on Haven by
What
Team
a map
Liquid.
5 that could be.
Exactly. With the Neon comp still in play, I mean, there's so many variables, I think, that that they're considering leaving that towards the last map.
Yeah, I genuinely, because of the way the order of the maps came out, I wonder if we get to map 5. Again, like, there's so much that has to go right, I think, on Optic's side of things. If Les has another performance like that, we're not going to get there. Like, it's just not going to happen. They're going to be able to close it out in 4.
Hopefully it's going to be a long day for us. I want a long day. But the teams are getting ready for their walkouts right now. We are taking a quick timeout. Walkouts and map 1 is up next.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Get up to a $100 Google Play promo balance with the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3 5G or Z Flip 3 5G. Use it to tip your favorite creators or get your favorites on Disney+.
My classic and spicy popcorn chicken with 100% all-white meat chicken and good sauce.
Pop it like it's hot. Pop it like it's hot. Pop it like it's hot.
Pop my $5.99 classic and spicy 50-50 popcorn chicken combo. Order on the Jack app today.
This is it, guys. Let's get loud for Brazil and let's fight America. They are ready to hit the stage for the last time today. It's Optic Gaming and Loud.
What a performance! Shuts it down. You've got to be kidding me!
And it's Optic, the masters of disaster. Optic outpacing their nightmare by chasing the dream.
Don't be afraid of the dark.
Tá preso por enquanto, vai ser pressionado, mas ele vai abrindo. Ele tá no top, mas ele segura. Que isso? Saci e Les. Pega o jogador avançado. Mais uma do Saci. É o 2 contra 2. É isso de novo. É isso, meus amigos.
Don't be afraid of the dark.
12 teams enter this tournament, and these are the last two standing. Only one, however, will walk away with the trophy. Sideshow, the pressure is truly on.
The pressure's on, and both of these teams have had such different routes to this spot in the Grand Finals. Optic have already played more rounds already before the Grand Finals begun than any Masters champion, anybody who won Champions. It has been a long, grueling route, and they have fought it with blood, sweat, and tears. Whereas Loud have just kind of breezed their way here, and I think that applies in itself a little more of that pressure. Doug, you were speaking earlier about how Les went crazy the last time that they performed. Aspas dropped off a little bit. I feel like we've seen throughout Loud's run a very small sample size where certain players step up hugely and then some others might disappear. I still don't know what I'm gonna get from this Loud team and these Loud players.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned how how different players have stepped up on the side of Loud, because I think Optic has been a bit of the same story, right? Like, you've had moments where Ye is Ye. You've had Victor have the crazy run that he's had. You've also had Marv, he's quite literally just taken over at points, right? Where he just kind of puts it on his back. Yeah. So it really is interesting to see how that matches up, and when you put it on a stage like this with the stakes that are in play here, it really does kind of come to who wants it more.
I think the difference, though, between the two variability within the team is that Optic has had a chance to sink into that variability and understand where their weaknesses in that regard are, and for everybody to feel comfortable at some point during the tournament. So for it to peak here in the Grand Finals, I think that's a great point as they have so many rounds played.
I'm so glad you guys mentioned this, because in this Grand Final, I feel like at this point of the tournament, there isn't that one or even two players that's guaranteed an MVP. I think today is where Sideshow, that could really come alight. If one of these players can pull out the performance like Marv did yesterday, for example, or less, I would be surprised if they don't come out as the MVP.
I think there's genuinely 5 players probably in the run for MVP for this tournament, which is crazy to see. So it all comes down to this. Who can step up when it really matters?
Yeah, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select, and now Ascent is the first map. We're not really expecting any changes here. It's pretty tried and tested at this point.
Yeah, but I think you could already see some themes as you watch these teams play these two maps. Who is important? I think Marv was clearly so important on that game as well, but Pancata too, in the way that they anchor. And the KOs and the way that the Killjoys play around it. I think this is more a strategical game than anything, and then you go to the head-to-head. I think that ends up being the real difference maker. When I talked about the op kills and the difference in that, Aspas versus Ye.
Yeah, I mean, Sadak and Aspas were setting each other up fantastically for that aggressive defense, and Pancata just locked down the sites once you actually got there, and Optic just got nothing done on their attack side the last time these two teams played. FNS must have got some idea of how to change that.
Well, these two teams are the best of the best, and speaking of the best, here are your casters for the Grand Finals, Hypoc and Pansy.
Far too kind, and what a great desk, by the way, but what an intro for some of those players walking out. Man, I'm in pieces already, but look, we have to talk about this because it's now best of 5, right? We are now in the marathon run. Optic's already kind of been running for a while at this point.
Yeah.
Loud's kind of just done everything that was asked of them. Can't say a bad word about them. They've turned up, did exactly what was requested, but now we're in the longer run here. Mike, talk me to where your expectations lay.
I think the desk nailed it, and the term is they've breezed their way here, right?
Sure,
and it has felt like a little bit of a stroll, a stumble here and there, but it has been a fairly flawless run, right? But very small data sample. That's the only thing I'll preface that with, and Optic have shown us their recovery factor time and time again at this event.
Perfect, I want to expand on that, but we are live. There's no waiting around. Welcome to the Grand Finals. It's Optic on the defending side, and of course that means Loud will be on the attack, and we get to finally see what this looks like. Tangible results after all that theory craft. And all that chip damage. The absolute state of them, the walking wounded. You got Les, Sadak, and Aspas all now chipped down, and Crashies continuing to be a problem. And look how proactive they're getting in mid here as well. Optic wanting to push a little further.
I love that as well. The smoke comes through just as there's no contact elsewhere.
The
swing through market again. They're all so tagged up. Look at this, Victor for 2.
He's playing further ahead. Victor, and yay, the combination deadly. And a flawless beginning for Optic. Get things started, but that chip damage at the start, Crashies just did so much to them.
Absolutely massive. And actually, this is to consider, Optic have had a terrible pistol round success ratio this event, and actually previously versus Loud. I mean, the only 2 they won were on Fracture, which was just...
Well, there's a reason
we write that off.
There's a reason
right?
it's not in this meetup.
Exactly,
right?
exactly.
They've commanded that respect. But let's also talk about this map here, because this should be a limited buyback in for Loud. I don't think we're going to see too much. I'm seeing a Frenzy and a Sheriff. If it starts going astray, we'll pay more mind. But we've seen Optic on this map look really good, and actually, hold on, they're going for a little bit of a walkabout here. This is keeping my attention. There's already Aspas trying to be a nuisance, but handled well enough and not too much garnered off the back. So, again, historically, when we look at this map, what have we seen from Optic coming into this? And the same question, I guess, then goes to Loud.
Well, the big change is, obviously, very early on in this event, when Miles switched over to the Omen, it kind of set them up for, I mean, what we've just seen there, like a couple of small set pieces just to try and isolate a first blood, contest these orbs in particular. I think it might be a trend set in here. Again, a lot of fear around that one-way smoke outside A main. This time around, actually able to isolate Aspas, so it will take a little bit of a bite out of the execution here. Marv could get caught, but he resets off the smoke perfectly.
Very nice. Composed for Optic, and again, you look at Loud's expectations and wants from this round particularly. They're on that lighter purchase, so you're hoping for the best and probably expecting the worst, really. And maybe maybe get a couple of kills, force them to reinvest. But we've also seen the other look to Optic to an extent, in my mind, as well as the Ye got quelled. He got, really pushed down a couple of times, counted on some of his aggression a little bit here and there. So I do want to see how they look going forward, because I was really enjoying watching Loud play this earlier on. I got to catch back up on that, really spend some time going over it. And to me, Pancada was fantastic at being a threat and a nuisance. So again, that Marv-Pancada battle going on the Omens, lovely concept in my mind. For now, still trying to make something happen here. And it is going to be cleaned up. So comfortable stuff for Optic, not feeling too phased. And for Loud, going through the motions.
And we have seen a few examples. Isolated instances, yes, but of Ye being played out of games, right? It's almost like the CNET effect, right? It's like, avoid where he is. Yep. Don't go where we know Ye's going to be. And again, all the stats very slow early round just to identify where the operator is or if there's any aggression. Obviously, I mean, the other big indicator is how reliant Optic are on kind of setting up Ye and these support systems, obviously, with Victor on other maps, but see if there's going to be any aggression here. It doesn't look as if, actually, any point of contest actually here from where Loud is set up, a much more traditional default. They will be noted. So no dash here, actually, even if he finds the kill. But
committed to it, and the swing's perfect. Sassy there just takes him out of the game very early and does get a little bit of damage himself off the back, but he'll take that. And again, such an early pick. 1 minute 20 seconds still on the clock here for them to play with, but there is a double stack towards short, so that could be a conundrum to face. You can see Marv trying to fill the void. Pops himself up on short. Surely to be cleared.
Oh, this is good though. If he finds the kill, he can TP away, and then Victor can pick up the slack. They're actually going to flash in here.
Really like the engage on that, and Victor does deliver. It's Sadak gone down, and they're going to just peel away. That's dreamy stuff. And now, that early damage that came through towards Sassy actually becomes a problem. That's when your Spectres, your Marshals will actually do really well. Look at Aspas, look at Sassy. They are down lower on HP, so they've got to be a bit more cautious and be very careful with the next couple of steps, because Optic have suddenly got a little bit more in the pocket now.
I mean, almost feels like an advantage. Aspas and Sassy down to 21 and 24 HP. Another tag coming through as well.
This is huge. Great work from Aspas to stem the bleeding on hand. Flash Victor wants to get a little feisty with it, and yeah, he does. Lovely work from Victor. Pancada's still standing though, and it is a 2v2. So this should be contained, but they're just so willing to fight on this one.
Oh, should come through now. Crashy should be able to find himself an upgrade though. If he doesn't find anything from Heaven,
Timing's perfect! The timing's perfect from FNS! An Optic. That's a beginning for the boys there. They will be loving that. Converting the bonus. That round should not have been theirs. The early chip damage, everything teeing them up to close down the round.
The sort of adjustment I was talking about. They're not afraid to get proactive. They're given 20 seconds to kind of formulate a plan. It comes through there and they do a ton of damage and find a kill on the back of that. Again, it's forcing Aspas to be a little more defensive on the entry. I mean, the timing here on the recon bolt as well is so important. To find that second kill from inside the smoke, it's just beautiful.
Are we going to get FNS popping off as well? I mean, the guy's already been hailed enough as, you know, that in-game leader, the brain of the bunch.
If he's fragging too, that's where it gets scary.
No, man, like, you don't need to add that in. Okay, hey, it's early days, all right? We've got a best of 5. We're going to just, you know, we're mellow. We're relaxed for now. We have a bit of a force up coming out. Maybe not. A little bit of something to it. But again, keeping it simple. We're going to go for that B piece already. You can see Optic respecting that enough to sit deep on Boathouse, make them kind of work for their dinner. And information now does get revealed, but the gap already closed. So FNS going to try and find an angle, but the flash is very good, but it does catch up with Sadak as well. So for now, Optic still holding to the backside. As Les is the only one to really connect so far for Loud, but they have at least got a step towards the site here. Backline's being addressed. Les, that's the big shot though. Pancada makes this almost feel possible as the upgrade comes in and Les has the spike not too far away. Can he find a singular fight though? He needs to avoid that for one. Uses the turret to try and close in towards the site. Gonna go for the plant. You've heard Mark too far away. He actually dips back in. Ultimate. He's gonna pop that down.
The madman.
This is madness from Les, 17 HP, and he is willing to throw us down 7 seconds. They have to make the move within it. A couple more, and they have to make the play. What does he do with this? The spam comes in, and the reveal. It's dealt with well, and Optic play as a collective. There's no individual fights on that. They timed it nicely, good spacing, and they made sure that was converted, but you can see the danger in Loud in that round.
Absolutely. It's almost desperation to try and convert that. The damage is done, but almost a round too late here. Still now in a 4-round deficit, but again, I credited Marv. Last time we saw Optic play on Ascent, just his supportive utility, the smokes, the one way that comes down onto the stairs, the paranoia towards lane, the timing is perfect. I mean, the only thing actually that kind of makes that more difficult is Sadak actually landing a perfect flash to force both players backside off of these angles.
And I think you heard a little bit of it in the last round as well. Yay, of course, upgrading to that operator, so that will be something now that Loud has to deal with. Keeping, I wouldn't say the back of the minds when it's Yay, it has to be the forefront. So less of the map will be freely accessible, but you can see the approach beginning towards that A site.
Optic almost anticipating a set piece towards A here with FNS. He's got his utility basically invested to punish Aspas if he's looking to dash in either direction. And Marv actually playing close contact as well.
Shadows traveling.
Interesting though, he's got himself a deep smoke here.
Yeah, give himself a little bit of room to work with. But it is got a time limit on it, and you can see it literally tick over on the second. He has to pull back, flash through. Does get caught by it, but he's going to at least pop a smoke down, so he's buying time here. The turret not going to be able to do anything with this just yet. Les has to respect it. This is great stall work coming out from Optic.
Yeah, actually Victor popping the ult as well, so it's really going to take a lot of the clock away, actually, from Loud. A little bit of a bait TP as well, but you should hear the reset on that nonetheless. Yeah, this is getting a little awkward here because there's 4 players from Optic now ready to greet this.
Well, Loud just have to go back to basics, almost just the gun at the side, and Aspas going to show him how it's done, but he's taking a whole lot of damage. Sadak still stands and still finds work, but FNS deep tucked towards hell. They found Crashies. FNS on the site still doing work, and look who's remaining. Not Diablo himself in a 1v2. Pancada and Sassy, though, comfortable enough for a plant here.
He finds the kill. He's got the blade storm as well.
He does, but we have to wait to see if that's a possibility. He's going to break his wrist if he wants it. Not going to happen. Sassy well composed, and we have to kind of... Let's talk about that round, because it felt like it changed hands a couple of times. On the first approach, it felt like, you know, Loud looking fine, and the stall work coming out from Optic was great. But then the site take actually worked out still for Loud.
Sure, yeah, I mean, it's a shame, actually. Like I said, this setup here from FNS is designed, it's literally designed to stop Aspas from finding a safe dash towards Dice or towards Jet. It does a ton of damage. They unfortunately can't close that kill before he's already found the entry, right? So it's a real shame. And again, actually, Victor even popping his ult there, just preemptively to slow down the hit. Almost actually creates enough time for Loud to really reconsider their approach.
But great composure from Loud as well. Being able to re-engage like that after having so much thrown at you, beautiful work. But Ye wants to get a little bit of the map in his control. Yeah, he's going walkabout to the J. So of course it's going to work out well. Pencada going to have to just suck that one up. There's not much more to be said. But the spike's left at the top of the middle, and that worries me slightly. Marv now going to note more players looking towards middle. Aspas going to pop knives out as well. They have to kind of reconvene to get that spike back. They have to take a little bit of time to do so, just in case that Ye was lingering around potentially, but obviously not.
FNS just posted for this lockdown on B site. Actually, on the other side, Sadak one away from his ultimate. I'm not sure if he'll be able to retrieve it here, but that could be key, considering Ye doesn't have a weapon here. He'll be left with just a classic in hand.
That'd be huge, wouldn't it? Trying to clear out towards Wine. Probably the right call there.
Well, they're conscious just because Ye's showing such deep presence.
You have to clear meticulously, because you've lost a little bit of the information play. Now already Aspas going to get further ahead. There's a lovely flash to force Ye off the angle, and now Sadak at least going to step forward. That's gorgeous work from Aspas towards Marv. Ye still stands, and Ye delivering again and again. That's 3 already this round.
Left. They've actually got the lockdown here as well, so they can fully reset. Ye's done the damage here. They have a man advantage and the lockdown for the retake.
He still wants in. There it is. There's the investment.
Look at the time.
There's what can you do with this? 17 seconds. Plant's going to come in. Unless he's in such an annoying spot, has to make a run for it. Going to get himself out towards the backside of Wine, just about.
They've let them pass.
They have. Would like to get it halfway. FNS on guard duty, going to get one. He's not stopping. Ye is not stopping! Come hell or high water, El Diablo will always be dangerous. This guy pops the knives, gets hyper-aggressive at the start, sits super deep on the side. How do you close him down when he's in that form?
But he dials back perfectly. Literally the perfect timing to pull away from this. And 2 crucial kills here. And like I said, FNS comes through with a lockdown. At that point, 20 seconds left on the clock. It's borderline an unwinnable round for Loud.
So let's take a step back, right? We've had a couple of rounds, a couple of gun rounds coming in. We've seen the pistol. We've seen a little bit of a sample platter of what's potentially to come. Let's talk bigger picture, because this is a weird buy. There is a hero rifle coming out and a couple of Guardians, so we will pay mind to it. But I do also take stock of what we've seen so far, because we're sitting at quite a commanding scoreline here.
We are, but this for me, this last round was another example where Optic's big win condition, right? It's finding these 3 first bloods, untraded. It gives them time to set up. There you go to plan B, plan C in some of these rounds, and that's where they've really excelled this event, honestly.
Now, it looks like maybe Loud are exploring new options. We've seen some very site-centric hits, very dedicated towards A. Now we've got a little exploration towards middle, but it could be because his purchase is far from perfect. So, again, it looks like a little exploration. We saw this against Optic before, and it did work, but it did seem as though Optic, of course, do have next layers to this. And already information aplenty. Not ideal, but already going to try and close in. Less happy to lead this. Let's have Aspas with him. They've got a good surround on the side, but they're not yet quite breaking in to be able to get that spike down, and there's still 3 players potentially to clear.
So, but it's a 5v3. They have the advantage here to play trades, and Crashes will be called upon. He's actually going to get pinged out.
It's absolute shutdown, though. FNS and Ye looking comfortable. Give them just enough room. As Ye still backside. The composure of every piece of this. They were knocking on the door. They were halfway in the site, and Optic look unfazed by it.
Almost like Crashes falls, and it's almost like that's the plan, right? We come through, we just lay one up to be taken, and Victor's there once again with great utility. The flash coming through is perfectly timed for that swing from backside. Loud. I mean, I was going to say, the timeout should be coming pretty soon, because I'm not seeing anything tangible that they can hold on to here to apply to a different round, Lauren.
Right, so what have we seen work against Optic on this map? Because they haven't been flawless in the past. Here, let's roll our minds back to any of the games we've seen either at this event or leading into this event. What have we seen work against them? Obviously, the notable one would be Ye being controlled here, but we haven't just seen Ye doing those sort of things. That was one example of a very good round, of course. But bigger picture, how can you address what's going on here? Because again, it looks like Loud don't have answers yet.
No, and I think if we look back to the previous, the second half was what basically decided ascent, right? That was obviously Optic coming out with an advantage in the first, and I won't say it took Loud a little longer to get online in the first half, particularly in their attack. It felt a little flat, I'll be honest. It was actually defense where they were to dig their heels in, play really, really solid site holds, and that was what Optic struggled with. Here, the concern for me is that I haven't really seen Loud come into this with a breath of fresh air. They haven't really come and applied anything new to this just yet. And again, already we're seeing the right movements from Optic to kind of take the bite out of Aspas on some of these hits. Yeah. Again, the adjustment of utility on the side of FNS and the way in which they're playing around, burning up this 10 seconds and then it comes through with a flash, a paranoia or something. Optic are ready to re-aggress at exactly the right time.
I mean, even just on the scoreboard alone, FNS 10-2.
I mean, that's
10-2. This is almost beyond the point. And again, crashes 1-3, but again, keep in mind the amount of damage you've done. Exactly, he has been present every round. On the other side, I don't think anyone's above 5 kills yet. They have been just not quite finding what they need. Again, the economy's been fantastic now for Optic. They're starting to really build a bank, and the lovely high flash. Look at that, Victor sets himself up for success, but it's marred by his side. Who's going to get the 2 kills? Aspas and Sadek, and a little switch up of pace here coming off the back of that tactical timeout. They're going to just turn the screws on him.
They're taking the fight right back to them. And Optic demonstrated they're happy to go hunting on the defensive side. Yes, it's Marved, they lose, but it's 2 kills on the back of it. And it's Aspas again. The tip of the spear for Loud. Yay now going to be in a position once this round slows down a little bit, he can post up and should be rewarded with a kill. Is he going to hold back towards mid as Loud are going to drift as 3 towards B main. But again, they've got bodies in the right place. Once Loud creeps through here, and it's going to have to be slow, they have to pass Ye and this utility.
But I still love the fact that it's FNS who's filling the void on short here, right? He's keeping so much information, allowing Ye to be a little bit freer to be able to kind of get there. Sees potentially 2 there, I think. Sussy and maybe less, both noted. Left. So that's enough to pull everyone over anyway. FNS can still hold mid in case there's a late rotation or something happens. But again, look at the time being bought here. The clock is an opponent for Optic in this, and they are just playing it perfectly. Shot goes astray for Ye, but it's fine. He's still holding position. Pressure. It's going to be the crossfire that holds, and it's so resilient. Optic are playing a near-on flawless game here, Mike, and this is something I did not expect. I thought Loud could be disruptive, be a nuisance, be a problem, be explosive, bring that Brazilian style, and right now they're being folded.
Just, again, they come through, like I said, they lose Marv, but it's 2 kills, and it's 2 massive kills for them. And the thing is, FNS has his utility cover in mid, he's covering short, then he has the nano swarms basically on Ye's contact. This is the late round contingency here for Optic. As soon as he finds contact in B main, even if Ye misses that shot, 2 nano swarms are going to buy so much time for that rotation to come through.
I'm waiting for the answer, because 7-1 is condemning. And I do want to talk about what this implies now for the greater run of things now when we look at that best of 5, because I think this map was a bit of a swing map. A lot of people having confidence here in Loud on this map, looking like a firm, I guess, pillar of their game plan. And if this is the form that Optic are coming out with, that changes a little bit here. However, it's not over yet. A double walk on A.
Flash through.
Pangada. That's a tee up. That's going to be fine. Finds Victor, wants another. He's so ready for a mob. That's well enough here, but FNS can hear this cross. But he knows there's a trap on the other side. He's so aware of this man. He's got 2! How do you get 2 off of that? Oh, he's just absolutely unleashing today. That's 2 big kills. That's going to keep this round somewhat feeling safer as already Crashy's closing in. Going to take the spike away from them. And it's just Aspas left in a 1v2, and it's not happening. It's A1. This scoreline is just running away from them.
They're getting absolutely shut out here. I mean, I came back to what I was saying earlier. There's nothing tangible that Loud can apply from any of these rounds. The Optic haven't got an answer for. Again, we've got a total switch up here of the way in which they're looking to hold on to short. Yes, a little bit of a fumble from Victor with the flash, but Marv good for the trade. They never, ever feel as if it's slipping through their fingers.
This is scary.
Terrifying.
A1 scary.
This is terrifying.
This is, the beast that makes the noise in the night. This is the big worry now, because
well, just to put it in perspective, round 10 last time, it was 5-5.
Yeah, a bit different, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit different.
A little bit different. Man, what have they been coming up with in the lab? Optic have been working. And do you know what? People question, the North American work ethic when it comes to esports especially. They critique it time and time again, but these boys have been putting in hours. You could see it so clearly, so credit to them already for this.
I think they had a really early reality check at this event, and it's actually paid dividends for them.
It's a huge wake-up call. For now, though, it looks like Loud trying to make something happen on short, but again, look at the read. It is unfathomably good. How are they reading this so well? Optic are so in their heads, and Loud have to back away. What are you going to do? You're stuck in a halfway choice. You might get detained if you're not careful. They do get out in time. But again, the time purchased, we're down to 40 seconds now. They read the whole game plan. They're going to hear all of it. It was a lot of utility burnt up, but right place, right time. And I'm surprised they swung a player over off the back of that. They might start doing that now as a lot more utility comes in. FNS will be suppressed, but he's still fine. He seems to be good for at least one at this point. So ready on the side, Flash comes in, Victor goes through, does his best impression. Oh, I thought he had two there, not to be. They keep their lives. Aspas still standing. Player tucked towards hell is Marv. Gets himself out, has a little look. Does he see anything for now? And look at who's waiting. Yay. Has a couple of options. Takes one.
10 seconds left.
Player with him in the 2v2. Sprays in. It ain't clean for the swing from Crash. He's trying to capitalize on the time, but that's still uncomfortable and Loud. Stabilized for just a second.
It gets really chaotic there. It's almost like Marv actually has the get out of jail free card there. I'm not sure if he was looking to cancel his TP, maybe in timing with Ye in heaven. Unfortunately, it crumbles there. Again, it doesn't feel comfortable.
Nope.
That's not something that I think Loud can come back to this, because we're just going to see another switch up on the defense here. Again, this could be the one where Ye's going to dig a little deeper in mid, because there's been space to find. And Optic have actually towed the line. They haven't really dipped their toes yet.
We had one round of Ye going exploring, but now this could be the next look at it, right? Because he's got the supporting act there. He's got FNS by his side. You're going to have that swing player on short, and FNS tries to walk mid.
Walking mid?
Nah, not going to happen. He had so much faith in Ye, but the angle was just a little bit too deep. So at this point, he has to fall back. He is left down on minimal HP, and Ye gets left a little bit to his own devices.
That's key, though. If FNS is the first to fall in this sort of game plan, but actually, Ye's backfield this. He's on the other side, and look at them. They're ready to post up.
No way, the underhand! A little gift sent from the gods! Victor and Marv went out on the extremity. They've read the play so well. The spike gets dropped, and Marv's still sticking around. Backs away to buy time, but Ye's already leading us. Ye's flanking them already. Ye's backfilling this one. Another underhand goes in. Marv is just playing the clock right now, buying more and more time for Ye to close in. Step by step, he's even going to commit to wine. He's committing to wine on this. Sadak, Aspas have to clear this, because look who's lurking. It's going to be Ye from the back lines, and he's still finding shots, and he's still being a problem, as only one stands, and it's Aspas, and he does not feel safe. He has players just about everywhere. He would have to go hero mode if he wants to save this round.
It's just beautiful to watch. And now Aspas, like I said, in an unwinnable position here, the 1v3, not even going to find the first hurdle. Ye will close it out. What a round from Optic. Again, they find actually pressure on the other side of mid, and they still decide to re-explore it. And look at the reward. I mean, they are literally reading Loud down to a T. And the timing of this regress as well.
Spike down. Unbelievable. This is really something to watch.
Optic literally have their finger on the pulse right now. Loud can find nothing across the map.
No, it's shut out. Doors are closed. Go on, boys. It's getting late. 9-2. This is map 1. We will discuss what this means for the bigger picture if it closes out in this similar fashion. There's always a chance for Loud to pull that scoreline back in, but this half has not shown us any indication of that. However, I like this fast mid adjustment. It looks like FNS is ready again. He's in the right place, right time for it, and they just don't expect it. He's still dealt with Sadak. He turned away from Aspas, but now the lockdown is going to come in, and yeah, he's going to overpush, and he does go down. Great trade from Aspas, who is the only one trying to do this right now for Loud. Putting in a great performance. 3 of them still alive. It's Crashies and Marved on the other side. HP's a little low, but they have the numbers. One goes in. Oh, the snap from Crashies! Someone check on that man's wrists. It's Sassy now. Has to pick up the spike, has to do it all on his own. And the information play coming in. Sassy, though, he's closing in. A nice amount of HP to work with, but he's still got a chance in this. They have no idea where he's at right now. They've set up the crossfire. Does it hold? Sassy walks in. He's found, and Optic are looking formidable. A 10-2 half is exceedingly impressive.
Marv again from the backlines, a carbon copy here for this B site retake. The one-way on lane. Crashes goes huge to find his first 2, but the paranoia comes through, and it doesn't allow a 1v1 to present itself from Sassy. It's so huge, so huge.
I need Loud to wake up. I need them to get a fire burning underneath them. Desk, what do you think they need?
I can't wait to hear about what you guys have to say, what they need, but it just feels like every time we're at Reykjavik, Ice and Doug, there is something in the air for North American teams. There's a bit of magic here for them.
Yeah, there are a lot of things going very well for Optics. You start off right at the beginning, they won the pistol. They struggled in pistols against Loud in their last dance. This is already a big change, and then if you take a little bit of a trip down history lane with Optics particularly, they don't lose rematches, right? They didn't lose their rematch to the Guard.
Yeah.
They didn't lose their rematch to Xerxia, and now this.
Yeah, and I also have to point out FNS is just fragging. This guy is a monster. And I always like to say this, when your IGL is fragging, that means he has the pulse on the game. He knows what is going on. The amount of reads that you see this guy make are unbelievable. The preemptive lockdowns, there's so much going well, and I think it all starts from this guy on your screen.
I completely agree. I mean, you saw it in the game against DRX. You saw it in the game yesterday against Zeta Division 2. When FNS has his finger on the pulse, he can just take over. And it doesn't mean necessarily he does it, but you have these little set plays where it just works gorgeously.
Yeah, I mean, this round, for example, there's a drone following up when they clear that with a flash. So gorgeous. Just wipe the floor with it, and then FNS comes in with the perfect timing as well to clean up the round. The following round as well, I mean, a couple rounds later, Ye has his knives, and he's updrafting, gets put in that position because Marv is flashing early. They have a bunch of, I mean, obviously it pops off, but there's these moments where they're just going for this early aggression, and it's working out in dividends.
I mean, you said this when we're watching the game, Bala, but there are things that Optic are bringing to the table we haven't seen before.
Sure. Yeah, there's a couple mid flashes that Victor's throwing that are new. I mean, there's a lot, I think, especially just the way that FNS is playing with the setup.
They won one round on attack last time, but they barely need any more than that. I think this is going to be doable for them.
Well, they will need just a couple, right? Just a couple there, Sideshow. Let's toss this back to Pansy and Hypoc and see how this game is going to be closed out.
It's the ultimate question, isn't it? Does it go with this kind of landslide that we've seen already from Optic? Or can there be that spark to ignite Loud? I want to see more resilience. I think most of us have actually enjoyed a very perfect approach to the defensive side for Optic. I think as just a fan of the game, you'll love that half. But I want resilience. I want a little bit more magic from that Loud side. I want them to wake up.
This will be the time to do it. Flip this pistol round back. Said they did win both pistols last time, but concede in the first half. Got to right their wrongs now. Aspas looking to get a little feisty, actually, towards mid.
Marv's waiting for this.
I think in position to greet any sort of aggression, maybe on the back of this B main contact to see if anybody looks to backfill Optic.
It's just how long do you hold that? Because it's not just him there, right? You've got Victor as well, kind of leading that A side. So it is just this three-man play, so it's a lot to pull over.
Victor over here with a flash as well.
Yeah. So we'll see what the actual game plan is.
Oh, you can see Pancada just...
Pancada, do you know what's on the other side? That's beautiful from Pancada.
Cover going
Huge kill.
Massive kill, because it looked like the rotation was the intention, as they're going to be leaning around towards that tree side. 4 of the players down for Optic, working their way through. And Loud shutting the door, and they say, well, none of what they're trying to sell. Aspas going to keep them busy, going to fall away to a safer angle. As Optic, what are you up to, Marv? You're getting real dangerous on this, and this is a shutdown. Loud waking up, and that is what we need to see. 4 standing, a good read, no over peaks, no over pushes, no falling foul to little traps. That is what the doctor ordered.
It's a composure here on the side of Loud. You can see Aspas considering. I mean, you throw the Sheriff into the pistol round, you're looking to make that work early on, but again, Marv just looking to bait a little bit with the TP here. It's unfortunate. But nonetheless, Loud with the underwater watch party. But they get the pistol. Great start here, but mountains to climb to come back into this.
Not underselling that by any means. It is a long road back in, but a capable side. If you're only just seeing them now, you've missed a hell of a lot, but they are damn good at what they do, Loud, so give them a moment. Let's watch how it looks. And Carter going to get first contact, and also just going to claim the scalp of Ye.
Marv actually does steal it back again. That's a little bit of a bait here, but yeah, sets it up perfectly.
That's it. That's lovely. Cleaning up on the flawless in that second round here on the second half. Get a couple of bits and pieces maybe. Nothing too much to write home about. And now we go into the real round. Now we did have the conversion of a bonus before, so this is something they've got to be eyeing up themselves as well.
And Josh, even though it actually Loud started with 4 unanswered rounds in the second half of the previous showing. Can they convert here? 3 Spectres, a Marshal and a Bulldog. Doesn't look as if maybe a little bit of aggression towards mid here from Shaw. Just looking to post up Aspas with that Marshal. And if he comes online here, now could string together.
For me, it's Pancada as well. Watching their last game, I think he was instrumental in it.
Absolutely.
Absolutely loved how he looked in that. So I want to see a bit more of it. It looks like he's starting to warm into this as well, so good enough for me. That's a tick in the box. Sassy trying to get a good start. We'll force Ye back a little bit as well.
Last time, actually, Pancada went 12-4 on their defensive half, so he was instrumental.
Well, I mean, this guy is truly an anchor on that A side as well. He's got a lot of weight on your shoulders, a lot about intuition, holding that A-long push. You've got to feel out the timing, not overextend, but not to be too passive. Call the rotation when you need it. Is a tough job to do. So for him, looks like he's going to tuck himself into wine this time. As we look at Optic going through the motions of this default. Just exploring, see if they can deal with any of the early aggression, run through some utility, try and draw some out, and pull that rotation away from where they want. So it looks like the A side will be their eventual goal and anything changes, so we will have to see what Pancada can do. Sadak on the other side as well, but time being bought for rotation. A little bit of exploration towards middle here from Ye.
Perfect flash coming through from Sadak as well.
Oh, that's nice. He double dips.
30 seconds left.
And seeing nothing is big, Mike. They see nothing there, so now they can maybe lean right back towards B, or at least give the call of support, because Ye, he's over-pushing this one. Has a look towards CT, and Les is now down, so it does seem as though they've broken through on the side. They pulled the rotation just perfectly. Marv going to catch this as well. Sadak, do you check it? Nah, not a shot. Pre-fire, almost from Marv there. What do you do on the way back in? Pancada's got a bulldog, I guess. The rest, not so equipped. Okay, ooh. No, it's fine. Apparently, the Marshall is good to go. My bad. I'll never doubt it. And it does look a little possible. It's this mid-fight to me, right? Marv looks so on the money for it. He seems super aware of this possibility. And how does Pancada approach it? Obviously, none the wiser to what's behind him. And yeah, it's going to be the reveal. Beautiful work from Marv. His patience is paying off. Composed, calm. But they have slipped through. So now FNS just going to feel the burden, the brunt of it all. And he's gone down. Now Marv's starting to sweat bullets. He's got to get back to sight. And oh, Sussy! He's got the time on the defuse. They just get across the line, doing right back to Optic what they did to them.
I mean, there's such a key engagement there between Pancada and Marv. I mean, it defines the round ultimately. As soon as Marv shows his hand, they know that they can isolate this 2v1 on site.
And they sped up quickly for it.
Oh, yeah. It was the green light. As soon as that engagement comes through. I mean, you can see Aspas almost considering taking this engagement right here from Switch. Oh! Sassy actually comes off with a perfect time.
Oh, man, the Brazilian fans. You gotta love to see it.
It was the same as A. I just want that noise pumped in here.
Honestly, I'll take it. Sadak this time. He's going to be the one to deal with a whole lot. If he swings too wide, he's fine! It's 3! Oh, it just slices them apart. And Optic going to lose much of the potential of this round. Maybe if they wanted to get a little bit more away from Loud. Not going to be the case. FNS, yeah, you've threaded the needle a little bit, but... Have I told you a story about the 1v4 with FNS
I'm all ears.
friends?
I am all ears.
Well, it's crazy. It starts off, he like threads through tree, right? And then he goes up towards kind of, you know, the rafters on the other side.
Does he get Aspas first?
Well, you think he does, but actually, it's Pancada. I'm lying. It is Aspas, of course. And then he gets the operator, kills him. And then it just, you know... It wasn't this round, of course.
It's
it was
the next
actually
one,
in a different game. But it is 10-6. It's allowed doing exactly what is needed. That round was kind of dealt with very early on with that 3K that came out. All possibility just nullified. So, now we look at the real deal, right?
I'm having deja vu. There's 4 unanswered rounds here to start the second half. Optic actually going to pump the brakes now, call a timeout. Rightfully so. We're expecting a little bit of a pace change, maybe an adjustment here, lean heavier on an all-in sight execute. Because again, it's almost feeling pretty similar to the first half. There's not a lot of tangible information here that Optic have to act upon. I mean, they're not comfortably finding these first engagements.
Sure.
And then actually following on from that, not comfortably winning them either. So yeah, whether or not, I mean, Ye actually still opting to ride through with the rifles. I mean, the economy's not there with how this has gone so far to support an operator. Ultimate's just about coming online now. FNS 2 off, the lockdown, Victor 2 away, and Ye 2 off as well. Well, not Crashes is actually going to be the one to open things up with the Hunter's Fury here. To wait and see, but definitely expecting a big change coming out of this time out here.
We have to just ask the question: do Optic have the chops to be able to identify problems on the fly like this? This is a tough, question to be asked. There's not an easy answer to much of this. And for Loud, it's still resilience. As much as yes, we have seen 4 on the trot, there's still a couple rounds behind Optic here. So it's again the moment of can Loud actually close this out now? Can they pull that scoreline right back or even? We have to wait and see, because so far it does look like they are certainly on course for it. Nice reveal. Gonna find 2 of them there. Note the position early on.
Slow things down as well. I mean, I'd counter that with where Optic have looked best is having to problem solve, troubleshooting. Again, FNS the backbone of that sort of equation, to be honest with you, but we've got to see it here. I mean, this would be a fumble to allow another buy round conceded here, and it will bring Loud within touch distance in my eyes.
Absolutely right, Les. It's going to be you and Pancada to try and deal with what's coming your way. Quickly dealt with on the first. Jay going to work his way in towards the site. And now you've got to look at the second string to this. The people behind Ye. Does he go? Ye actually found Zadak there. I thought they might have noted him slipping through, or at least kept it in mind, but it wasn't the case at all. And he's still being a nuisance. 2 up towards the rafters, and Aspas trying to clear through, but you can see the nuisance this man is, and Ye won't stop. Just ripping them apart. And now 2, Pancada and Aspas still alive, but where are they and what can they do with this? 1 by tree, 1 towards rafters. Operator to hand, and they need more than this. They need that springboard suppressed again. So few options. It looks like they're on the verge of giving this one up at this point. Ye still prowling around, gets found. Can there be an answer back in? Yes! Pancada's found another! And
no way!
Pancada! That is the Loud you got to be worried about. That's the team that are never done in these scenarios. The defuse comes in, it's 7 for Loud. And they are right back in the game, Mike.
That's a tough blow. I almost feel like Optic had that. Again, they're so cautious, so hesitant here once this post-plant slows down a little bit.
Yeah.
And Jaeger is huge for them as well. There's so much damage, and he's actually holding back this entire Heaven push solo.
Yes. That was like, what, 2-3 players at one point.
Pancada again, man.
He's a nasty little player, Pancada.
Well, the crazy thing is they have the power, and I think it's actually burnt up so early there. So that's literally just coming back in completely dry. Like nothing to work off. There's no dash.
It was
there's no cloud burst.
1 pick on Ye, and that was it. And then it's just like, oh, okay, so we're going to fall to pieces. And now they've broken the money enough that Optic are going to be on very little this round, so you've got to imagine it's 8. So again, that scoreboard just closing in and closing in. And Aspas closing down. Ye tries to get aggressive, keeps his life. 3 HP, gets out of there. Just wants to play his life at this point. Give him a second to breathe. As Optic were desperate to close down on it, but it wasn't going to be allowed. A little bit of a swing on short. That's information, unless doesn't overstay his welcome.
This is why that previous round was so important. Again, this is the one where the Blade Storm's burnt up. It's really actually going to throw Optic's ultimate cycle off kilter here. Conceding that buy round now. Sassy slips away. Aspas still posted up with the operator, so not really feeling any pressure just yet. Other than that.
Other than that. Well, Optic, you're not meant to be doing this right now.
And 3 HP on Aspas. This is really concerning now.
It is, but it's still an operator. And we know what the law is. Doesn't matter the HP, you can still do as much damage as possible, but it is a 2v2.
Problem is, Tommy could find the kill.
Tommy really could. Tommy becomes the 3rd man of the team. So maybe it is a 3v2. And maybe it doesn't matter because Marv is holding that cross and Aspas. Oh, it's not even Tommy. It's not even Tommy who does it. Optic, 0 right in that round to pull that off.
No, and even yes, I mean, finding the kill with the operator on crashes, it's noted then. It's almost like the later that comes, the better for Loud in that scenario. Almost allowing them past forcing the plant and then being in a position to really stabilize on the way back in. But, I mean, actually, considering the run Loud have got, look at the finances behind this. Like I said, it does throw Optic's ult cycle off kilter a little bit. They do still have victors to work with. Blade Storm, Hunter's Fury, and the TP on the other side for Pancada. Can Optic find map point now?
I have the spike.
Little trade out of info. Picked up. Waiting patiently on the other side. Does have support, so he's not alone in this.
Flash.
No intention behind it, but Zadak trying to bait out the look towards short in case there was that follow-up.
Key thing here as well, it's Victor that they know on the other side, right? So they're almost anticipating potentially an A hit, but you don't want to over-rotate. If that null command gets popped, you must want to be giving it up. Especially considering you have the Hunter's Fury, you can play from distance here and completely mitigate that risk. But Sassy is all the way over towards B right now. I mean, he's got the timing to find it, but whether or not actually, as I say, yeah, the rotation comes through. I was considering if Optic were to try and plant the seed, sell a fake here, but how and are we going to get sent through?
Did he catch Sadak? No. Sadak's fine. That's a huge issue. He can just spam this cross if he wants to. At least a bit of damage as well towards Victor. Not a great deal, but it's Pancada, it's Aspas who are the back line, who are unrelenting and unmoving. Look at them. Again, Crashies just outswings and takes down Aspas. Sassy still holds it good together as Crashies now left in a very tough scenario, 13 seconds, and you've got a player behind you as well. Crashies knows that this is not going to be comfortable. Hunter's Fury's going to come out, 7 seconds now. He's got to try and play the game. He can tank at least one hit if he has to, but the door breaks! He takes down less, but I think he's out of time on this. It's done for. It's run down. The clock was his biggest opponent in the end.
Stay taut as a bowstring.
Sassy buying just enough time there with the Hunter's Fury, but again, like you said, it's noting that Sadak isn't caught with this paranoia. I'm not sure what the exact intention is, whether or not the angle is just to avoid and maybe catch towards Heaven, because it's kind of diagonal across Generator. The slight switch up there, and actually it does punish Optic.
11-8.
Yes, it's traded, but look what Ye did last time, holding that Heaven retake.
One round closer again. As soon as Optic get one on the board, there is an answer back by Loud, correcting any mistakes, and maybe a pace change on this. A draw towards identifying this push out on main potentially. And this play, if they can speed it up on shore, would actually be very valuable. They'll be caught in a really uncomfortable position. It looks like Ye wants to try and do this, but it's going to be Aspas on the other side. He slipped through, they have no idea. Now they do. Aspas unleashes Fury, takes down Victor. Sadak denies Marved, and it's on Ye, who's somehow done the same. He spots one, I think he saw another, and this crashes in combination to find the two on the site. But with the spike left loose, they still need to readdress this. Get that back into process, back into hand, because Loud aren't far away.
FNS has got to make a move here. Yes, he's low HP, but he has to make something happen from this position.
Oh, too good, Aspas. Now they do at least get a spike back. You'd see the intention on the swing from Aspas, but he couldn't quite get there in time to crest the corner. But on the double dip, he does. Crashes goes down, and now it's just one. Yay. And you bring your team back into this tap on the spike, and it's a shot in the back. There's nothing more to be said. It's 9 for Loud, and they are back in this game round by round. They are finding ways through. Look at that run.
What was it Josh said? I think Josh said Optic got 1 round on their attack last time.
Yes, yes he did.
I'm having deja vu again.
Yep.
I'm looking at the money as well, Lauren.
Oof.
Surely not.
Surely not, right? You're starting to get a little worried if you're Optic, surely. At this
I was worried
point,
3 rounds ago.
Yeah, I know you were, but you got to have a little bit of that hopium in the game. But now you found no real solution that can be applied across the board, right? You had like a weird kind of win with an eco, and it was, again, it's not, can't repeat it. So for now, no formula found. No answers given. And for Loud, it is step by step. And we said it was a marathon to come back into this game, right? A mountain to climb. They've got the climbing boots on, so making good on the journey. Here. Marv gets a little bit deeper towards middle, but it looks like it's already been seen, yeah. Ooh, still good for it, though. Marv can at least punish Aspas. A little pressure towards his B side, and this could be a big, quick hit just off the back of that pick alone. This could be the best chance that they've got at a round in a while, but time being bought already. You can see just at the back of the side, Les is still solid enough. The spray comes in. Sassy wants to help out desperately, but there's a problem. Marv, he's behind him. No, he's going to just unleash. Yeah, finds Sassy, swings in, finds another. Marv digs deep when they need it, but it's still a 2v2, and we've seen these have problems. And Carter still stands, who is the demon right now.
He's going to catch his audio cue, though. Marv's going to be expecting him.
You've got to look towards CT as well. Keep that built in the back of your mind. Who gets this shot? It's Marved. What a moment for this man. As Sadak now tries to find his way back in. And Crashies comes around on it. Optic make it to 12. And it's off the back of Marved in this round.
What a play. The reposition. Pancada still considers the possibility, but that reposition 100%. From Marved is absolutely massive. The first hit, again, creates so much pressure. Gets the god timing on Sassy as well.
So slippery.
He is. Just cannot catch a grip on him. Wow.
Beautiful. Okay.
They came into, what was that, 2 Guardians and a Spectre? So that's not a round Optic should feel comfortable about.
No.
It requires Marv finding 4 kills from nothing.
Somehow slipping mid perfectly, right?
He's caught by the alarm bot.
Yeah.
He tried to TP over the alarm bot. It's actually placed a little deeper towards steps, but...
It looked like Aspas had his number, but again, the Guardian just good enough with Marv, dealt with him well, and that just unlocked every possibility. I would say, though, we still have to once again boil this back. Now, Loud have been good enough to close this scoreline in. Now, I would say both of these teams could probably convert around off of like one player's brilliance. I think that's a fair assessment of their capability here. However, I do want to keep my eye on the money, because I'm pretty sure that's going to become into question for Loud here as well, and what a bad time for that to become a problem for them.
I mean, it is considering the string of rounds they couldn't really stabilize, bank any of that throughout. Optic were constantly doing damage there. It's coming down to 1v1s, 2v1s, so lots of repurchases being forced through, but Optic finally, after an eternity, find themselves here on map point on Ascent. And look at the buy for Loud. Spectre, Stinger, 3 rifles, light armor.
That's what I'm worried about.
Sadhack does have the ultimate. Les does have his as well. Makata still with that TP.
And already a tense game. This is only map 1. This is best of 5. Strap yourself in. This is going to be a good day for Valorant. We've got some great stuff coming up. I can only imagine what else is going to happen here. Is already Optic and Loud putting on a beautiful performance for us. Yay. First man forward, happy to try and take the attention, but look at where the intention is over towards A. Spike into the pocket of FNS. And this once again puts pressure on the likes of Pancada. It's been good for it. He's got Aspas on this side as well this round.
Again, noting, that's a big indicator. It's almost planting doubt here, but the Aldrone on the other side going to force Pancada back. Should now be a much bigger indicator to Loud of whereabouts Optic are positioned.
Are they going to get... No, I was wondering if they were going to get proactive on short to try and maybe deal with Ye potentially. Because I just saw the rotation of Sadek, but it doesn't seem the case. As Ye's walking mid.
I think
they've pulled the rotation.
As if they pulled the rotation. They know
They have. I mean, Sadek did fall over with them. So Ye needs to be careful to not give away too much here, because he's such a thorn in the side. And this is just adding this paranoia to Loud. They're getting worried. The map's feeling smaller and smaller. It's all going to close in on them as Optic now recalibrate. They look towards short as a way to go, and it's Aspas waiting. Only a Spectre, though. Has to make it work somehow. Spins in fast, tries to do some damage. Does get a bit of damage on Ye as well. Just going to try and fire it down, but it's crashing towards Pancada. The site should be open. Yes, there's the backfill of Sadek, but again, it's only a Stinger. This is not ideal at all. Loud going to have to fall away from this. 3 of them having to reconsider how they get back in on this site, because right now, Optic are firmly in charge.
Lockdown comes through and actually going to pull out the Hunter's Fury here, so actually Marv on the back of it, going to find a kill.
Yeah, and now it's Les and Sassy. Map 1 in the balance already. Marv going to spot them on the cross, and Les actually finds Marv. Now they've got to know the Crashes was down below, but can they do anything to deal with him? Can they dig him out of this spot? FNS has been phenomenal this game, but he needs a little bit of it here. Again, trying to just get this one done. Victor delivers it. He delivers the second as well. It's 13-9. Optic get map 1.
Felt a little tense there, a little touch and go in the second half, but finally stabilizing. Once again, Optic showing that they're able to stand their ground. Wow, did Loud make that interesting. That felt like it should have been a formality after the first half, Lauren. And this is always the worry with Loud. They're so resilient, like you said.
There's no easy game against Loud. There's no easy map against Loud. I think that is very, very apparent here. But for Optic, you've got to say, their evolution already, the capability to come back here in the second meeting.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just goes to show, you don't lose to Optic twice, right? And you come through here, there's lots of new looks. We see just little tiny adjustments on the defensive setups, which, like I said, I'll be honest, one of the best defensive performances we've probably seen on Ascent at this event. It was so comfortable for them. So you really got to give credit there to, once again, the innovation at this event alone from Optic. Just cooking up some of these little strats.
It has been wonderful to watch. Now, this is only map 1. We have potentially 4 more to go. Bind would be the next battlefield here, then Breeze, Icebox, plenty more to be seen. And the fans know that this is going to be a long day. It's only map 1, so don't get too worried just yet, but we do need to talk about the bigger picture as well as to what this means, because did you think this was going to go Optic's way?
I think we had a really interesting veto. I actually said we either have a 3-0 or it goes the distance. And Ascent for me is actually a big tick in the box for Optic. Massive for me. Because I think the others you can probably lean a little more towards what the tradition would be, what we're going to expect from everything we've been shown so far. But yeah, this is, for me, this is not the start that Loud were expecting.
No.
After having the advantage in the veto.
I think it was a clear advantage in the veto, and this will be a little bit of an awakener. There's a reason that Reykjavik has housed that North American flag for a while, and it might just be keeping it, but it's only map 1. I'm not going to start selling you a dream just yet. We're going to hand it back to the desk after this break.
This is Body Armor Edge.
Moran brings it up towards oh, what a move! Over to Diggins Smith. A little razzle-dazzle. Back to John. Thunder is done. Here's the pitch to Mookie Betts. He launches it deep. I get it done, I gotta move. Murray drops back. Work, you can't stop me out the lose. And touchdown!
With 100 milligrams of caffeine and 1,000 milligrams of electrolytes, it's more than a sports drink. It's Body Armor Edge.
eBay Motors has parts for new cars, new parts for old cars, and new parts for cars about as old as I am.
Todos los latinos nos encontramos aquí y uno conoce de todos los ecuatorianos, de los venezolanos, de los caribeños.
Para mí el fútbol es como la religión.
In 2013, Skittles upset a lot of people by taking away lime. Skittles will now apologize to everyone who ever complained. At Shayboy 2003, we are sorry.
Apologize the rainbow. Taste the rainbow.
At Atlantis, we're sorry.
In a relentless world, connected but alone, trapped by illusion. But there is another path, where the battle to belong begins.
Things were looking a little bit dicey there for Optic in the second half, but they managed to close it out, and they lead right now 1-0 in.
Absolutely.
I mean, everybody believed in that comeback, apparently, because we put out a poll earlier to ask you guys who you think is going to win this series. Optic were leading by 2 or 3%, but Bola, I know you weren't expecting Loud to be behind, and the Brazilian fans, they heard you.
Yeah, they did. I mean, they came back. They understood the green wall was out in force, and they just came back. I mean, not by much. I was actually expecting them to roar back ahead, to be honest.
Well, look, after that, it might just swing right back.
Hopefully the poll is closed after that.
Yeah, it might after map 1, but I do want to talk about a couple of things we saw in the second half. Again, all of you kind of believed in that comeback, but how impressed are you that Optic, they actually managed to close it out in the end?
Yeah, I think that speaks to some level of mental resilience, but it was incredibly difficult for them. Frankly, the work was done in the first half, though. As entertaining as the second half was, Optic put up, in my opinion, the best Ascent defense that we've seen at this tournament and this world, this year in the world.
Could you imagine, had that first half not been 10-2?
Yeah.
And had it been 8-4 or something like that? Optic won 3 rounds in the second half. 2 of them were thrifties.
Yeah. It's just ridiculous, and it was because of Marv, too. I mean, both rounds he had such an impact, but this was the one where he almost aced by lurking through mid. So this guy is such a playmaker, and I think he saved the game, saved this comeback from actually being a reality for Loud.
And I think this speaks a little bit to how Optic are approaching this game. FNS has such a phenomenal read on his opponents when they're on the defensive side, and they have just struggled a little bit to convert that on the attack half sometimes. It's not all the time, but it's going to creep into their play a little bit. I think they're really good in that structured prep element, but a little shaky outside of that, and that's where Loud could find their openings.
Yeah, and that was the first loss for Loud in this year, in this tournament, either on Ascent. They were 12-0 before this, and I think it couldn't have come at a better time for Optic because they needed to flip a map during this best of 5.
And it had to be Ascent. Ascent is where they came in looking really strong, and they've struggled the entire tournament. Ascent has not looked as good as it had.
I would disagree that it had to be Ascent. I think that obviously there's more room for them to flip a map in the best of 5 in general, like Icebox or obviously Breeze is a big thing where we have no clue what is going to happen for Optic.
If you're putting your eggs in the Breeze basket, Bartler, you're off. I'm agreeing with Doug. I think it had to be here, and I think this changes a lot of the scope of this game. Because like you said, they were really struggling to convert their domestic incredible Ascent win rate to coming to the world stage and playing against the best teams, and now they've done it. They delivered Loud's first loss. They might have to do it again on Bind too.
If it helps, Bala, I'm with you. I'm on the Breeze. My eggs are in the Breeze basket. One guy we have spoken about a lot in this tournament is Les. Here he is in the AIM Lab shoot-around. Doug, I know you've been a really big fan of his, but a little bit quiet Les that we saw on that map.
Yeah, 7-18 on a set. You think about their previous matchup, we talked so much about him actually going into a set because we understood how good of an anchor he is and how he needs to be able to make plays. Delivered in the first matchup here, much more quiet. I think to Josh's point, as we were mentioning earlier, that's a big stage. That's a lot of pressure, and it may have been too much for the kid there.
Thankfully, Loud is a super team, and they have different people that can step up at different times, but that's what you're really looking for here. Who's going to step up as we move deeper into this series and try and pull this series back into Loud's control? Because I would have favored them originally. It's looking like anyone's game now.
I mean, speaking of flipping maps, we're going to go on to map 2 now, which is Bind. Bala, you spoke about the fact that Loud have never lost on Ascent, although the sample is a lot smaller here, but they've also never lost on Bind.
Yeah, no, they haven't. It's 5-0, but they haven't played at this tournament, right? Nobody's actually challenged them on this, so that's why I said at the beginning of the day it was a little bit of a risk for Optic. Now that they flip Ascent, I think obviously that pressure on this one is a little bit alleviated, but to hold and to continue the advantage, I think still is going to be a tough task.
Take a look at this knife. So this is what Loud do on this map, at least what they've been doing domestically. Sadak has the KO. It's a really unusual pick, and he will throw the knife at 140, lands in showers, and helps them take that control, or at least draw people to that area, which means when the clock hits a minute, Sadak has the knife online again, so that he can go for these kind of pivots. And here in this round, he throws it into Hookah, but they've also been doing the drone down short, all sorts of things. Now, we had to pull this footage from their online games, because like you said, they just haven't done it at this tournament. I'm not even sure they're going to run the KO. I'm not even sure they're going to do the same stuff, and that's also going to be going through Optic's head. Both of these teams on paper are great on Bind. I would always give the favor to Optic, though, because it's actually been proven against best teams that we have out there.
Yeah, and you're always going to favor recency bias when you're looking at the VODs. So not having played it at all through this, that's another advantage coming through the upper bracket. And I have to say, Aspas is a monster. If you have not watched him on this map, I know we just saw some crazy stuff from him, and I honestly think some way crazy stuff where it's not a good thing. On this map, it's special.
It's going to have to be the good crazy out of Astos here, not the bad crazy that you were just alluding to. Yeah, I think, again, we think about this from a larger perspective. Ascent, I really felt like needed to go Optic's way. Bind feels a bit more comfortable. We talked about the regional matchups versus the international stage and how those really are apples to oranges in a lot of ways.
It would be wild if you see both of these maps flip in the opposite direction. And I'm not counting it out. Loud have previously been playing with a KO. They play with no Sky, which is another weird thing to throw in there too. It's a very different look, and who knows what they've been doing in their prep coming into this game. They knew Bind was going to be in here. That's not a luxury that Optic necessarily had. It was an option that Loud could have taken that away and left you with Fracture. So I'm just intrigued to see whether Loud stick to their game plan that we saw from them online and what they have. Because when I was watching the VODs, it really was just that one element with the KO.
Well, we're heading to the Prime Gaming Agent Select. And now, as you said, Sideshow, the KO previously came out domestically for Loud. But you guys, it sounds like you want to see some changes, perhaps?
Not necessarily. I think it was innovative and creative where nobody actually is expecting that. But
they have run the Astra before, but not the last time we saw them play.
No, not at all. I mean, Sadak is changing it over. They weren't even running Viper on this map, on Bind. They were running no Viper.
Brim only.
This is a massive shift away, and frankly, who knows what to expect here. I think Loud have showcased that they are good on this map, undefeated, but this is brand new.
This is a traditional comp, I think, that we saw from prior controller nerf meta, and it's going to be interesting to see how they change everything that they came into it. A couple of maps they've been doing this on, it's going to be interesting, really interesting.
Well, Optic, they have the advantage now, but this is an interesting change coming out of the side of Loud. Pansy and Hypok, let's see if this pays off.
Yeah, it's a great question of does this pay off? Because we have seen great success domestically for Loud here, as the desk kind of noted. But it's a different environment now. It's a whole different team, and it's Optic.
We lose the context now. We're coming here to uncharted territory in terms of the comp, and ultimately, like you said, there's some tape here for Optic.
Yes.
Whether or not Loud are going to be able to apply this composition change effectively is going to be the biggest question here on Bind.
Well, now's the time to do it, isn't it? 8 seconds, and we start this one up. Map 2, if you're just tuning in, Optic converted map 1 after a blistering start.
Eventually.
Precarious second half. Now, things did close in, but obviously Loud did bow down in that one, but it's their chance to come back into this now and prove their diligence on this map in Bind. It's not going to be easy, though. Optic already looking fired up. We've seen Mart hit new highs. FNS leading from those front lines. And Loud, I want to see Aspas find that form. I want to see Pancada back on it. I want to see everyone hit that level. They certainly can.
Just a 5-man lean towards B side. It's only 2 members for Optic here. FNS and Crashies will feel a little bit of this pressure if Loud decide to follow through. Yeah, just waiting on this wall to drop, but no rotation come through from Optic just yet. And not a lot of utility to really actually, yeah, the crunch is going to come through.
Yeah, and the delivery on one, Crashies was able to find Aspas, so that's going to lose a little bit of the burst. Sadak, he only saw one. He didn't know that Victor had threaded through, but the trade out. Les still finds the shot. FNS on the side needs to do well here. Does damage, but that is not going to really convert into a kill. Les still is alive, so it is that additional player. If there's a gun up, man, it still counts. Molly going to try and clear at least a little of the site, force them to unfavorable scenarios and try and tee up Ye here. That's lovely for Ye. Needs 2 more, though. As the side, they're still holding this down. Yay again! This guy, the golden gun in his hand, 14 HP. Satsy's got it! Ooh, close first round. And if that's anything to go by, we've got an absolute heater in this one.
Great usage of the molly, though. Just to set Ye up, force them into these uncomfortable positions in backside. And like you said, with that golden gun, Ye still makes this interesting. The FNS with the triple swing there. Yeah. I mean, it's a miracle he even does that much damage.
Yeah, I thought it was just cooked. I like this from Loud. I want them to kind of bound back into this so we get a nice close series.
But another key indicator early on here, Optic very comfortable to get proactive.
Oh, that's
again, as soon as that wall drops, they know. They have that window of opportunity to really punish Loud, or at least do some damage on the way in.
Yeah. So I was a little worried there wasn't a rotation. That was my big worry. Then there was kind of slow, but that TP take was great. The crunch. Very nice. A little bit of a look at things to come.
Yeah, he posted really deep at C. He's going to pull Optic in this early rotation line.
And he's allowed them to now stack 4 players over towards A. A lot of pressure on this man.
Take flight.
Making it a little over-aggressive almost. Speaking of! Victor unleashes, goes straight forward, finds Sassy. They're just baffled by this, Loud. I'm certain of it, because FNS waiting as well. This is still so dangerous. Victor's got the upgrade. FNS venomous with it as well, finding Sadak. And now Pancada. What's happened here? He's got the spike to hand, but he's got no teammates, and Ye is still patrolling. Pancada, if he falls back, he goes to Ye. If he aggresses forward, he's got 2 players to find. What are the options here? The undesirable scenario. It's going to take some real brilliance to do something with this. TP is available if he wants to try it, but Ye, I mean, he'll still see that. Grashy's the first test. He's going to dip. He's going to make him work for his dinner. And Carter has to try and do something. Spots out too. Still keeps his HP, though. He's trying to bait Crashy's back in. He wants it. He's not going to get it. Wow. Optic, turn it right back around. 1-1 now.
What a thrifty round. Again, like I said, immediately Ye drifts down short.
Huge.
There's so much space to work with there, and it opens up the possibility to actually be proactive once again.
The conditioning of that alone now. You can't just do those all-in leans.
Well,
you have to now keep that in mind that maybe Ye's going to go walkabouts.
And the key thing here is they have no utility flank control, right? So it's drawing Pancada deeper and deeper, further away from these
Take him away from it, yeah, absolutely.
And actually, that increases the pressure on Aspas, Sassy, and Sadhak to find these opening engagements.
That's the way that round went down is going to be something to really worry about for Loud. They can recover just fine, but it's certainly going to cause that little bit of paranoia, that little worry.
Actually, the second leg to this is it's one of these key engagements we always talk about, and it was the showers pressure, right? This is such a pivotal part of the map here, particularly for the attackers.
Still getting away with it. I don't know how he's holding this down. I thought he was dead to rights there. At least one of them investing utility deal. And second, still stands. Actually gets himself out of danger. And speaking of danger, really Sassy now the only one with the upgraded weapon. So he'd be the only one to really be able to find an, I'd say, easier shot.
A bit of a misread here, unless actually, no, FNS is just swapping out for the heal, you're right. Yeah, he will actually find less, so we'll drop the wall. Yeah, and leave Loud feeling a little bit exposed here.
Not being given much. Sassy catches a nice bit of timing on Victor there just to readdress and look back towards showers. Again, needs a lot more. 2 of them trying to pry this away.
30 seconds left.
There's no, obviously, weapons in hand. Yeah, the control is beautiful. Optic, comfortable on that round. Kept composure. Almost over-aggressed towards Shower, but fell back nicely towards Sight. Really nice balance there.
Stuff like I said, there's less that gets found. I think blind, just with a bit of spam. I said their only real safety net there is the Viper wall. But again, nobody on the other side of it in lamps to even entertain the possibility of throwing that one away on the side of Optic. So really, really well controlled. But I'll come back into this, I mean, full buy other than Sassy down on the light shield due to the Sheriff in the previous, but Hunter's Fury available here. See for Optic, the Showstopper online pretty early for Victor, so that's huge to come into round 4 with the Showstopper very early. Could be a real curveball here, actually.
Commands addressing. You can't just leave it on its own, and the rotation's quick for Victor. Crashy's shoulder peek. Not really got any contact yet. You can see the trade out here. Sassy unable to deny. And that's going to reveal at least 2 players then.
Did nothing off the drone as well.
So we know it's this 3-2 split, and there's a send. Doesn't find what he wants at all, sends it right back in. Hunter's Fury going to get popped as well. Victor tries to do the dance, and he can't keep up. The footwork not quick enough, as Sassy's going to find him, and that's the player advantage they were dreaming of. FNS now dealt with. Oh! Dealing with, maybe, should I say, as Les and Pancada go down. Still controlling on long, 30 HP, but it's a spike scene for the breakthrough on the woods to sight. And he's got to turn around and face the music. Sadak's right there. And now Ye, what is this position? Is he on the attacking side at this point? No, but he's the one who's down and out. Spike now recovered, and it's Marved. And it's the TP, surely, yeah, they're through. And Marved, what are your options now?
30 seconds left.
He's going to try and catch him.
You got to run, boys, run, because Marved is hot on your heels. Oh, what a shot, Aspas. That's what you need. Loud, thriving in that chaos now.
Actually, said like, ooh, he just misses the plant. Actually, that would have been Seekers online for him.
Oh, nice.
If he would have found it. But damage done. And you can see actually the knock-on effect here to the economy of Loud. Again, FNS lining him up. And so much damage done to Sassy, but the pinch from Hooker, perfectly timed. They're able to trade this out effectively, and Ye, I mean, he's put in a rough spot there to challenge. I think he's desperate to try and keep control of the spike, but chance there if he does reset. Him and Marv can set up for that 2v2. How much Loud have to invest to try and find this early showers control. And again, the Trailblazer on the back of it. So much burnt up. This is a big win for Optic.
Oh, for the early exchange, but Crashies could be the equal. Oh, he still checks it so diligently. I thought Pancada was going to find that, but look at the aggress down short. The switch up so much shown towards Shower, and now they try and make the play towards short. They're going to draw the attention back in. The wall's still there. Going to keep them safe for the slip back, posting up Yay for now.
Optic are so good for finding this space.
So much pressure. They have to re-clear, so considered now. This is really lovely work. But it's all early round. It could all still fall apart. You can do everything right, and somehow Loud still can do just the right back things to you. Now, there's the utility. Seekers come in. They won't be able to find as much. They have to try and find a new way forward to avoid all that utility in play. But they're going to know FNS. He's still standing, and he's still fighting. Effective trades for Optic as Yay on the back lines is still as effective as ever. And now just two, Sassy and Aspas. And again, these players have just taken fights. Spray control not enough to be able to adjust, but it's still Sassy. Gets straight from Shower and Yay. They've got to know he's around, but where?
30 seconds left.
Can Sassy find him? The rotation's coming in. Yay's heard that. I think he's seen that too. And the cross, it's being watched. Yay, beautiful presence here. And Optic keep two alive and command the tempo on this defensive side.
And Loud have to be a little more frugal in the early round here. They have nothing by the time they're actually pushing onto site. And it's not even the area they've invested all this utility early on. They reset, they drop. Yay. Sorry, I just got that in the replay there. What was that adjustment? But like I said, they have nothing to really rely on. I mean, the drones dealt with so early. Yay TP's away, so it basically mitigates that altogether. Loud, these hits are just, I'll be honest, extremely flat. Because it's relying on somebody just going in, finding an entry, and then snowballing from there. And Optic are in the right place at the right time. They usually have 4. Because of what Crashies and Yay are able to do in the early round, they always have bodies in the right place.
I don't know if they saw Sadak there, but they're pushing through this. Sadak has to peel away.
Oh, I think they just missed him as well. But look at the space once again. It's going to pull this rotation of Yay potentially, because they know there's nothing set up outside 8.
He's bringing that tour de force right back around. He's still got his traps there as well. They're not really falling for much. They can maybe post up Marved if they're a little worried about that re-aggress. Okay, seen less, so might cause pause for thought here. Still got smokes to invest though, so that's again time being bought and a conundrum presented. Do you walk this? Do you try and get through this? A pop flash potentially. It didn't work. He positioned himself so well to not get blinded, dips back even further, and he's got support coming in on the back lines. Don't forget the Victor was with him. However, Victor just a little too late to try and save him, but you're right, he could. And now Optic going to make their way around, but Loud have a moment, a chance. It's going to be so slim, so fragile, as here it looks like Victor's made a meal of it! God. He's absolutely made a mess of that one, and Loud are going to capitalize. FNS, you got to fight this one out. He has to just accept that his fate was sealed.
Look at the HP.
There's a chance, and you're right. 5 seconds for the flash! It was less than 5 HP on Pancada, is now Sadak low as well, almost caught in the cross. And Crashies, the flash is back up, sends it. He's blind as anything, Crashies. His turn to save the day here, because Loud were on the precipice of turning that.
Comes up huge with the Red Bull clutch here for Optic after I felt like that one was going to slip through their fingers with so many successes early on here in this round. Again, creating so much space by being willing to be so proactive.
Okay, let's again, I like to take stock at this point, kind of hit the brakes a little bit. I want to see Loud come back in with an address towards that early utility exchange, potentially how they look towards Showers control, how they're going to deal with this almost... I'd say Optic are winning out in that early battle. I want to see the adjustment in that for now.
It's not even close for me, Lauren.
Nope. I'm with you. Okay.
And like I said, the fact that...
okay, that's different.
Yeah. But it's right, it's another obstacle here in terms of this war of attrition for Showers control early on.
But look at this aggression down on long as well. Yeah. It's always one of these sites, or one of the sides is always being addressed. Be it Jaego and Walkabouts being at the Showers control. Optic, I think, yeah, they've definitely seen it. Okay, but this, if anything, encourages Ye to stick around, right? He's going to post up on this. He knows that there's some idea of players here. That's it, lovely delivery for Ye, falls away. Doesn't need to outstay his welcome. But while all this happens, they've still locked down Showers. They've not given up short control. Optic are putting up a perfect wall of defense here. They are playing a good game right now.
This time around, a little more utility to work with the drone. Try and pave the way. GFNS just about finds out for Sadak. Last second adjustment. Orbital Strike used preemptively here on short just to slow it down, but Crashes is still going to be able to find something here. He's got to slip away now.
But they still can't get past Jay. He's going to hold this cross. If they try and dip out through hookah, that's going to be such an issue. That's how you do it. With pace, with vigor, with that momentum, and now they've isolated Ye. They've got him on his own here, but he's going to dip back in! It's a 2-for-1 discount, and Ye doesn't need any help. It's 10 seconds now, and Sassy...
10 seconds left.
Wrap this up, man. You ain't going to get this in 7 seconds. FNS waiting, just sprays in on it, and Optic starting to build in this half already. Oh, man, this is... I think Loud needs a timeout, man. They need to stop this somehow.
I can't believe they line up for the collapse. That is absolutely heartbreaking. They said Ye is just given so much space to work with. And now even, again, the awareness is there. They know after that kill onto Pancada, he's still going to be somewhere, tucked in. And Ye makes them pay for that one. But again, it's desperation. They find the kill onto Marv. They have to just try and stick the plant there.
Deploying drone.
Pace change? Maybe in this round. Test the waters a little.
Run it down.
Yeah, frenzies, sheriffs. But again, you think just purely utility alone, there's so much in that showers control, the crossfire for the post-plant, or even just post-plant positioning for Loud is brutal here. They almost have to overstep, overreach towards CT, and it looks like they're going to try and wrap a little through lamps. And the awareness from Ye, he's already considering this. The timing, oh, he just off to the side. Great work from Aspas. Value alone from that is massive. Hector does find less in the meantime, but any damage is good here. Paint Shell doesn't quite find it. The spike will go down. Loud thriving right now.
See, Aspas still tucked in here. They're going to be able to bail him out. No, FNS finds the first. That's good for the trade.
Absolutely, especially with Victor on 5 HP, and the spacing not good enough for Marv to be able to find the swing. Divide goes up and he gets ahead of it. Sprays in, finds it. Oh, Marv!
Last player standing.
Digging his heels in on this round, but he still needs to deal with Pancada. He wants halfway. He's going to get halfway. Oh, he's not stopping. He's not stopping! Pancada has to sit back and watch as Marv rips the round away from them. And that was a chance. That was a little bit of hope, and they stamp it out.
The most Marved-esque round conclusion there. Again, no hesitation whatsoever. Sticks that through. There's the blanket, the safety blanket there of the smoke to hold up.
Well, there's the timeout I wanted coming in now.
Yeah.
It has to come in. I don't know what the answers are. Again, I'm nowhere near these players, but there has to be an addressment of something.
Again, I love this round. Actually, Optic play a little deeper. They're almost relying on playing plant denial initially with the snake bites. I mean, Victor, with the pressure coming through to him, he can't combine the paint shell with that. Not even sure if it would have resulted in a kill, but Optic, they know the rounds to push. They know the rounds to sit a little deeper. They're feeling so comfortable right now on the defense.
They are. You stop playing songs that absolutely slap them, get distracted. Yeah, this is going to put Loud to the test here. And the coaches, it's time to talk, right? It's time to really start trying to come up with a plan of approach. And for me, the fact is, though, that Optic have come out with such a solid start that even if Loud are able to address the initial problem, there could be layers to this, there could be adaptation, there could be so much more behind it now.
Two big things I'm looking for here. Loud, if they continue to sit in these defaults, Pancada has to be a little more diligent, be a little more careful. And the other thing is, if they're going to resort Adseed more towards a traditional site execute, they've got to start saving this utility. I mean, we've talked about this. They need to actually resort to a more, drilled, that choreographed kind of execute here. But the problem is, there's so many variations to the side of Optic. How do they isolate a kill there? This has to be like textbook execute to even find it. They have nothing to really rely on other than finding a first blood, creating the space themselves. Now, Ye with the operator back on board.
Crashy's going to do, as said, the protocol list, run through it, and Pancada on the pre-fire. Yeah, spammed out on that. I don't think you could even see it. Getting the Seekers going as well. FNS going to dip away from the Siley, and Ye going to be called to really try and hold this defense together, because FNS, he's actually done well enough to be able to handle the front line of this and keep at least 3 of them standing against 3. There it is. Ye still stands. Connects towards Sassy and expects the swing from Hookah. No one's there. We know that, but obviously he doesn't. Still has to be super diligent, and when that wall drops, what does he see? Les tucks into the corner. He's still got support here.
Problem being, if they take this TP, Marv's already set up for it.
Yeah.
So they have to almost
look at
commit
FNS
here.
in the rotation. If they double swing this, it doesn't matter. Yay always will hold. And this guy is just, he knows it. He felt the pressure, and he's not going to risk it. He's going to wait for that rotation to come back in. Tempers his own aggression for once as Pancada now tries to find a way around, navigate something here. 2 towards CT, and that paranoia himself building. He'll try and work his way in. The pre-fire on it, beautiful work. Optic, they are looking like the full package again. This defensive side from them. Look, again, I don't want to get too ahead of myself because map 1 looked real similar, didn't it? And then, you know, the switch up of the events. However, at 7-2, we have to give great deals of credit to how Optic is standing at the moment.
I mean, this is big as well because Optic conceded the first blood. And actually, it was such a standout statistic last time in their previous series. I mean, they only flipped 4 out of 16 4v5s. So to be that comfortable there, giving up the first, then resetting a little deeper. Again, here, it's the site they have 3 members on.
Yeah.
FNS delivers with the second follow-up. And actually, Victor good for the crunch once again to find a kill elsewhere. So that's really key for me because Optic do more often than not rely on it.
He has to over-aggress on this. He's hunting them down! Yay, Unchained at the moment, just going to be hunting these players out. And this is against potentially like a Force Buy, maybe even an Eco. That's so risky to go walking with an operator like that. Ridiculous.
Again, another little switch up. Optic are happy to dip their toes time and time again and test this default of Loud. Crashes once again. Yep, spots a pixel out of place.
See, FNS is
So
so great to this.
this is the reset. What's next on the protocol list for Optic?
FNS there in time, invest the utility. No quick pressure can come up from long now, but this time they do at least have a little bit of presence towards Hookah. We didn't see that before for Loud, so this could be a nice element towards this, and they don't know about FNS, at least positionally yet, normally tucked up on long. And out they go. Quick pressure on the site. FNS was... What? Where was the call? Aspas. Okay, doesn't matter. It's fine. He's got this all himself. Finds Jay as well as the follow-up, and Crashies gets the reveal. It doesn't matter.
30 seconds
Loud explode on the site. Finally looking deadly. Marv still stand, and there's always going to be a chance if this man's alive. But what are you meant to do with this?
Throws the showstopper out as well, so the plant can come through comfortably. A 2v3 now for Victor and Marv. Sassy posted up in front of Hooker. He gets spotted on the jump peak though. He found him!
Unreal from Victor. And now look at what they've got weaponry. They've got a Stinger and a Spectre. It's so subpar, and Marv clearing meticulously towards long, trying to make his way back in towards his site. He adjusted, dipped away from Hooker itself, and now they're clearing through. They have to clear these close angles. They're trying to bring these SMGs to the best place. The timing's good. They fight together, and now just one Aspas who got this started made it a problem. Still being a problem. Showstoppers up, baby. Let's go. He gets it on the trade.
No way. Victor still lands that, but the showstopper finds him regardless.
How did he even hit that shot? There was a second in it.
Just beautiful work from Marv once again, though. This smoke completely baits Loud into set up, expecting him to come out of Hooker. This is fantastic as well, by the way.
Nasty. Nasty work.
Sassy's the one posted up with a Bulldog, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So he's the strongest weapon remaining on the side of Loud, but Aspas finds the Red Bull clutch.
Beautiful.
And Loud, their 3rd round.
A critical one as well for Loud. Needed that. And Optic respond by rushing B long. Hey FNS, they're not on B, so
no flank
ready.
control, by the way.
0. Ye's already over here.
Sassy's coming
out.
back.
And Sassy is going to be greeted by something I don't think he expects, but maybe he's got a little bit of consideration towards this. And if you're Loud, you're asking the question, where the hell are they? And there's the Seeker's going to be coming out. There's a swing off the back, and Sassy still holds. Takes down Marv, that's huge. Yay overwhelmed, still going to grab one with him and take him down to the grave. But it's a favorable fight this time for Loud, holding numbers. And Crashy's going to get out of this flash in time. There's still 3 of them looking for it. They are not comfortable. They're going to pop the ult to try and deal with it. It's going to be an execution from above. No, Sassy again handling every single problem that Optic are throwing at them here. And that's lovely work from Loud. Finally stamping a little authority in this game.
Sassy, the only one really drawn to check the flank there because he has the Hunter's Fury. It's the last thing there that Loud want to rely on after finding a comfortable plant.
Thank God he does.
I mean, here, look at how much clutter there is on his screen. To even still find that kill.
Beautiful.
Again, I mean, is this a round that Loud can replicate?
That's a lot of pressure on that man's shoulders if they have to. again, Sassy, what a leader in that regard. Just, you know, as said, holding nerve, watching that flank. Optic gonna hit the timeout on the final round here, maybe just discussing with what their money scenario is, what to come up with, maybe expand on the plan a little more.
That there, though, is a perfect example to what I'm talking about, the variety of this aggression. The rounds where Loud decide to stack up, Optic are just absolutely farming. In terms of space, just how much early information, they can stall a little bit if it's FNS with the poison or potentially to slow things down on short. Like I said, that actually really highlights just how important that engagement is as Sassy drifts away from it. Whether or not, they're actually now going to lean heavier towards stacking up here. Again, that threat has to be a constant consideration for them.
And I've got to say, like, you look at that string kind of mid first half of rounds, 5 back-to-back. It was very, very clear-cut for Optic. But again, Loud, these players are so capable of turning a scoreline one more round, and you know it's a good half for me. I'm okay with that.
It feels like an absolute miracle with the way Optic have played this once again on the defensive side. If Loud can scrape together a 7-5, that is huge in my eyes.
Okay, early ult goes in. That's FNS going to try and shut down the approach at least towards short. And yeah, again, he's found so much room. They're allowing this to happen.
Half tier 2.
But they're not unaware of it. You can see that players are looking this way. Aspas was already looking this way. I think, excuse me, Pancada was already looking this way. Hunter's Fury going to go out, send it through. Try and clear FNS. Maybe a tag would be great. Now for it. Yay, though. Whoa! Yay! Big players make big plays in big games, and he just did 3 kills back-to-back. And look at the buy they had coming into this. Huge impact alone. Sadak, you got nothing to do with it. Aspas now as well, left all to his own. A 1v5 off the back of Ye being such a nuisance, such a threat in all occasion. And now what do you do with this? You got to try and dismantle them. I don't know how you're going to make it around, but Aspas will give it a damn good try. Marved is closing in, and of course, look who's waiting in the back lines. The devil himself, Ye, shuts down this half. 8-4, I mean. I thought this could have been closed right back in. Like, I thought that was going to be, you know, that 7-5, hey, game on, but 8-4 feels different.
I mean, you talk about it in the previous round. There's example 2. What goes wrong when Optic are able to actually convert this space early on? And it's on the back of the Hunter's Fury. He knows.
Yeah.
He's testing the diligence of Loud here. Is somebody watching Sassy's back? Is somebody covering that?
Well, they're going to have a rude awakening on the second half if they're certainly not, because 8-4, it's competitive, but it's not completely clear-cut. Guys on the desk, your thoughts?
Thank you very much there, guys. I'm so glad Hypok brought up the whole point of their defense and how they're taking space there. And Saisho, sometimes I'm not quite sure if Optic are playing defense or attack. They're just pushing.
They love disrespecting their opponents when their opponents don't have a chamber. They will just push and push and push. And it feels like part of that timing is based off the fact that Aspas is not really covering sand. He's not using that boombot up there.
I think there were, 3 or 4 different instances in which they were just able to expose the gaps that Loud had in their attack half. You saw it in showers, you saw it down sand. The last round really just kind of puts it all together. If they're able to exploit that, that makes for a long half.
And it's really interesting that we see Ye actually put himself in that position as the chamber as well on the flank, because that's exactly what you said, Josh, at the beginning of this. They are disrespecting the crap out of the fact that their comp, Loud's comp, is not theirs, the one that Optic is playing.
Sure.
They are saying, hey, this doesn't work at all. There's so many instances, look at this, where Crash is just peeking long, he's walking down sand by himself, and that gives him the information to have everybody here for when the execute happens.
What I found amazing as well is this is not based on any VOD review prep, right? This is not based on them looking at Optic and saying, I've identified a hole. This is them thinking about the composition, intuitively understanding how the meta works right now, and finding and exploiting those holes individually just based off the info they get. I think Optic are the best team in the world on Bind right now, and they're showcasing it.
How disastrous will it be if Loud aren't able to find any answers into the second half?
That could be, I mean, that could be the end of the series. That's what we're looking at right now. It could be 2-0, and then we're going to a map 3 that the pressure is on at that point.
It's certainly going to test their mental like they've never been tested before. These guys have not had a huge amount of experience on the stage. That's been Optic's domain.
On Ascent, they did hit back in the second half. They found a response. I'm looking forward to seeing if they can do that here, Pansy and Hypok as well.
Yeah, I think for me, this is a bit of a litmus test of what Optic really is right now, because as the desk kind of alluded to, right, this is a little bit of a new environment.
I mean, it's a great point from Josh. This is based on no prep. Right,
Yeah.
so like I said, this is just the
dark.
checklist in place for Optic. This is kind of their ethos, right? Trust the process. Like they're starting blank canvas. Don't care what you're bringing. We're bringing our game plan and we're executing.
We kind of heard that in the interviews as well. I think it was FNS who was saying it, like, we're not going to go too hard into the ante here. We're just going to try and play our approach, our game, and you're seeing it tangibly on your screens. Now, there is a buffer here in this round. We don't need to be full on board the Optic train because 4 rounds is enough to work with. We need to see Loud finally play their own game, though, because they are being dictated to. They haven't been able to be in control of that pace just yet. But now they get the defensive side to start that up. Here in the second half at 8-4. Optic, of course, leading the series thus far, but we're in best of 5 territory in the grand finals here in Reykjavik. And again, Loud, what do you have for us this time?
Well, though, just related back to that domestic performance, Loud do lean a little attack-sided here, so ready to come in with a disadvantage. Puts Optic definitely in the driving seat here. Well, that's actually, I mean, it's burning up a lot of toxin here, but nobody on the side of Optic actually here to pressure on the backside on the cooldown. Already Sassy actually going to hit this early rotation. As Optic do drift back this way, and it's the drone actually to come through. It's just slipped through. Unnoted, I think, as well.
There's a window, though, where he can make anything of this. And wait, Aspas to the side of the head. He just dipped back out from shower. I didn't think he was really within killing distance, but apparently so. Finds it for almost free, and they can't really dig him out of this position. Optic, this is not good. This is not looking nice at all. As Aspas going to find 3 this round. Perfect work for him. Playing that nuisance player from shower to absolute perfection. Swings in, can't quite get it, but Sassy's by his side. And that's more than enough work. That's them basically giving them a gateway back in this game.
So if they can convert the second, I mean, fumbled the second round on the first half, but they can find it here, definitely puts them right back in this. Great work from Aspas.
Really nice. I think
see as well with these smokes here, it just allows Loud to just wait for the moment to capitalize on Aspas finding contact.
Really well done. You'd want maybe a nice little momentum builder for him. Get him in the game early.
Like quiet map 1.
Yep.
Again, not really through his own fault, but...
Pop flash. There it is. Didn't really swing much on that. Victor was pretty much ready for it.
1 down.
Less comfortable. And the only upgrade here will be with Marv. Everyone else just on the classics. Playing pretty close to this. They do need to be careful, and you'll take that absolutely every day of the week. And caution thrown to the wind for Thrash. He's going to try and find one. Less quickly quells that problem and looks back. But this is good for Optic, still finding a couple of favorable moments. And if Ye still stands and he's got that gun to hand, there's always a danger. Not right now. Sassy says no, not this round. We're going to keep this in check. 3 of them play alive. They don't lose too much. The reinvestments will be fine.
It's key as well, bringing across that 3-weapon buffer to the bonus round. See how it actually sits here, whether or not it's just going to be pistols to round this purchase out. A judge actually in the hands of less, so eyes go towards him. No surprises to see him early on towards hookup. Optic, no real progress in terms of ultimates either coming into this, so actually on the other side, Aspas, what was it? Victor managed to get his showstopper online in round 4 in the first half, and Aspas not too far off the pace, to be honest with you.
No, certainly keeping up. Early confirmation of attendance, at least towards that B-long side. Giving a little idea. Jump peak reveals a whole lot more, though. So you got to be cautious now. You're going to post up less with that judge. That's could be nasty to try and handle. What's Dad doing?
I was waiting for one of us to say it.
Yeah.
But actually, on the other side of this, with a little bit of space towards Hookah here, less actually in the, I guess, the unexpected position with the judge, and difficult here if Optic wide swing this. He can be cleared here, and again, could be difficult for him to really close out a kill. I think Optic are feeling as if there's kind of a bait here. This is a trap that they're walking into.
I don't think they have utility to clear it too easily. Yeah, the molly, but again, he could still swing on that. It's not something that's going to completely nullify him from this round. Now, obviously, he doesn't know it. Yeah, he's going to have to hard clear, and he's going to just take the buckshot to the chest, and it's labored, but it works. Let's all take it at this point. Sassy with a mad spray, and look at the numbers advantage. Optic being torn limb from limb. Crash is still alive, though. but less is going to be a problem. They've got to try and clear him now. Flash for it, has to turn. You can see the longevity of the flash coming into play. 13 HP, Les looks dead, and the spike's back in hand. But again, Aspas still working, still putting in so much damage, and a quick TP take for Crashies. It better be quick, 10 seconds.
10
He's got
seconds
the Seekers
left.
off the plant. Could be key for him here, especially if Loud split up. So yeah, anticipating one plant, but Crashy's nice little adjustment there.
Real smart. Oh, he's got the judge.
Oh, he swapped out to the wrong weapon.
Oh no, I thought he had a rifle.
It's a disaster. He's got to play close contact now.
Well, he's got a flash to play with, and that's about it. Let's see what you can do with this, because this changes the entire dynamic. One flash sends it, doesn't get anything for it. They're both in towards lamps right now. 10 more seconds till he gets the other one up, but Pancada spots it. Nice work. A whole different round if he had the rifle, but for Loud, that is a breath of fresh air. That got so dangerous, but again, they are showing this capability time and time again.
I think you're absolutely right. The weapon swap doesn't come through there. Actually, got an opportunity for Crashies to play that a little differently. And ultimately relies on Loud completely dropping the ball here in the retake. Coldamenta somewhere grinning ear to ear seeing that clip.
One enemy remaining.
A great recovery from Loud though, because initially, I mean, it looked as if FNS and Crashies are able to make that work. The pressure comes through to Les at the right time, and he's the one actually controlling the spike as well. It's a great decision making on the side of Crashies there to really go forward, force the issue, and find that engagement.
And this purchase coming in for Optic, looking shoddy, but
no ultimates as well.
Silent through. And at this point, I want to see if they've got something in mind. And well, I mean, I guess charging at them works with Frenzy. Takes you some space.
That's brilliant though. With the Poison Orb, they actually played anti-flash on the fountain, waited for the orb tap to come through. They try and flash, and Victor's there to try and double sat you up to close the distance. So unfortunately, they're not to find a kill, but
nice intention.
Yeah, force Sadak right back towards Elbow. A little bit of pressure shown towards B. Actually pulls a rotation early as well.
And they're a little ahead of this, but I guess it depends on when they decide to pick up the pace. Switching Tandex.
Wait, Marv's got a Guardian.
And we saw what Marv can do with that.
Yeah.
So again, Aspas is here. It's a trade. Okay, Marv keeps this a little bit feisty as Ye's going to try and late clear towards Shower. Not a bad plan, but Aspas reads it so perfectly. Really diligent work from him. There's that rifle removed in the hands of Victor. Aspas! This guy's a demon. Absolutely keep them in check, and all that hope gets removed here for Optic. A chance in this round, and it ain't looking likely now. Aspas brings that scoreline all even. We're at 8-8.
Just like that, Louder back in this. In the second half, once again, 4 unanswered rounds here.
These guys are so good.
Yeah.
The capability to turn games like this around, it's not easy.
I mean, it's terrifying. If Aspas comes online, we've seen what this guy can do.
Yeah.
Could be a real win condition for Loud. I mean, he is a real win condition for Loud.
He's on 22-12 right now.
Yep. There's 3 players on Loud that are actually still below 10 kills. Yep. Which just shows actually the overperformance almost from Aspas. And we saw actually, I mean, Doug was alluding to it earlier, right? There was that performance on Icebox from Les where, I mean, Sassy even in an interview said, yeah, he hard carried us that game. And if there's characters in this roster that can literally solo carry a map, it's a fairly scary prospect.
It certainly is. I mean, Optic do have Yay. So,
I would counter that with actually Optic have...
Marved.
Yeah, they have like
Victor.
4, potentially 5 actually with that map. 1 performance from FNS.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's okay. At least it's not like that other game, the Simpleton. Right? It's different, I promise you.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Never heard of that.
Nope.
8-8. Anyway.
I'm not much of a golfer.
You're funny. Yay with the operator, though, could be something of influence here. Finally going to get that at least on board this time. But again, Aspas, this guy's impact alone has been sublime. 22-12 at this point, considering that to turn back a scoreline too.
With the operator here, I'm curious actually to see if Optic want to slow things down even more here.
Then work a pick,
yep.
maybe. Yep.
Yeah. Victor on a judge. Actually, the complete opposite to that. He's probably going to try and speed up here.
Yeah. Polar opposites almost, right? But let's see. Close flash. And Victor's away. So going to take early control over towards Elbow, and you can see actually on the other side there's a lot of players there. So Victor going to take a lot of space. Obviously he doesn't know how much work he's done, but this is somewhat of a stack on the other side as well. You're going to have the early rotation coming into We have Selak sitting towards CT, but it's going to be Ye. I mean, this guy's playing pretty aggressive. Tip of the spear with the operator. Certainly no backline player. Happy to lead.
Smokes are about to die, though. And
I feel like they're just sending Ye to try and deal with Aspas, but there are other players lingering around.
And they have to tap the spike, pull out this gravity well. They're waiting for Marth to actually come and pinch Showers here. Ye knows that he's got us pinned in the corner. The flash is good, but Marth actually, doesn't swing on it.
No, Aspas is fine as well, gets to swing back into that. Didn't get flashed by any means to that degree, so he was able to address that push. This feels tailor-made to try and deal with a man in Showers, and they absolutely crunch on Optic. This is beautiful from Loud. Stunning play, Victor would have to go hero mode. It ain't gonna happen. Aspas is still the beast who will not be tamed. He will not be moved. That whole piece in my mind was trying to set up to isolate him, and he just did not care for it.
Absolutely.
What a terror this man is.
And again, this hit almost relies on Loud slipping up, giving away the opening engagement, losing that first blood. That's actually crazy. Again, whether or not slowing it down is going to work here for Optic. Because they're onto site pretty early, right? It's the Stim Beacon, the double satchel. Again, now Aspas can play a little out of Showers.
You want to play? Let's play.
Oh, that was really uncomfortable. The timing for Pancada. Unfortunate, but just a little bit bizarre to go wandering.
Big win, though. I feel like that's the easiest first blood that Optic have been able to find.
Did they get the rifle off it? I don't know if they did. I felt like they were close enough, but maybe just dip back in. Yeah, he spotted a player, but it's Aspas waiting again, this guy. Can you clear him? Yay seems all too away. Yay! Absolutely unreal, but it is traded out quickly. Sassy.
Oh my god.
They're all blind. He has a shot. He chased down Mob. Oh, it's mayhem. What is going on?
What was that? Optic on the feed into the TP.
What?
Absolutely.
Like lambs to the slaughter.
Absolutely desperate. Zadhak literally eats his own flash. Everyone's just stood there, hands up in the air, like, well, that happened.
Oh dear, and they do say desperation really isn't attractive, and I mean, what on earth was that round? Guys, just trade him.
Let's swing them together, guys.
Oh,
yeah, that one will get the fans on the feet.
That's one for the fans right there.
Loud on double digits.
Hey, it's 10. Optic have given us nothing here. They can't deal with Aspas. It feels like this entire half now, after that tactical timeout, brought them back in to try and find the formula to remove this man, but there's new looks, new positions, new ways that he wants to find problems dealt with. Finally, they could hit the brakes for a second if they wanted. Now they've finally taken that man out of the game who's been a huge determinant factor. However, they decide not to. They want to keep this pressure up. So it looks like the spike plant is on the docket. And Ye making himself become the gatekeeper over towards.
They have to convert this post plant. Get the spike plant first.
Yeah,
it's taking forever here. They're so cautious, hesitant almost.
They're just trying to work out that utility, potentially try and draw whatever they can out of it.
Spammed again too.
It's not pretty for him. You can see the amount of pressure they're having to work against. His Seekers come in, and now the re-engage from Loud. They could try and turn the tempo a little bit. Spray! It doesn't quite find as much as they'd want, and the TP gets taken. They've had enough of that.
No way do they make it back. Can they make it back before the Viper's bit drops? Surely not.
Oh,
the stim will help.
Did they make it back in time?
30 seconds
And divine intervention called upon. Do they? No, they
drops.
just missed by a second. And there's still players nearby. Marth finds Sassy. The send on it, an Optic. How are you turning this one back in your favor? That looks so far out of touch. There's now less in the 1v5, and he wasn't even near that site at this point. That's a mad round by Optic.
They keep 5 standing as well. Look at the funds. It's going to be massive in terms of the finances. That's going to come through. Labored on the first Marved. Good for the trade. The 4th in the round for him. And Optic finally answer back.
Who am I kidding? My knees
a window of chance again, man.
6-1 on the half, Lauren.
Yeah, just do that again, though. Can we just do that again?
Yeah, sure.
Cool, fantastic. Thank you. Yeah, you just hit that shot on Aspas, and then we can spiral the rest of the round. Lovely. Big fan. That was... This is what it's about, man. 9 to 10. What a crazy round. And Loud probably just baffled after seeing that. Like, all right, man.
The crazy thing is, Loud still leaves somebody. I mean, Crashes is posted up in showers there. I don't know if he's actually pressuring at all, but Loud still considered the possibility.
Absolutely.
I mean, as soon as Left feels no pressure comes through Hooker there, they can kind of read into it.
Talk about repeatable success, Mike, and we have to kind of step it back a little here. Optic have not given me this overall good look yet. I want to see more consistency. That's going to help it. Yay, cracking open the round with that first pick, and now that calls in for potential rotations, maybe getting over aggressive, but look at Crashies waiting on the other side. If they go walkabouts, he'll meet them with a smile. Same can be said towards middle. Les wants a little bit of information potentially.
It's awkward here. Pancada posted up, Trailblazer used, so whether or not Optic are going to be able to sniff this out. Actually, elsewhere, Marv will fall to less. Again, no follow-up on that kill.
No, yeah, I'm looking to see if Sussy leans back towards B. Pop Flash didn't catch Pancada at all. Able to drag Crashies with him, but a quick trade. Aspas, no man's land. Yay is coming alive here. That's the Yay that Optic need. Hunter's Fury comes down. Can FNS get the plant? Yes, but can he keep his life? No, not for now at all. And now Victor and Yay, what do you have for us in this post-plant? Sassy and Les trying to clear those close corners. They have no idea where these players reside.
Victor's tucked in so deep as well and has the paint shell. So he's the late round piece here for Optic. Can Yay buy him the time necessary?
Yeah, he's got to be the one to get that contact, right? He's got to be the one to keep them
He's got the
in
TP
attention.
as well still.
Oh, you're right. Yay can be a problem. Speaking of, time is the problem. Victor going to catch his cross potentially. I'm waiting for the swing to come down. They're already towards the site. They're trying to address the factor of Shao is going to just eat that paint shell. Les has to move. He doesn't get away in time, and Sassy, you can try and clear the side, but Victor's just going to play the time. He'll put his life on the line for it, because the clock is on their side. We are tied up at 10-10.
After that previous round, like I said, it was going to be a massive, massive bonus. I want to see the economy here. And Optic will be bought within one purchase. But like I said, Victor plays this perfectly. And he has to be the late round piece there. Has to be.
The temptation, I'm sure, to swing early could have happened there, but no, he plays it super cool, super calm.
Well, it takes Loud an eternity to even come through pipes there. They're so conscious of somebody tucking up, playing close contact there.
Timeout, man.
Again, especially with Yay still alive, they got to consider the TP possibility. He can go for one and done.
We've actually got a game now, because this just felt like kind of two one-sided halves. I think is a fair assessment. Now we're starting to see a little bit of a fight back.
And you know what, I like the comparison there, because look at Optic's inability to convert this space on the second half now, where they were given everything to play with here. Loud are pretty much doing the same. They're like, yeah, we're not going to challenge close shore. We're not going to drift out anywhere.
No easy options.
We're not going to try and punish the back line. And Optic are failing to actually convert this space the same way they did on defense. And ultimately, it's on Loud's ability to really, I mean, it's damage control, right? Damage limitation almost, not giving away this first engagement until there's three people there, until they're able to rely on the fundamentals. There's a second swing, potentially on Aspas from Showers, perfect example. The smokes come through. Loud just pause. They just wait for Optic to slip up.
We actually might have a good best of 5.
Right here.
Maybe.
You didn't think so before?
I'm jaded. Could you guess? 10-10. It's all tied up. Optic coming alive in these final moments, these late game moments here. Decisive play as Loud set the tempo on this half, though. They had led that scoreline back to where it is. And it looks like they want to try and aggress. Marv eats the flash, but they take the space. So a little bit of a trade out early on.
So actually send out a probe here. Won't find anything on the back of it. Again, another difference to consider is look how frugal Optic are in terms of utility, not being burnt up, wasted towards finding the Showers control. Boombot actually sent out there on the back of the pressure coming back through, but yeah, he's still trying to find an opportunity towards Hookah here. Like I said, Loud haven't been pushing out. Whether or not actually it's a big concern if Loud do decide a little switch up here and do want to get a little proactive.
I've got your trail.
Whether or not they're going to find success doing so. Seeker sent out. To initially find one, Aspas stands tall.
But he gets a trade. Marv trades him out, though, and that's essential because normally he was able to spiral back Pancada, no man's land, nothing to do. Utility work on point from Optic as 11's going to be beckoning on the board as Sadak and Les. They were far away. They were on the other side of the map. This isn't looking good for them here, and it looks like Optic have the solution that they'd been missing for those first couple of rounds, effectively trading out one of those key players who was able to really tear through them early on. It's Les and Sadak, what do you do with this? How do you clear these positions? So little to play with still. And yeah, the crossfire's golden. Timing great on the peak. Double face and Optic keep 4 standing and make it to 11.
Big round there, and a big win considering how those rounds have traditionally played out towards a site. Aspas, as I said, finds the first here, but the spacing perfect this time around from Optic. And willing actually to invest behind this engagement. Smoke's a little deeper as well. They want to open up these sight lines now on site, as opposed to just assuming the best possible scenario that nobody's going to pressure on the back of them. I think actually it's on the back of the Seekers being invested, right? They want to make sure that they can maximize the value off that ultimate. The first time actually we've seen a heavy B lane from Optic.
You can already see the investment of the ult very early on here, not finding much value at all.
I mean, nobody able to really backfill that through Hookah. There's 4 towards long here. It's only FNS there. And he's conscious of the TP crunch. He has to be. Being the only man on that side. Curious now what the next step is for Optic. Are they going to just cut sound here and hope for the best in terms of the rotation? There's no follow-up pressure on that.
They're just going to do what looks like probably a burst piece here. If there is a flash to come off it, there is Crash. He's got it in hand. And there it is. Straight through we go. Les completely blind. Has to dip his way back in. Marv can at least find Sassy on the way through here in this bloodlust. You can see Sadak once in. Yeah, he's still there, but gets deleted. Sadak still holding. Pancada trades it well as well. Making sure they at least keep even numbers, but look who remains.
Look at Victor.
30 seconds left.
Victor is behind the wire. Pancada turns it. Marved in the 1v2. Unnoted. Espas seems to be considering it. It's done though. Mars found him, and now a 1v1. Pancada already noted the back of the site as well. He was the one who...
He's got the spike.
Just got the spike back. I thought he was getting checked on, but the footsteps 7 bullets. All that they've got. Pancada still standing, and Loud still alive. It's 11-11. These two teams, you can't get between them right now. It is looking like it's coming down to the wire here.
You see Marv just considering the TP there, if he can slip away, but I mean, he needs another 10 seconds on the clock for that to work. Sadak, though, this re-aggress to prevent Optic from garnering site control here. And Pancada finding that kill as well onto Victor. That could have really turned things around. All tied up here. Tour de force available. Optic string together this purchase. No ultimates on the other side, but Aspas one away, Les one away, Sadhack one off the Seekers as well. Can Ye pave the way? Does he find this opener?
He's trying it. You could see before the intention, but again, this utility is making a problem. Marv's done really well to find Pancada. He was the one keeping those two players kind of somewhat safe in shower, but now this should at least allow for a plant. You might take some damage for it. What? Aspas! How do you have the right to find 2? Spots 1, try and make a run for it. He's trying to clear this out, no one close. Great work from Marv, keeping composure under these pressure moments. As now we see what happens. Zanak with the spray, tries to find it, gets it. FNS just completely revealed. Victor, though, the Seeker, he's going to take down Zanak. And you're right, Paint Shell's back around. Sassy and Les, what do you do with this? Marv can still be a nuisance. They have to clear 1. Sassy's going to take down Victor. The Paint Shells aren't going to do enough here, as now it's all on Marv in a 1v2. Diffuse going to come in. He finds one. He takes it off the Diffuse, but it's Sassy still to find it, to get Loud to 12.
3 HP. Marv comes excruciatingly close to winning that one. And Optic now.
Dire Straits now.
Backs against the wall. And so, again, this time around, you see how eager they are to prevent Victor from playing late here in showers. It's so close. Yeah, you can see exactly.
Yeah.
A sigh of relief.
It's OT, or it's Loud with map 2. As we go once again, and the money is shoddy from Optic down on Spectres. Whatever they can scrape together. Oh, to respect that utility early on though.
Actually now with Aspas doing this much damage from showers, you can see Optic actually now leaning the complete opposite way. They're over-investing to dig him out of that position. They retrieve the orb, Showstopper online, Viper Spit available, Orbital Strike available. Optic could do this, Lauren.
Good. But I look at the man Aspas. I'm looking at Sassy over here. I'm looking at this Sadax coming over. They still have yet to clear him. Victor gonna go full force. He finds Sadax, but Sassy is still alive. Victor finds Sassy. Pancada's here. Aspas is still here. He's been deleted by Victor. And now a 2v2. And look what they've got. Lester with that judge. It ain't ideal. And Pancada's position noted. TP time. Get out of there. They've worked out enough. It's time to go. And Les is on just a foot race at the moment. He's got the Spectre. It's not much. It might be enough to take down Victor. Oh, and Molly is divine at this time. Pops the ult to try and find a way through to facilitate the push out from CT here. But it also draws attention. Pancada's not coming through this way. He's coming through from Hookah, and they are none the wiser. This could be the brick in the small of the back of Optic. There's Les trying to keep all those eyes on him. Do not look anywhere else. I am the problem for you. Pancada desperately trying to clear. Does he spot anyone? No. And Victor staying on site. Marved, sitting towards long.
Did Victor spot that?
I don't know if he did. Marved and Victor just need to hold. Pancada starts to close in. The barrel shows. And now one more player less. What can you do? What can you find? Victor so low on HP, but he's still alive. He's still breathing. But he's going to lose his teammate. Marv goes down, another defuse. He's just going to try and tip this. But time has gone away of Victor. It's 1 HP is all he needed. We're tied up. It's 12-12. It's OT.
Switching sides.
Victor finds the ace to force overtime here on Bind. Can you believe it, Lauren? I mean, this second half has been so back and forth. Both teams adjusting perfectly as the rhythm of this game has changed. Without breaking a sweat, seemingly.
Well, I'm glad they're calm.
I'm having kittens up here.
Mate, I'm going to have a seat in a moment. I'm going to have to grab this screen with me down here.
I need you.
This is only map 2. We've got a best of 5. This was like the unknown one. This was the unknown map.
Yeah.
This was the weird one. I mean, you've got Breeze, Ice. Oh, there's so much goodness to this. We're back underway. It's OT between these two. Brazil's Loud up against North America's Optic. Doing everything they can. It looks like Aspas wants to just tear them limb from limb. Taking that early space and forcing them back into the shower. He knows what it's like to try and thrive in there. Victor! Get out of here! So fast with a Yaden Isasi. This is a shutdown. Optic keep in control. Aspas and Les only left to watch as a 1v3 would really call for some heroics, and I just don't think he's got it. Optic quick with this one.
I mean, Loud looked to get a little pacier here towards A site. Optic just ripped them limb from limb. Comfortable there holding on to site. The concern being though, Optic felt a little flat in some of these attacking rounds. Now they have to find, well, yeah, cool. Unlucky Sadak.
A timeout. I think you're right though, that discomfort was certainly apparent here, and Loud were very much, I'd say, in control for the dominant part of this. So probably the right option here for Optic to try and maybe address that coming in, take almost pause for thought.
Yeah, I mean the timeout being called here because a lot rides on this. Like I said, Optic didn't really come away with anything to sort of replicate. No real comfort on the attack. So I'm curious to see actually what the approach is here. Whether or not Loud, I mean, I was talking about the potential for them to dig a little deeper, maybe get a little proactive on their defense. Whether or not this is the time now they throw a spanner in the works, a real curveball for Optic to try and catch a grip on. What a series already. Just like, you think at this point, usually it's like at the best of 3, it's like, this is map 2. I mean, yeah, if somebody wins it, it's like,
good,
yeah, cool, we could have. Like I said, this veto for me could go the distance.
Yeah, there's a chance.
Ascent being the one that, in my eyes, is already flipped. Bind if Optic close this.
Yeah, I think in my mind when I came in looking at the veto, I saw Ascent as one for Loud just because I liked how they looked on it. I think they delivered enough to keep me on board. Gets flipped. Okay, cool. Binds the unknown, and we get this close affair. I mean, you can sit there and analyze the rest of the map pools. I'm sure the desk will, but as it stands, we go back in. What does Optic have for us now? Because again, this half of them wasn't great. However, Loud have put 4 players towards A. Les is very alone. He will have support on the way. Sassy's made it over here in time, but again, Optic have built a lot of pressure up on long already. They've taken at least one of the 2 steps that you need here. And now, take a little bit of that space back. Okay, they pulled over an additional player as well. You can have Sadak coming over on this side too.
Aspas could still be called upon here to hold down this Shower's position if Optic decide to TP or even peel away from this. Yeah, head presented, but that's actually going to miss that one. The investment of the Poison Orb now, Optic might actually decide to follow through.
I don't know if they noted this. Les has pushed back up on this. They have no idea. While that flash came through, Les took the advantage. I love that play from him. So brave to do it in these moments. As Jay tries to do the dance, deals with him well. Gonna switch to the secondary and get out of danger. They are desperate to try and shut him down. Aspas even on the case here. But again, we're on 30 seconds. Where is the rest of Optic in this case? Trying to break through towards long. TP taken, rotations pulled, but the player still stands. It's Pancada.
Look at Crashies.
The punishment here. Crashies could be the dagger in the back. No way is Aspas checking this. No way are they checking on this. And okay, we've got to spin across because Pancada's doing similar scenes here. He was waiting very late towards that A side. Sadak's dealt with Crashies, and Pancada's kept space, but you can see that utility just remaining on the side there. So again, they must be aware of this. FNS finds Pancada, that's huge. And now it's all the players coming back in. They've addressed the unknown. They found the player who they did not note before, and now a 3v3.
1 kill on the Viper's Pit for FNS as well. It's an awkward position to get it going though.
Oh, Sassy on the swing! It's so good! And now, the 1v1 freaking Sassy! He's got the Showstopper online. Sassy has got barely any HP, really. Takes some chunks of damage. Victor needs to play so composed here. Keep the pressure up! He finds Sassy!
Attackers win.
It's 14 to 12! Optic have done it in OT! That's 2 now on the board for the boys, and they are looking hot to trot here.
Victor finds the ace to force overtime, then clutches up from that trademark position in Showers. Again, so much to work with in the post plant. Beautifully done by Optic.
Optic are laying foundations right now. The brick by brick mentality coming into play step by step. They are doing this. They are building their own house here in Reykjavik, taking over what any legacy was left because they have just put up a stunner of a performance at 14 to 12 here. Map 2, of course, being a best of 5, though we still have plenty to see. But Ye, for me, really stepped up after not having necessarily a quiet game, but he was really finding a little bit of form later in this as well. We had clutch after clutch. Victor, what a performance from him.
I mean, Ye ended up pulling a 30 bomb there, out of left field. I'm just looking at that, I'm like, wait a minute, okay, fair enough. For Victor as well, like you said, I mean, so pivotal in the post plant for Optic. I mean, the few that they're actually able to comfortably get into. Constantly a threat. Marved as well. Finds himself 5 first bloods here. On the Brimstone as well. It's just like, yeah, fair enough.
For me, again though, Aspas was so close to breaking Optic in that game. Genuinely, he was a conundrum that they were struggling to handle, and he has been so sharp with it as well. Good game for him. Sassy as well. We had actually a good performance from Loud. This was no quiet performance by any means. But again, somehow Optic just elevated again here. 13-9 on the first, now 14-12 on the second. I don't think they can get any closer. Maybe double OT. I don't know how we're going to keep expanding on this. Because Breeze now is the next destination, and I don't know where that goes here.
I mean, I'm leaning towards this being Loud, responding here with a map victory. It's huge that Aspas is able to have a pop-off game here, because coming in, he's going to be pivotal in terms of moving over to that jet on the Breeze, in terms of expectations at least. So big win there, considering he did have a quieter time on Ascent. Loud still did very well on Ascent, so it's not to say that they crumbled without him popping off, but it is massive for him to come up and have a big performance here on Bind.
Absolutely, and I want to see that carry on, because we've seen this now from the Optic players. I want to see it back in from Loud time and time again. I want a full best of 5. Don't let this end too early, okay? Let's go the distance here. And before we do, we're going to go to a break, and we'll be back by the desk.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press
As parents, we've done everything we can to keep our kids safe, happy, and healthy during this pandemic. From finding the best face masks to making sure their hands are clean. And now we have the best tool to help keep them even safer. The most important thing we can do is vaccinate our kids to protect them against COVID-19. Vaccines have been proven safe and effective for children 5 and up. Talk to your child's doctor or visit myturn.ca.gov to find a vaccine near you.
Hey guys, welcome to the neighborhood.
Yeah, there goes our new neighbor.
Honey. Definitely getting new countertops. And we need shades right now.
Buy now, pay over time. Affirm. No late fees, no regrets.
Doctor Strange, I always suspected this day would come. Because you always suspected this day would come. I'm ready.
On May 6th, nothing can prepare you for the mind-bending descent into madness.
This is the only way.
Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. Rated PG-13. See it in premium large formats in IMAX.
Panera chefs have crafted a masterpiece. Succulent seared chicken, a secret aioli, clean ingredients, in a buttery brioche roll made fresh to leave you speechless. Panera's new Chef's Chicken Sandwiches. $1 delivery fee on our app.
Optic, they are one step closer to lifting a trophy here at Masters Reykjavik after that performance on a bind. I'm back on the desk with Doug, Baller, and Sideshow. That wasn't easy, though. That could have really, in the end, Baller, gone to the side of Loud.
Yeah, really. I mean, Aspas was popping off. There was someone on the line and really made the difference.
It was an insane comeback, honestly, because the beginning of the second half was not going their way at all, and I thought, uh-oh, Optic's attack side is looking pretty limp here. This could be a real danger. Both of these maps have gone in a somewhat similar way, where you start to believe in the comeback, and then Optic just managed to pull it out at the end.
They just bait you just when you're fully committed to it. I think Ye had himself an insane map, right? And again, it's very much Ye. We were actually talking about this while the map was going on. It almost feels like if Ye's not dropping a 30 bomb, we're like disappointed.
Yeah, well,
but he was back.
Yeah, he absolutely did. And they managed to take down Aspas, the final boss from Brazil. He put up an electric performance. 29 kills, pulling out so many impact plays, left, right, and center in that second half. But just couldn't get it.
I want to go back to what you were saying, Josh, because you mentioned Optics attacking half and how it hadn't looked great. I think, to be honest, in this series, they have looked a little lackluster. I think the mid-round calling hasn't been there like it was. Defensively, Finesse is Defensively, Finesse is reading them like a book, but on attack, the mid-round calling hasn't looked as good as it has throughout the rest of the tournament, but this felt like a changing moment for me. The mid-round call to go ahead and flip the map, go through Telly, rotate back. You drawn off the rotations, and yeah, they didn't get to the Viper spin in time. That would have been really dope. But it's that kind of thing that I think we've grown to expect from Finesse, and honestly, on the first map, it felt a little lacking. Remember, they only had 3 rounds. This one lacked 2.
The desk at the beginning, you know, before myself and Doug popped up, said that Optic are in the best shape, the best form they've ever been in. And I completely agree with that. We've seen these players in the grand final situation before, but the fluidity, the individual performances, and that calling from FNS has just been sublime.
I mean, let's talk about the fact that Optic have been here before. You guys can see on your screen. The last time they were at a grand final, Bala, it was tears. It was sad. They were 3-0'd by Meg.
You could tell in that match that they were lacking the experience. They were lacking the mental fortitude to be in a grand finals against a team like Meg. This time around, it's completely different. The entire tournament, since that opening match against Ursha, they've looked confident. They've looked like they know what they're doing, and they're changing and doing things throughout the tournament that really makes you wonder what happened. Where'd that old Optic go?
Yeah. I mean, they are one map away now from reversing it completely and just taking the 3-0 sweep. And yeah, it's a map that it's normally their permaban, but at the same time here, there is a chance that Loud just crumble completely.
I think on the other side, we've got to talk about Breeze. We've got to talk about the fact that that's Optic's permaban. I think if there ever was a time for a comeback, it would be Breeze.
Don't say the fateful words, Doug. Don't say them.
This could be a Meg Haven situation. Last time they were here in the grand final, like Bala just described, they got 3-0'd. One of those maps that they lost on was the permaban of Meg, Bala. Do you feel like this could be a similar situation here?
Yeah, this time they're holding on to the long end of the stick instead of the short end in the best of 5 veto situation. But that's the reason I was talking on Ascent, how that I don't think was a must win, because for me, I actually look at Optic and again, it's a new team. This is a team that every time they're losing on a map, they come out with something new, right? Every time they haven't played a map in a while, they're starting to lean away from it. For example, Fracture, which we saw throughout this tournament, get evolved. They come out with something new, something practiced, something that looks good. And in that grand finals where they did play Breeze, they played a troll comp. So you know that they were hiding something.
I mean, troll comp or a real comp, I don't think you'll really see FNS play. If they want to run Jet Chamber, their comp really doesn't, like their roster doesn't allow for it. I think if we're going to talk must-win maps, Loud, not only is this a must-win map because they're down 2-0 in the BO5, but you have to be able to take away your opponent's permaban. You simply have to win here, and that for a myriad reasons. But if they do, there is a serious threat that we go to an electric map 5, an unbelievable giga banger of a BO5 series, the likes of which will remove all of the jaded nature of Pansy's mind and reset her back to her naive youthfulness. That's the kind of game.
What are you?
She's got her arms up in the air right now.
How much copium are you on right now, Josh?
But if you think about the maps that are coming up, it's Breeze, Optic's permaban, and then you'd be going into Icebox, where we've seen success from them before. I think Optic have showcased an ability to really prep heavy for the beginning half of the series, and they've done a great job here. But Loud have to get their mental back in right now.
Absolutely they do. But even still, I think that map 5 is a bit of a reach, right? Because you're going to Icebox, and that was a 13-11 where Les popped off. This series, he has been relatively absent.
He's been quiet, it was like the game of Les's career, to be honest. And we mentioned it at the beginning. How do you ask someone so young with such little experience on a stage as big as this to go, hey man, we need you to do that again?
I will say that if we bring it back to Breeze, Bala, you talked about how Optic, they have what it takes to bring out something new. They played this map 5 times, 4 different compositions, and they still haven't looked good on it, Bala. So
I mean, Lifetime, they haven't really played it much. They're 1-3. They only really played it at before Masters Berlin and at home.
Is that
okay?
Right.
So
well, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select, and Marv is playing Chamber.
And this is why I was saying it. I don't feel like it was a troll comp before, the way that they shifted the roles around. This makes more sense to me. But FNS is not the kind of guy that you want really playing on the Chamber. That's more of what, I mean, Victor tried it previously. Marv's going to try it here today. They want Ye to be playing the Jet, and they want fragging potential, huge amounts of it, coming from the Chamber. And FNS, he's been amazing today, but he's not normally that kind of player that you can rely on. This comp, though, puts Victor more in his role where he can have impact.
Well, Optic, they've come out with something new here. Pansy and Hypok, what do you make of this?
I just feel we're going to find out how deep this rabbit hole goes, right? This is like Wonderland right now with these two, and I don't know if we're Alice or who is at this point, because Optic pulling out a curious comp. Now, what do you make of this?
I mean, it feels a little more comfortable seeing the names next to the agents. I mean, Marv is lethal in that lurking position, right? He's been such a key late round piece for Optic in a number of different ways. could this be him finding a another comfort pick here for him?
But let's go back to the realms of reality. Let's find a little bit of composure here and talk this through.
Let's
this
get
should
real.
be
Let's get real.
Speaking of technical pause,
got a little bit of time to talk about that, I guess.
Brilliant. No, we do need to talk about not only the fact that I am very jaded. Thank you, Desk. Appreciate that one. And I'm willing to be made a believer, right? I'm willing to let this happen. But coming back to what we expect to happen here, this should be Loud comfortably finding this map.
It should be, yeah. I mean, again, we're going to test the recovery factor of Optic, or at least the prep factor here, the innovation sort of factor, whether or not they've cooked up anything that's going to really, really work for them here on Breeze. I mean, you could argue that there's a bit of tape to work from, how well they can apply that here. We've seen that demonstrated very, very well previously by Optic. Yeah, I'm very doubtful. I'm very doubtful. That's the issue, because you always talk about, yes, these are power players, but that switch up a role can really kind of upset the tempo, you know, the comfort in communications, timings, things like that. It just, these slight adjustments can really throw things off. And Optic, where they have looked best is having this robust support system, utility investment. Yes, we're going to build around Ye here, but can Marv really deliver on that role? Again, on the attacking side, eyes don't naturally draw towards him as much.
I think for me, when I consider this game, I'm trying to think of what sort of scoreline would bring me back to normality. What do I need to see from Loud that makes me go, okay, we get to unlock the full best of 5, right? Like that's obviously what we want here. And I do need a commanding scoreline. I need almost denial of any double digits near Optic. I need it to look like, hey, there's a reason that we play this map and you don't. So again, I do need to see a little bit of confirmation of brilliance here from them, because they've had some very close maps and it can be arduous in those sort of games, and this should be quite carefree for Optic to an extent if you think about the pressure and the way it applies. So as it stands, Optic and Victor leading the way forward. Going to cop a little bit of damage and just flash through it. Wait, he found Aspas in the heels. I thought he had no chance of that. Going to dip away just before the shock dart comes in as well. Dink towards Sadak and crashes. Going to find one. Jump peeking on 3 HP, of course you are, Victor. Going to fall back away from this as Jay is going to be catching the cross as well. There are layers to this. Like an onion.
Good choice.
Love a bit of Shrek.
Jumping down from that sort of wild swing.
Zero trade potential on that. Optic are giving them nothing. The literal green wall is still up. They have to go through so much to even try and find a way back into this. Sassy and Panakata, what are you going to do? Okay, Marv's found already one of them. This is clean. That's 5 alive for Optic.
Optic give no opportunity back into sight there for Loud. Again, I've got to say, just desperation to find something. Jump peeking across double doors. And Aspas, if he's going to be playing this position, he has to be very, very careful.
Sure.
I think a lot of these hits are going to come through. We talk about the support system, the utility usage for Optic. They can isolate him and find that kill. Again, it gives the opportunity to that free plant towards main as well. They don't have to safe plant on the right side of this pyramid. They can plant it open.
Again, now it's how far does this go? I look at what can FNS do as well as an in-game leader. Ooh, aggression. There is a trap to this. And if it gets removed, that should be an indicator of something, but going to use a little bit of cover to try and get around, and Victor's like, no, not today, actually.
No
I'm
nonsense.
still watching that. And for me, it's, how much can FNS do on a map like this, trying to call a whole new look? You've been given, a new set of cards to try and play with, completely different card game to try and work out. And for now, it's still looking kind of flawless. It's early, right?
Yeah. See if Pancado and Les can find anything here, but Ye has so much control, so much space here, and actually Les going to be spotted out. Finds the wall bang as well.
Right, fair enough.
You can see the smiles on the faces in the player cams. Yeah, actually Pancado to be removed as well. Again, actually on the other side of things, this is a little bit of a role switch up as well to have Pancado be the one to move across to the chamber.
It's been 2 flawless rounds, right?
Yeah, back-to-back Prime Gaming flawlesses. Is it happening?
No.
All right. We'll check back in 5 rounds or so, I guess.
Yeah. give me like 2 full gun rounds, and I'll tell you. I'll tell you at that point. Like, I just feel like we're watching like the possibility of something great, but then, you know, reality, you wake up and it just doesn't happen anymore. Sadak just get it fruity with it. The underhand flash is so good. Aspas and Sadak, I love that play. Just crunching towards middle. Like, guys, you've been running this. We know what you're up to. Not going to happen again. Yay with the upgrade, though, going to dive on in, gets himself a rifle, and actually has facility now to cross towards A. They're going to be able to get that side cross in. There could be a flank coming in, though, so there is a bit of a time limit towards it. Looking towards that spike going down.
Obviously, the trap's removed. With Marv falling, Victor has to opt towards that safe plant. Pancada's here so early.
Yeah, when do they even consider this? When does this become something that internal clock determines is a problem? But they're so dedicated towards... Ooh, the shot goes out from Pancada. He doesn't find what he wants, but it's a trade. Let's find Victor, and Crashes comes right back in. Yay, what? Excuse me, Optic. This is not meant to be what you're doing here. You're on the bonus round. Yeah, he's barely alive, but it doesn't matter. It's still a body to try and get past Sassy. Has to overextend to find Crashes. He pushes in, and Crashes finds him. Okay, maybe I'm aboard. Maybe. That's 2 standing, 2 rifles now come through. That's 3 on the board, and they can push the money right back down for Loud here.
Crashes, man. Goes huge, finds this first kill. Then the second, actually the follow-up, the swing from Ye to secure that kill onto Pancada. He was the threat in that round, Lauren. As soon as Marv falls, so much space to be taken. And like I said, the timing, he's so early. As soon as the spike's planted. Wow. That is a massive swing. Converting the bonus here.
And talk about pressure, that puts it right back in Loud's corner, right? Like, hey, this is your map, remember? This is the one that we don't play. You better turn up now. This is when you start getting a little worried, getting a little nervous. There's already Ye starting to feel himself pushing further in towards the site. A quick beheading towards Sassy, but you can see Sadak trying to get right into it. Crashes.
Clean.
Quelling the problem as Aspas did slip the net. Les finds Ye. Okay, they are still being a huge problem here, and I kind of like that. Getting under the skin.
3v3, but look at the HP here. Less on 5, Aspas on 21. A Vandal to work with, but lots of ground to cover. Pancada going to find one onto Crashes, though.
Absolute shots and a half.
The ball's going to cut them off.
That's 2 of them, though. Can they trade it effectively if they do go through that? Let's see if they can make it right. Oh, he gets outdone. Les has got him. And this could be the answer right back out of the FNS. The Kingmaker himself has to deliver. Stand and do anything. No, Aspas waited so patiently. Finds the timing, finds the defuse, and Loud. A stark reminder, this should be their map.
Convert that Thrifty again after conceding the bonus. Optic is still going to be pretty flush in terms of the finances.
Yeah, they got 9K.
Up to 9K.
With ult.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing. With finding 3 rounds unanswered, Crashes, Ye, and Victor all now sit on their ultimates. Actually, we'll be able to spread the funds as well to make sure Marv has got a rifle. Loud of, I'll be honest, especially in these buy rounds, they have to start preventing Optic from finding a plant. Also finding the first blood. Because Optic, I mean, even you see Ye there, the willingness to dig so deep towards spawn. First time actually Optic going to lean towards B in the early round, and there's a Viper's Pit to deal with.
But I like this from Aspas already starting to walk tube as well.
It
it instantly allows for rotation. I really like that.
Look at the setup.
Get out of my way!
Towards Archers. See Pancada tucked in deep. Sassy actually going to clear out with the Owl drone.
I'm so prepared for this.
Yeah.
You are powerless.
No snake bite either.
Nope. Okay. Yay. What you got for us here? It's not clean enough. Yeah. Loud are so prepared for that. That was a gorgeous round from them. Perfect rotations, beautiful positioning. Even with everything that Optic brought out there, it made no odds to it. And just that push-up alone from Aspas taking so much space, patience being delivered.
Which is why it's kind of key for Optic to remain in this default, at least show presence elsewhere. I mean, like I said, this is the round where the Viper's Pit's invested. It's the first time that Optic have lent this way. And whether or not Loud can have that sort of comfort in any of the other rounds that Optic decide to explore towards B, we'll have to wait and see. But so yeah, that's going to swing right back in favor of Loud, and actually on the back of the Thrifty conversion. Look at their funds now. Aspas immediately punishing Ye. Get a key engagement towards Tube here.
That's really setting the bar, isn't it, going forward of, hey, that's a fight you might have to have.
Right here.
Glasgow kiss from the Owl drones. It's Marved actually now. The back of Sassy being forced back. Interesting here is there's lots of space that Optic are able to find. The wall's going to go up, but
He baited the drop. I'm wondering if they'll be able to find any value off the back of that, if anyone gets a little bit hap-handed. Aspas, okay, so it's going to kind of reassure that there is still a play here, but Mars found Pancada, so
Victor's
again,
found one as well.
Yeah, this is huge. They've been able to just slip a little bit deeper as Crashy's threading the needle, but just spots a player out of place. Going to try and find this extended fight with Aspas. Not pretty enough to make it work there. And now you look at these positions. Sadak noting one on the way back in. Aspas aware of it too. Good work to clear. And now the two isolated on the side. Marv drifting across. Got a little bit, but it'll at least allow for the plant to come in. Marv has to be key in this, though.
and
I guess
already
that's
finds one
way to do it. Starts well and now can hit that rotation. And you've got to look at the other side of things for FNS. He has to play his life here.
The plant is open, so Marv now repositioning. Can actually be in a position to bail FNS out. If he just tucks into Brick, and then Marv can take first contact.
He's got to play a little bit deeper. If he goes down first, it's all for nothing. FNS takes that first real contact. That's lovely work. The push and pull between the two. Sadak has no options. Optic toying with them now. Converting the round when they did need it to get back on track here of keeping that scoreline building in their way. 4-2 here.
Textbook stuff. Once again, Marv repositioning, allowing FNS, like I said, to tuck in behind Bricks. At that point, feels so comfortable for Optic. That's the opener as well. Marv finding a key fight towards B, and actually Victor on the other side, things following up. Beautiful round from Optic.
Nice! Good job, John. Good job.
I feel like they're playing carefree here, and that can be a really dangerous game. No expectations on them, at least in this map on its own, but a complete parallel to how Loud will be feeling, in my mind. Substantial pressure, have to deliver on a map that's meant to be in their favor. Obviously, at this sort of scoreline, has to happen now.
So if Optic can find another opener here towards B, it's a slow approach here, almost to the minute mark on the clock. This time around, actually Loud playing a little deeper. They're actually going to spot out a lot with that swing. Resets it. I mean, it's again going to be Sassy from Arches.
Got to be on red alert, right?
Yeah, I mean, less. He's got to stay alive here. I mean, it's Yay on the other side, but Optic actually peel away from this.
I'm trying to see if Ye's going to be able to get given an angle. Oh! Yeah, he did get given an angle. They maybe thought they were hitting the brakes for a second, and Sassy gets punished, as does Less. And now the rotations are desperate. They're trying to get towards the right place, and even just this to cut off the vision. FNS is going to lock down the sidelines. They can get that spike across now and safely get that plant in. Marv waiting. Just eats the flash. He looks dead and gone, buried. It looked like he almost got away, but caught in the end by Sadak and keeps a little bit of chance here. For the Loud side, still paranoid about middle having to take the time to clear. Aspas forced to do so, but Ye's isolated Sadak and no trade could have been found. As you can see, Victor waiting in the fumes. Spots a barrel, takes a life, and now the 1v2 Aspas. How much can one man do here? He's still got a little bit of time with this, but Victor, the only one he's really noted. Good tag, but no frag. Victor's still alive, and you can see the readjust as well. Crashy's closing in, and he's got no idea of it. Crashy's the surprise on the corner, and Optic, they look pretty good here, Mike. I'm getting worried for Loud.
Yeah, I'm already worried, and it's only 5-2. It's still doable here for Loud to string together some rounds and actually having the benefit of the economy at least being built up here. Pancada now sat on the tour de force, so he can offset this purchase just a little bit, but they are going to pump the brakes. They're going to call the timeout.
They have to. This, as I said, when we look at what this map means, right, for Optic, it's not necessarily a throwaway. Obviously, you'd love to win it. That's just stupid. However, what it is a no-pressure map in that regard, right? We don't have to win this. We got a whole other map.
Anything's a bonus, right?
Exactly. We don't play this at all. This is, you know, we never really lean on this. It's fine. We can play fast, loose, new roles coming out. You flip the script, you look at Loud. It is the polar opposite.
Absolutely. Whether or not, I mean, for me, it's got to be Aspas to really be the one to find some value in the early rounds here if Loud decide to switch things up. Because Optic, it's another example of you give them the space, they're absolutely making it work here. struggled a little bit on their attacking side of Bind, but here they have so much control early on. Marv's able to get so deep twice now towards Nest and find an opener towards B. And that's actually when Loud have preemptively rotated. They've got the right read. They keep throwing away rounds like that, it's going to be really, really difficult for them to establish any sort of foundation for this comeback. But it is only 3 rounds. Blade Storm available, Tour de Force available here. So now still have a chance. Actually, Sadhax does have his ultimate as well. Potential here to deny a stacked up execute. That's what Optic decide to opt for. He's looking as if that might be the case. Aspas actually suppressed here, so he's out in no man's land without a dash. He didn't get cleared by the drone. Potentially he's not cleared. The flash almost perfect here.
They have no idea. Aspas can do so much damage. That's 2 already. Tries to go forward, gets a 3rd, gets a rifle, and gets to keep his life. Unbelievable scenes from Aspas. We said he had to be a proponent for this side to really propel them forward, and he's being just that. Crashies can't do anything to clear him. He is standing tall and holding the line for Loud.
That's what they needed. The 4K, the prime gaming flawless, Lauren. And it's Aspas, like I said, he needs to be the one to be the aggressor for Loud. The flash is almost perfect, Ads. I think he's scared to turn it. Doesn't matter anyway, he goes unchecked and punishes Optic for it.
1 enemy remaining.
Just when you need him to as well. Finds a response, finds Loud's 3rd round. Actually on the back of that, we'll get the operator online. So an opportunity for him to actually use that as a...
You want to play? Let's play.
Real catapult into the next few rounds. Forced away though from double doors initially. Yeah, he's actually burnt up his dash pretty early on as well, so I mean, any sort of burst to this, but Marv will find an opener. That's over towards Pyramid. That's from mid.
That's a problem.
That's the second time as well Sadak's been spotted jump peeking here.
Aspas, I mean, it'd be a hard trade.
I mean, again, he's out in nowhere. He's out in no man's land.
And now he's feeling very alone. The wall divide, and Aspas caught in a tricky spot. 2 players on the other side, and he's paranoid about middle.
There's nobody holding his double door, so he has to worry about both angles here. Like, he has to worry about so many angles here.
Potentially so much. Obviously, we know where they are and where they aren't, but he's got no idea. And you can see...
No dash.
He's now stuck, and a missed shot. It goes astray. Panic starts to set in. All the fear is starting to build up. He still holds it. He still holds the line.
It's a fake.
And you're absolutely right. While all this was happening, it was only ever 2 players. Left. And even one of them makes it away. FNS makes a mad dash for it back towards that B site. The spike's going to go down. And yes, they're going to be able to get back here in time, at least to maybe challenge, but already Optic are going to be able to just absolutely lock this site down. This is brutal for Loud now. Oh, and Marv's going to make it worse. A quick pick on Pancada, and he's not relenting at all. He wants to take this fight. He'll be the man you have to pass. 37 HP, but he's still standing. Right here. Has to finally relent a little. Leave it up to the others. Yay, controlling middle. And they're getting nothing. Marv, the immovable man, still finds 3 in this post plant. Ye's there, and Yay is the one to shut down the account. Optic are pulling out all the stops here.
Beautiful response as well. Aspas completely played out of that round. Okay, he's posted up.
And he still hit that shot,
Eventually finds one, but I mean, at that point, there's nobody else there to follow through. And actually, for FNS, it's almost like, yeah, the operator's there. Guys, hit B, fast.
Yeah, it gives you even more incentive, right? It's just like you're already kind of trending that way, so. Yeah, this is tough times. Brazilian fans, to watch this, you felt safe here maybe. You thought this could have been the way back in, the reverse sweep potentially, but Optic proving their metal off that lower bracket run, and you're right. It's quick, it's pacey, and Ye's already in, but it gets dealt with. Quickly quelled by Aspas, who gets himself out of danger as well. He notes that there's more coming his way. The site will be at least kind of given up to an extent. Static still fighting for it. The trade does come through, but mid's already been questioned. Pancada fills the space, and Loud holding on to this. Crashies, I don't see this happening for you. You now got so much to try and get past. I mean, the man can turn that real easy. A cheeky underhand is not enough to get past Crashies. He knows where one is now, and they're going to know that there was that lurk in middle. He knows where these last two players are. Can he at least get the plant down and keep his life? Barely. 8 HP. And he might get the timing on this if he is able to get one and back away. He couldn't disengage, but what an attempt. That could have been something to truly fear going forward, but Les is alive. Les will get the defuse, and that will be 4.
Great discipline from the young player here for Loud as well, not to overpeak as soon as that door opens. Actually, when things start falling apart for Loud. Pancada there, just in the nick of time. He's still nearly, thank God they were stacked up again.
Yes. He was, I felt like he almost hit that mode where it lines up for you. Just full like Neo in the Matrix, just like everything makes sense. A well-needed round there, the Brazilian side. Keep that scoreline close because again, this is, I wanted this to look clear-cut, and that is something it certainly is not. Yeah. Yeah.
By a long shot as well.
Now, but there shouldn't be depth, right? So that's something we do have to bring up, that if you're not playing a map on a regular basis against high-tier teams, right, you shouldn't technically have the depth to be able to adjust all this much. But again, this freedom that Optic are showing, these good, just kind of, not necessarily fast and loose calls, but just kind of feeling out the game is working very well for them.
Yeah, and ultimately that leans towards FNS, right, to be able to really get a read on the game and call decisively in the mid-round, which we've seen, like that round with the Aspas on the operator towards A, right? As soon as that indicator's shown, Optic are in a position to capitalize on it immediately. So you've got to give credit where it's due. But Loud, is this the start of them stabilizing a little bit here? If they can tie up this half, it would be nothing short of a miracle in my eyes, especially with how it started.
Yeah, well, they've got to stem the bleed. They were hemorrhaging rounds until the last few that they've been able to put a couple back on the board. But again, even just seeing the scoreline, it's still a little baffling to me, a little bit of a conundrum. It should never have been like this. And we do then have to turn the narrative and the idea of this game that this could be a 3-0 if it keeps going Optic's way. It does feel like it's going to stop, that Loud should have that capability, but Aspas already going walkabouts.
And this is the man we needed for Loud to be.
Nowhere to run!
In a position to find damage, but actually the Hunter's Fury from Crashies will find one. Sassy in response, nothing at all.
Oh,
and Marved is on the punish.
Get out of here, Marved. Uncalled for almost, but so aware. So capable. Again, this should be a free plant. No one can challenge. You know that Les is kind of posted on that B site. You know where all these players are going to be. You know where Sassy is after the Hunter's Fury. You got a little bit of freedom. The only unnoted player would be Sadak, who now... That's CT and Victor waiting on the other side. Barrel shown, frag found, underhand, and this manager's shutting this out.
Got safe.
That's it, back away. This is 7.
Sassy might even get hunted down here as well. Marved eager.
They need these rifles, Mike.
Still wins it, Marved.
No.
And Crashies is going to find the second.
Flawless.
It's a prime gaming flawless, Lauren. Loud. I mean, they're on the struggle bus now. They're staring down the barrel of an 8-4 half on what should have been a given coming to Breeze here. Crashies stepping up for Optic, 13-5, leading the charge. Yay as well, 10-6.
Optic are becoming the embodiment of a nightmare right now. This was never meant to be the map this happened on. This is when you get those fever dreams, just dragging you out of your sleep to a reality you just never expected, because this was, as said, meant to be the safety net. This was the map that was meant to, if you needed it, bring it back in. The whole advantage of the veto set this into motion. Time to fight, it's time to throw down. Optic get a real quick fight on this. Loud gonna try and fight this mid presence that has been shown time and time again. Crashies gonna try and deal with it as best he can. Spots at least a player, but it doesn't matter. Sadak has had enough of this.
Loud now find themselves a 4v3. A man advantage here. That's with the Viper's Pit as well, going to be able to slow down anything, but look where Ye's managed to get
to. You can see that slow rotation of the spike. It's going to be there eventually. It's just how much can they keep their attention on Marv potentially.
He's been lurking here so often as well, just to plant the seeds of a potential fake, but then be able to backstab mid. Sassy on the cross.
Might keep a player dedicated. Again, if they can keep a couple more... Oh, Ye's got him! Ye overextends through CT. This is massive. The only one who can maybe divide this is Aspas. He has to be... Oh, Ye! Get out of here! This guy's a god! Straight straight up.
Did Marv spot him?
He's just going to tuck himself in regardless. He can hold the entirety of mid if he wants to. The timing, it looks like he's dead. He is. Okay, it's a 2v2. It's still possible. Less playing back around on the flank. Where does Salak go? CT or mid? It looks like he's going to opt for CT. That puts him Ye's realms of reality. This guy is just on a tear. Ye is feeling this game. It's all his. And what does Les do with it? Well, you got to go for it, right? You got to do something. You got to try and make this moment your own, because right now you are staring down a dire situation. Ye is being so slippery and time is being bought, and Les is being pulled in every direction. Victor closes down, and I did not expect this scoreline at all, Mike.
Absolute perfection there from Victor and Ye, just to bait and play each other in. I mean, there's nothing for Les to do. And Ye just landing every shot necessary to secure this. Fantastic performance here on Breeze in the first half.
All of Loud's biggest fears have to be coming true in front of them in these seconds, in these rounds. Every single one is accumulating now, because it's not meant to have been like this. It really wasn't. Is it enough, though? That's the big question. Do Optic still have more to bring, or Loud, are they just going to wake up and make this game their own? Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypok. It was not meant to be like this. This was the map that we had the most questions about when it comes to Optic. Sideshow, are you impressed with how well they've done so far? Does it exceed your expectations?
No, I'm pretty disappointed, actually. About how no, this is insane. I mean, they've just come out and they've only tweaked a few little pieces, and suddenly they look amazing. I think they're really just feeling the momentum.
They may want to stop banning Breeze at this point.
Yeah, I think there's one player, I think, on Loud that's really trying to keep them in the game. In certain rounds, it feels like Aspas is doing everything he can to keep him up. He's 11-9 now, but he needs to go nuclear in the second half to keep him in.
And it feels so Herculean out of Aspas, while on the side of Ye, it feels easy, right? It kind of feels like he's breezing, he's just chilling. The team is setting him up super well. Meanwhile, for Aspas, it feels like he's having to 1v5 every single round to try to make something happen, and that's exhausting.
Ye throughout this tournament has been consistently great, but I feel like he's taking the step in this match and this map into absolute excellence. This was Aspas, and what a play it was.
And that's what I mean, right? Like it's requiring plays like that where he just kind of has to put the team on his back and go, guys, I'm going to try to do something on my own to keep it competitive.
And it's so difficult.
I get scared for the second half here too, because Ye has a wealth of possibility to go crazy on the op, to go crazy on the aggression. This map is a Jets playground, especially when he has the team able to support him.
I mean, Aspas almost reminds me of what Ye was trying to do against Mech back at Masters Berlin, you know, doing everything in his power. But Pansy asked the question, is this enough now, do you guys think?
I think so. This looks to me like Optic in unstoppable form with fingertips already on the trophy.
Yeah, this feels like Final Form Optic 1000%. This is too difficult to overcome.
Oh, well, Bala, you're going to get to keep your hair. But Loud, they have to dig deeper here if they want a shot at that trophy. Take it away, Pansy and Hypok.
Well, now, Mike, it's now, never, right? This is do or die time. I wasn't ready for this in this moment. I think a lot of us were waiting for those next maps, but as said, Optic took the ball by the horns and they've dragged this game as potentially the close. Loud, how much do you want this? How bad do you want to fight for this? It's up to you now. You get the attacking side to define it. At 4-8, Optic in the lead.
I'm actually going to try and send 2 down tube here. Try and backstab this A-site hold of Optic. There's no trap here, so Optic have to be conscious of the possibility, but it's a 3-man walk. See Victor just holding contact here on the road. Going to find the first, though. Aspas elsewhere will find Ye.
Good trade out, at least. They've managed to slip the net a little bit here. So Victor is potentially about to be crunched, yeah. Brilliant work from Aspas. Maybe he can't 1v5 every round, but he can certainly find a bit of impact here and there. Yeah, Finesse has a nasty little copy to be in. Oh, that's unfortunate for Crashies, but good work for Loud.
I don't know if I can take another second half comeback. I really don't. Loud get the pistol. We'll see how far this goes. Can they do it once again? Great opener as well. To walk this through again. No trap in tube. Optic were aware of the possibility, at least. Victor in position to try and spot that out, but punished for it. Loud come back and says, Pancalo actually going to run this through with a ghost, but 2 Bulldogs. Be key here to take some ranged engagements, but it's not Loud again. Rinse and repeat here. The same triple walk down tube. This time around, Aspas going to be positioned towards main.
Is there a flash? Okay. I'm waiting for the contact. Yeah, it's out of sorts. It looked like off the back of contact they want to do a deep flash to try and maybe crunch a player with that right click, but not going to be the case. Optic being handled comfortably. Aspas, you're nasty with it. A flawless round. And Loud get right back on track. We need them to wake the hell up here. Otherwise, well, they won't have a chance to. So Rifle's going to come out now for Optic.
Another bonus round for Loud?
Should be. If it's sticking to the script.
Aspas 2 off the Blade Storm here, so potential to retrieve one early on. If he finds a kill, that could really turn this round in their favor. That's going to opt for the Spectre here, so it's feeling as if he's going to be the tip of the spear in terms of this B site hit, because Lent has 4 here with 1 player towards bottom mid.
It's quick rotations though from Optic. They're all on route.
Crashy actually managed to get out of nest there.
I have no idea how he's still alive, honestly. Marv looks like he could be in danger as well. This is very precarious at the moment. Loud going to try and close the gap. Great work between Pancada and Aspas. Still doing the damage, but on the back lines, Optic hold. The slow going to keep that spike safe out of the hands of Loud for now, and Sassy can't quite get it back. At least going to get the upgrade to the Bulldog, but again, what else are you going to do with this now?
It'll be so difficult for them to retrieve the spike. Actually, both should be noted here, but FNS has gone walkabouts on mid. Marv down to 56 HP, he's got to be careful here. Cannot give his life away. But Victor in a really rough spot.
Yeah, and FNS needs to speed this up a little bit, and Sassy's already considering
well, the timing's not there, yeah.
So now it just, yeah, that's lovely. Knife in the back, FNS. Gonna dip away. The Assassin gonna make it out, no problem. Sit on a new, deeper angle. Pancada, nothing feels safe anymore. The back line has been broken. You noted Victor, and obviously they know where Marv
30
was
seconds left.
earlier on, but again, this is gonna need some real theatrics to get this one going, and I like this deeper hold from Victor again, allowing FNS to sit on that A site, play a little safer. Pancada now, trying to at least crest the corner, and there it is, Victor waiting. 3 stand, 3 rifles. Another round for Optic.
Big win. Big win from Optic to close that out, but Loud, you know, they came into that. Almost doing a little bit of damage helps to get some of these ultimates a little closer. Aspas now on the Blade Storm. Potential here to run the operator, and yeah, look at as if that's going to be the case. Position towards mid here, whether or not he's going to find an open angle through double doors. Same setup once again from Optic as well. Actually, with the adjustment of Marv being over towards A side, at least investing a trap this time around. Yay to hold down the fort towards B site. Now should almost be expecting this operator purchase. Now it's noted. See how now Optic react on the back of that. Almost anticipating a B hit. With only 1 player spotted in mid. Yeah, this is this feels like a little gamble here. Well, an overread almost.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to pay off. As wrong place potentially. And wrong time. As Loud building in towards this A hit.
Victor's got his knife back online now. It would be the perfect timing to invest this.
Yeah, I think they're starting to question it because Crashies are starting to drift back over towards this A site. So I'm surprised they haven't. Oh, I guess that'll do it. No worries. Fragment gonna follow. Victor gonna fall off this. And FNS tucks himself in the corner.
Created this pocket once again. There comes the knife from Victor.
And there's a flank on the route as well. You can see it, yay, in those back lines. Aspas has to go huge here.
Yeah, he does. Well, he has to get this door open at the right time. FNS is unnoted by the Aldrome because of this pocket.
The Kingmaker himself could be so essential to this round. He's going to hear all these steps. He's going to call it out, but Aspas finds Victor. But there he is, unleashing, just destroying them. And there should be the follow-up from Yay. It's perfect from Optic. As much as Aspas could have been a problem with this time, it doesn't matter. It's slipped between the fingertips. And he's going to just face the music here, as this may be the last chance to dance for them. As 10 will be on the board here. Aspas desperate to take him down with him, but it's done for. It's cooked. That's 10 now for Optic.
And they remove the operator. FNS, man, with the trap play. Just a little pocket to play from, and he absolutely punishes Loud. Beautiful setup.
So nice.
Again, actually, the trap goes off as well, makes it even worse for Loud. They can't even get out of dodge.
The timing from Ye to be able to get around there, just on the back of that trade towards FNS. Super nice. Well, welcome to Loud's absolute dread and torment. This was never how it was meant to be. This was never the intended outcome. And Aspas again has to be almost destroyed at having to pull this one forward at this point. Desperate for an opportunity. Pleading for a chance here, as Optic are giving them nothing.
No angles presented here for Aspas with the Blade Storm. Again, same setup from Optic. They're happy to just sit really deep on this. Victor not even investing his utility early on. It's just crashes to send out the recon and the owl drone.
And Marv's on this. A little bit more of a passive angle as well. Could catch that cross if Aspas doesn't do this diligently.
Out of range. Teleport's ready.
And Marv hyper-focused towards middle, but while this happens, it is going to be building towards that A-site hit. But again, deep play. Doesn't get anything, I think, off the back of that.
My ult is ready. Deploying drone.
This is so much on Aspas, though. Again, it's Sheriffs.
Yep.
It's light armor, it's a Guardian.
Panicada, though.
Panicada's actually found FNS, so that is the one real Guardian of that A-site removed. This is a chance now for a plant. This could be much better for them. This could be a big chance, maybe 7, if they get it just right. Fragment finds nothing, but Marv does. Gets out of danger, but there's still a player in mid. Doesn't see Aspas. He was so paranoid about that for a while. As Ye's gone down, as Crashies, Victor, and Marv. How do you find these final players? I guess this readjust is going to make it even harder here.
Sassy's got the Hunter's Fury, but he's playing so deep that Victor's ultimate, I don't even think cancels it out just yet.
No, I don't think so either. A tap on the spike. There it is, called in. Victor wants in. Tries to push further. I don't think they can dig them out of these positions. I don't think they can do much about it. Victor's going to sit this, so they've got to check on the defuse. He gets to halfway, but that's about all it's going to get as Marv. Going to try and back away from this. Operator to hand is valuable enough, and Loud going to stay alive for another round.
They cling to life here with a thrifty round win. Perfect execution, removing FNS so early and making perfect use of that space.
He needed it so badly.
Again, anticipating the null command coming through as well. And that's how it came through. Right. Do that again then. It's completely, and by the way, FNS was playing right side of Pyramid there. He's not even tucked up on his wall.
Teleport's ready. That works.
Looks like the double operator kind of is coming out here. I believe Marv's going to pop the ult. So a new look for Optic. Technically can suit this map incredibly well. Those long lines of sight.
Look at where Pancada's playing.
And the ult as well. But no one actively watching Tube at the moment, so I'll be interested to see if that comes around in the end, because they're being hyper proactive towards middle at the moment for Optic.
Victor at least preemptively looking to use his knife here just as a information gathering tool. Ahead of any contact just yet. Crashy, easy clears.
Saw it.
He saw it come through, yep.
He knows there's now problems. Victor needs to be on red alert. He's going to try and back away in time. He now knows what the plan is. They've found them. At least for now. FNS going to try and keep control, but they've broken through by the door. That's good work already. Oh, and a little sloppy from FNS walking back in. Panicada already had that. Yay, can't find a way through. Crashy's locked out as well. The wall should facilitate the cross, at least to get the spike planted. Yay, a little late on it, but he's going to get there in time. Crashies did find Sadek, so it's not over yet, but retaking with these operators ain't going to be easy either. And there's the ult on the other side coming out.
Viper's Pit to completely cut off one side here. 2 snake bites available for less as well. Can Optic break through? It's still a 3v3. Have to make use of the time here.
How do they clear this? Anything left in the kit? Not really. Les is going to play that time perfectly. A shoulder shown and a spray committed. Crashes as well. He found another Yay. Found Panicada. And now it's just Les in a 1v2. But time, they've got to close this down fast. And Les, he gets one of the way. But time, I don't know if they've got enough time on this. I don't think they do at this point.
I think he's got it.
No way. Yay.
Yeah, he's got it.
Yay.
Are you kidding me?
You cannot use the green wall against Optic. They get the defuse and they get the round.
We get a pick. We move
what a fumble. Sassy has 2 shock darts there as well. It's perfect from Optic to dig that deep, completely wrapping the Viper's Pit. Like I said, they had to make use of time to get to the backside of that ultimate. 2 snake bites, 2 shock darts. Oh, they had so many tools at their disposal. Ultimately, it's on Pancada there, really to take first contact. Sassy shouldering. They gain nothing out of that.
There's no way this is happening. It's a timeout. Loud are sweating bullets. They look frayed. They look panicked. They look like they're being pushed to their limits.
That was flustered.
That
post plant there, I've got to say, they've dropped the ball massively.
Yes, they have.
Massively.
And that's something I wouldn't really put with them. They've always looked quite good so far in this tournament. I don't think they've looked pressured like this before.
I'll be honest, I mean, even domestically here, it's almost skewing the perception. Breeze, they usually, do not lose post plants. Like, it's one of the biggest success factors for them on Breeze. So to see them, that was sloppy. That's like the pressure's on. Overthinking slightly.
Yep. Eager
to really be decisive and not allow Optic to creep up closer and closer, but I gotta say, you just gotta stick to your guns there. You have to. They had all the tools necessary to win that round, and they fluffed it.
But again, how many times we brought out how young this roster is as well? Some of the players coming onto this stage, this is where those nerves happen. This is where that comfort that Optic has. You know, when I talk about FNS being a kingmaker, he brings out the best in these boys. He makes them thrive in these scenarios, and he's put them on 11-7 right now, and we go back into this. This is Loud's moment to try and find something.
There's nothing left in the bank. Sadak's even on a Bulldog here. Bulldog, light shield.
It's not pretty. It's really not pretty.
They're going to try and get Sadak pretty deep in tube here to make use of his null command. In that AoE, way more effective. It's going to force Optic all the way out to the right side of default. Doing exactly that. Remove FNS's utility. Should open the front door here.
Yeah, this looks, crunch looks perfect. Sadak's even found Marv. This is great. Who beginning FNS? What? That shot is filthy. Takes down Aspas, has no right for it. Panic has to respect that. They have to respect this. Ye gets put down to 29 HP. Crashy's still trying to deny the plant, at least by a little bit of time here. Sassy's found Victor in the meantime, though. 2 now stand. Pancada is still holding the line. This is all on Crashies now. It's done for. Good work from Loud. A resounding response in their dire, dire hours.
Huge round to swing here. On the back of Sadak, like I said, it's going to force Marv into that very awkward position here, especially with FNS being suppressed.
Yeah.
You see straight away they punish that. FNS lands a disgusting shot onto Aspas with the Spectre. I mean, dashing into nothing. There was no safety net there for Aspas to even survive, but throws his life on the line. Loud convert their 8th.
And it's so necessary.
3 rounds.
They've broken the money, at least for now, as well.
There was nothing left for Loud.
It was the Bulldog coming out. What a critical moment in their story here today. But you can't underestimate Ye popping those knives out and just push himself up a little deeper into towards shoot. Maybe trying to address this issue of players creeping through. We've seen this a couple of times now. They've been trying to make this play. Now Ye is going to put himself towards it. Pancada on the other side. Ye, does he clear it well? Yes, he does! Sharp, surgical precision. But it's only frenzies beyond that. A rifle did get recovered for Ye, but again, for Loud, it's back to business. Take the site. Dropped across. Ye delivers it. Posts it up. Lesso so aware of the flank coming in, but the timing now. Victor holds. It looks like he's considering the chance of it, but the timing. Victor's been allowed a moment up and above we go. They just don't land for Ye this time. Less again finds Victor. This is Loud doing exactly what was needed. I got a little nervous. When Crashies does that, it's fine. It's fine. Loud are fine. To a life.
Cool. Yeah, force 3. Yeah, cool. Force 3 repurchases here for Loud, but for Optic, obviously we know coming into that, not an awful lot to work with other than the Blade Storm. Actually seeing Marv throw the operator in the mix once again. Optic actually going to call the timeout here because it's starting to get a little tense.
Yes.
Loud win this buy round. You've got to expect they're leaning towards tying this up.
Absolutely.
Which isn't a conversation we should even be happening.
No.
I mean,
I'm off script, man. I didn't have my notes ready for this yet.
It's another second half from Loud that's just...
Yeah. And last time we what? An OT?
Yeah.
It's getting closer and closer. These guys are truly resilient to the core. Don't know when they're done.
I mean, you posed the question. This is the depth of Optic here on Breeze being tested. This is all on the fly, right? You've got to assume it's all on the fly.
And again, I'd say some of these players are great at that, but it is very hard to do that against A collective
on
who
this
plays
stage,
this. So again,
when you're not even meant to win the map as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's the difference, right? So it's like, again, for me, I'm just waiting for that penny to drop. The Loud just go, all right, let's shut them down now. We've had enough of this. Let's just close out the game. But I'm like, every single time there's that moment of danger. Now they've been able to at least roll around with the money coming back into their pockets. So there's a full purchase for Optic here and another chance to book in 12, which is bare minimum OT. Now on the other side for Loud, they do have a good buy coming into this. Ults, not quite there yet. But again, the rifles are at least in the right place.
Here where Ye decides to post up. A bit of a switch up, actually. FNS trying to get away with...
Again?
Yeah, the same trick once again in the previous round, but this time... See, actually, he does set it up, so potentially here to try and bait somebody to clear it, but... Loud here opt towards a more traditional setup. 3 players towards mid here. It's the first time we've really seen Victor potentially in a position to pop flash out. Crashy should be able to feed him the information. With nothing there, it's Sassy spotted so deep it doesn't really tell them anything. Doesn't paint a picture here for Optic.
No, it doesn't. They didn't even know Aspas at this point, so it's not completely useless, obviously, but it really doesn't give you any of those finer details. Victor's still waiting. You can see there was still that moment of consideration. It's going to be Ye, though.
This is a curveball, though. To have Ye posted up
rather
here,
than FNS, that's a big difference.
Yeah. And it's with the operator. He can dash away. FNS can reinforce that hold towards default. And actually, Victor in position to cut off the split. It's not going to come through, though. It's going to be the traditional here for Aspas and Sadak. They're going to try and walk tube once again.
And that has been critical, though. They've been able to really deal with the player like FNS, who's been tucked in that corner. They've been, getting that crunch down just right. Here comes that pressure. Flash goes through. Victor, is it your job to handle this? Who's going to keep them safe here? 30 seconds. You got to make your move, Loud, because Ye's still there. Ye's found less. FNS gets traded, but Crash is waiting on that cross-up. Ye's gone down. This is the crunch. That pinch in play. Victor. It's 17 seconds, Loud. Get on the side. Get that spike down. Sassy keeps his life, but might have just kept hope alive. Marv now in the 1v3, but the plant is down, and this should be Loud's round. Position already considered, already being watched. Pancada shuts it out, and we're at double digits now. Louder back in this game.
How did they manage to break that crossfire setup? Like I said, Victor holding on to basically denying the split from coming through. There's 2 players from Loud on stairs for like 15 seconds. You noted it, the time was burning away. That crossfire setup was beautiful. From spawn towards boxes. And they, again, just give them a little pocket to play from. They absolutely make it work.
Aspas is doing everything he can for his side as well. 22 kills already. Highlight performance for him in my mind.
Following up from the Bind performance. Called it.
Very true.
To ride that wave, the momentum.
Victor, don't be doing lazy jump peeks here because Victor's going to find you. That's a rifle and he's just going to get the hell away if he can. Run, boy, run. You got a free gun. And he's actually made it out scot-free. That's a fumble. And probably a frustrating one at that.
Yeah, again posted up, close contact. Different angle here. Does get cleared with the hour drone though. Get away, spam down to 20 HP, but no kill.
I'm still alive, as is FNS. But again, these weapons, they shouldn't be as much of a threat, but they're looking for a new option. I'm curious about what Marv is up to here, because he can just keep himself tucked in that corner. He's got his trap now. They will note that obviously middle is open, right? There's always going to be that consideration.
And no TP available for him here. He's come down here again, doesn't want to give away a sound cube. Actually with a big flank onto Victor.
Gone. That's massive.
Yeah.
That's a huge moment, but it is coming back towards that A site. It's kind of the double pump, right? So they've addressed that split.
Yeah, he wants it.
Oh! Nah, Pancada's not letting go of this round. He's right in between them. Up the guts.
30 seconds
Okay,
left.
Whiffed it. That's fine. FNS, no
Surely
way!
not.
No way! Well. How is this a 2v2? This was a formality.
Big HP advantage though. Crashes down to 34. Marv does have the light shield and the headhunter still. Crashes, did he get that upgrade? He's got the Vandal, Lauren.
This feels so unnerving. Time, they need to spot some of these players out and he gets no information for this. They're going in blind. Marv trying to clear through, pulling the attention towards him. Can Marv clear any of this? He has no idea where these players are and none of so much damage! Oh damn! Aspas is down to 40! The farm! Oh, he couldn't land the shot. Marv is out of it. 34 HP for Crashy. Sadak catching the cross. We're tied up. Loud aren't done yet. There is still a chance for them here.
The awareness from crashes, again, it's by the process of elimination. Finds so much damage there, unfortunately. I mean, if Marv actually swings ahead of that recon, there's a chance he finds that open angle. Again, not waiting for the ping, but knowing that Aspas is going to look to destroy that. Marv has a window of opportunity to isolate that kill, but...
Oh, I'm seeing the buy, Mike.
The stars did not align. I'm seeing the same buy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess this is the all-in round, huh?
Are invested here.
And Loud have been stepping up, and Aspas just unleashing straight away. He's going to cut through mid. We've got the double operator coming out, and look who's on the other side. It's going to be Victor, but only for a second. Aspas is just slicing them to pieces. FNS, you want some? Get some. Denies Aspas, pops the ult, and shuts down the site.
Well, Punch of Fury actually to try and force FNS out of position here. No tank come through, but actually, Zadak in a perfect position. He doesn't find a kill.
God, FNS is still alive. I don't know how, but Marks connect towards Les. And now Pancada finds one back. Sadak as well responds, but FNS is still alive. Caught in the end. Sadak the hero. And now, yay. How much are you going to do? The flash comes in. Can he stay alive for a couple more seconds? No, Sadak. What a moment to find form, putting Loud to 12 and keeping their hope alive in this tournament.
Optic looked to dig their heels in with the double operator, but the pace shift from Loud.
What a read. What a time to do it.
Beautiful stuff. Aspas again paving the way for Loud in some of these rounds. A Sadak landing shots like that. The confidence. It's a 2v1. He's fully swinging double doors versus Yay with an operator.
Nah, this flash is fine. Don't worry.
I'm
off.
Good. Yeah.
He's on it.
That's the one the coach is just sweating watching. Like,
you want to play?
We'll talk about it later. 12 to 11, we go back in. Loud do have the round advantage, but Optic are going walkabout. Sassy's already dealt with one, but they didn't expect the bomb. Yay! He's still fighting. They've taken down Aspas. He's got his ult as well. Hunter's Fury going to come on down. They spotted enough to send this. No tags. I don't see enough from it. Sassy's left on 20 HP. This could be OT.
It's a 3v4.
How is this a 3v4? They've lost Sadak and they've lost Aspas, the two critical players from that prior round.
Light shields here for Optic, but Sassy, Les, and Pancada. Tour de Force available. Les will have the Viper's Pit with the plant or a kill. Yeah, looking to deny that. Pancada going to find one.
Stunning shot to bring this back down to a 3v3. It looks like they still want to continue towards the safe side. Players start to linger around. Here comes the cross. Pancada going to get there first. Take a little bit of safety. Victor on the other side. Playing back by Yellow. Two players here, Marv and Victor. High flash doesn't find much. Oh, Victor finds Pancada. And now the two on the side. And now make it one. It's all on Les in a 1v3 to try and deny this. Oh no! They've seen him. Crashes catches him. The defuse comes in. And of course, we are going all the way.
You have got to be kidding me. It's so back and forth. Optic to be the ones to be decisive here in this round.
There's no right in that round with that purchase coming in. Somehow they get Aspas, somehow they get Sadak down.
Les as well, I gotta say it, retrieve the orb. He has to use the Viper's Pit early there.
I agree.
Early. Because he knows what the bigger picture is.
Sure.
Sassy dies to, I mean, he's so squishy. That shock dart it didn't even look that close.
No, it didn't.
They still found the kill.
12-12.
I need this.
Good God.
I can't take this. And just so you know at home, Loud have hit the timeout button. They need to be ready for this next half.
That's a tilter. If you're watching that
I'm in
from
pieces.
the top-down view, you're
I'm
like...
in pieces. I'm broken after that.
It goes to a 3v5, then it goes to a 3v2.
No, it's not meant to be. It's not meant to be like that. 12-12. And this is what it's all about, ladies and gents. Everyone tuning in. The next couple of moments that these two teams make. Loud wins it, we carry on. We move ahead. It all spirals from there and all becomes possible. Optic shut it down now. 2 rounds to define. So much on the line between these two.
What have Loud got left? That's the question I'm asking it here on Breeze.
Right here.
Didn't expect that sentence to be happening.
Nope.
Did not expect it. Okay, Optic going to be coming back in on the attacking side and Loud on the defending side. And I think this was the one that shocked us, that Optic looked so good on this side.
See if Loud are going to switch things up towards looking at Fancy. Triple walk towards Tube potentially, or at least the Dark going to open things up. It's actually the knife sent through here. Optic will have a little bit of space to play with in mid. To see what the end goal is here. Lots of information early here, actually. Less spotted. Pancada not spotted on top of the pillar, though. He's got his TP back to safety. Back towards new box. Optic, like I said, they have so much space to work with here. And
enemy mark.
Out seemingly unaware of just how dire things are in mid.
I'm worried about, surely
Pancada was spotted.
Surely they've realized there's a problem, right?
I think the drone spotted the TP, so they knew he was up there.
Oh, that's devastating, losing on him so early. That's pulled rotations. There's still 50 seconds to play with here. Optic have the upper hand in this round. And it looks like they want to readdress this B site. Lescott in no man's land. He's down! And Optic have got the keys to the castle now. Spike can go completely uncontested at this point. No one can stop that.
Oh, we open a 3v5. Aspas, Sassy, and Sadak have to find something here. Victor posted up, looking to punish this.
You're going to hard clear this corner. No, not like that.
No
not at all. Spray's gone a little astray as Aspas is going to catch it. But Marv, the safe pair of hands, finds Sadak towards CT and going to readdress that middle problem. As Ye's by his side as well. It's not, you're never fighting alone if you're an Optic. It's all together here. Sassy has at least got mobbed, but a 1v3. Sassy, the guy's good, but I don't know if he's this good right now. He's desperately trying, though, with everything he has. But time is becoming a problem. As the clock begins to rot, Sassy has to just try and do something. And Optic swing together. It's 13. Found for Optic.
And that's concerning, because Optic looked so comfortable in some of these defensive rounds here. Again, like I said, it's just such a minute detail. I think the TP is spotted on top of the pillar.
Yeah.
And all that space, no pressure, allows Optic to just walk up. Literally shift walk and clear that angle. Optic actually gonna call the timeout here. Let that round breathe a little bit. And actually allow the pressure to build for Loud.
Nasty timeout to be calling at this point. Staring down a barrel of a gun if you're Loud right now.
The Optic just go full weird now. I mean, we saw the the aggression towards A main last time, which was, I'll be honest, the first time we saw the scene, we've seen him switch up this A site hold a couple of times, but it's never been they've not been there to kind of greet or pressure the orb. What do we see here from Optic? Series point here on Breeze.
Full creative
where we
freedom.
shouldn't be. Where we should not be.
This was the rabbit hole, right? Like, how far down does it go? And we are here just full on embracing the madness. The scenes, the depth in which Optic have somehow pulled us to, and Loud, resilient, sure, but now put in this position. One round to define it. Let's see what they've got.
Yeah, again to be the solo anchor towards B site here. Loud stacked up. Spas desperate here to find some control early towards bottom mid. Not actually. You have to find an angle here. Yeah, Optic kind of tucked in towards A site. Crash is just considering picking up the slack towards Tube, but we'll now re-explore mid with the Owl drone. As Loud are actually starting to drift towards B. Nothing noted here. So Ye,
does Crashy's
he's got to deliver.
Support? I mean, it is still Ye. And that is one man to hold back potentially 4 players. Do they swing mid? Same then gets to be said about potentially Crashies. Where does this lean? Loud. The blank canvas presented. Paint it how they desire.
So Victor just got his knife back. And it's only going to find one member on the back of it. Crashy's actually suppressed here. That's going to hit the gas here. Sadak.
He's pushing it. Ye's in danger, but Crashies has his back. Gonna find Sadak, put him to bed. As Ye's still just trying to play his life. Keep himself in this. He knows he's surrounded. 30 seconds can you do now? Surely you're cooked, surely you're done for. Surely not. Still stands only for a moment. Good trade for Victor. And now 3 for Loud. That is all that remains. Oh, damage on Sassy! Denial! Crashes! He's doing damage! And now a 2v2. Aspas and Pancada still standing, still fighting, giving it everything they have. And now mobbed.
You want
your
to
moment
play? Let's play.
in a 1v2. Spots the first, denied on the second. Loud still alive.
They flipped that one back in their favor. Somehow. Again, Crash is desperate to find some sort of comfort for Ye. To put him in a position to find something with the operator. Then finds the shock dart kill. On to Sassy, preventing that plant coming. I thought it was done. It was wrapped at that point. Especially with less being removed there, they have nothing to cut off any of these sight lines.
And Pancada like pushing out like that. That's kind of like no man's land he's taking that fight in. So of course, we go again. Second 13-13, these two teams, so hard to define between the two of them. Optic doing things in maps that they just shouldn't. Showing that diligence. And Loud, unwilling to lose.
Not backing down just yet. Marv actually, yes, he's the only one for Optic this time around to follow through towards top mid. Dealing with the trap, that's actually going to pull, or at least keep Loud with this 3-man setup towards B. Aspas though, look at where he's managed to get himself to. This is a lot of information just on the back of Aspas's position.
But it could all turn on a dime. I mean, I'm just wondering if VA even considers it. Like, when's that timing, that internal clock's hit? I don't think it does.
Sadak can't fall in this position again. He's been isolated here previously.
I was a little worried that they might dip for that double door, or like, you know, the mid-door kind of push. Not the case. Does look like B hits coming in. So this should actually work quite nicely for Loud. They are in the right place for this. They've got somewhat the right rotations. The only issue to me is that Ye could maybe cut off rotations en route. Or do they hit the pump back towards A?
Optic have been so quick in these audibles. There might have just been enough. Look at where Ye is on the door.
Sadak and Aspas need to hold this down. There is a time limit on this. They need help, but they need it now. Les finds Marv, but FNS quickly removes Sadak from the site. Spike to come in, but do they note this player? Aspas now gets seen, doesn't get handled. He's still a threat in the back lines.
Not a lot of damage either.
No, absolutely not, and Ye gonna try and readdress the problem towards Shoot. Sassy on the drive-by, quick as ever. Victor now paranoid about it, and rightly so. Problem signed him out. Optic looking a little surrounded with only 3 of them alive. Les and Sassy trying to play through on those double doors together, but you can see the crossfire being trying to be constructed. FNS denies Aspas, and now Crash is actually a decent spot to catch this cross, and you're right, the Viper's Pit. They've suddenly got a new way to defend this. Crash is just trying to play the time, try and buy a little bit of moment here. And FNS, how are you still doing this?
It's too late.
No way! FNS! Unbelievable scenes! The Kingmaker himself does it all himself. Pancada just has to sit back and watch. Optic strike first again.
Wow, what a hold. They're able to literally hold Loud out of that site for so long. By the time Aspas actually reaggresses, it's all but done. It's all but done for Loud. It takes them an eternity to get back here.
Yeah.
And the Viper's Pit coming through.
Beautiful. To
seal the deal. What a huge round from FNS. In the 11th hour here for Optic.
Oh, he heard the call and he replied. And one more round again. We go again. And Loud last time were able to dig deep enough. They have to do it again. They still have to keep finding that next step. Tested. Round after round. What's the option now?
That's a good
spot. Be the one to create any sort of aggression, but Ye hasn't been drifting out here. He's been hard anchoring with that operator, enabling Optic to have 4 bodies towards A so quickly in some of these defensive rounds. It's looking as if that is the end goal here for Loud once again.
Enemy tag.
Operator noted, but not really going to tell Loud too much.
No, not a great deal.
Other than don't hit B.
Sure. I think that's a valid call.
Toxin screen down.
And as for Optic, though, got to be aware that the Wolves are at the door. Big jump spot there for FNS. He's seen a lot, and they've got to know what's coming their way. Marv to strike first towards Salak. And actually, Victor tries to play a little ahead of it, but Aspas already on the site. And now you can see the crunch through middle. Pancada, perfect timing. And now the 4 stand. Keep hope alive. Crashies, yay, Marv. Anything up the sleeve, any more tricks to pull out. Jay starts to dress the site. First fight found for Crashies. Quick turn, didn't note anyone towards double doors. Yay! No way! Marved as well! And now Pancada. Tournament life in your hands. Optic on the verge, and it's all but over. It's all but done. Optic Gaming build their legacy brick by brick. The green wall of Optic make Reykjavik their own.
What a performance here. Flipping Breeze, which
Unreal.
Everyone said when they saw this veto, that was Loud's chance to turn this back in their favor. Rising to the occasion. Every member of this team,
100%,
every single member of this team, it looked fantastic today. Aspas gave it his heart. Gave it his heart and soul in this last map. Optic still come out on top.
You can't take it away from some of those players on Loud. They fought tooth and nail for that. But the depth in which we saw Optic go to was something none of us would have expected. Boys on the screen there fighting with everything. All that heart, all that will, all that drive. The lower bracket run, Mike.
Yep.
You don't see it. You do not see that often.
Like I said, Optic don't lose twice. And they prove it here, a clean sweep in the grand finals. Just incredible stuff from these guys. I mean, yay, El Diablo himself, man. The surgical precision this event, being the tip of the spear and the backline for Optic. Victor, who's turned the new leaf for this event. I mean, we're talking about Lanimals.
Sure.
What a performance from him. The second coming of Victor almost. Able to be the catalyst for so many of Optic and their pace changes.
Absolutely, and again, everything we've seen from Optic throughout this tournament has been just illuminating. We saw glimpses of this in the past. They got denied by Mech. It was kind of a crushing defeat. I thought that was going to haunt them genuinely. I was a bit worried getting towards the finals, those deep runs in tournaments. That could have been another issue. They've proven me wrong. They've proven everyone wrong. A 3-0 final. Wow.
I didn't think we'd be saying this. I said this either goes the distance, but seeing this happen now, I mean, it's such a huge credit to how Optic have performed here in Reykjavik.
Absolutely. You can see on the screen, every single one of those players for Optic just put up a Herculean performance here. Wonderful scenes for them. And on the other side, Loud, of course, a great attempt. But I don't think you can stop them right now, though it just felt like it was meant to be for them.
Absolutely. Absolutely was. And again, just to credit once again the recovery factor for Optic at this event.
Sure.
Again, roll your minds back to that opening series, the Xerxia series. This isn't the same team. They literally reinvented themselves here, and credit really to Chef Chet, honestly.
Yeah.
The newly crowned King of Cringe here, coming up with some of the wackiest stuff we've seen from any team on this stage in Reykjavik. Just fantastic from start to finish.
And I do feel as though this whole thing, this entire tournament, we've seen such brilliant moments, from the Zeta run to Optic standing here, righting the wrongs of their past, finding what they needed to get them across the line. And I think coming into this, they were one of the favorites, but man, they showed grit and determination now.
They absolutely did. And I mean, it's hard to really pick out anything that, even from the losses they've had here, it's so refreshing to see. Again, I'll come out and say it, an NA team to really learn on the fly like this at an event, for things not to crumble and fall apart. I mean, again, the other key component for me is FNS. How many times have we talked about him and being able to flip, individual maps and series as a whole? Like, it cannot be underestimated just how deadly these guys are when they're in the zone.
I'm very happy for them, because I think you're right. North America got kind of given a bad hand at times, being credited as, the region that, they just don't have that work ethic, not seen that way, and they've just been proven wrong. Anyone who's ever said that, look at Optic, tell me this run was not just the accumulation of hard work. However, one of the tough questions for you guys at home is the MVP poll. Go get your predictions through. I don't know, man. I don't. Where would you go for? I mean,
this for me is a tip of the hat to FNS. He should definitely take it today. Again, a series they lost previously, to come back in here. Like I said, I was talking about it in map 1, and just having his finger on the pulse. the perfect reads from him. You got to give it to him today.
It's been an honor bringing you this game, but it's no longer about us. I know you want to head down to the stage, and that's where we're going to go.
The path to a championship was not without its bumps, but it didn't matter if they were knocked down at home, in groups, or in playoffs. These 5 players, these coaches, the org, the Green Wall, they showed what matters. Keep pushing until you earn what's rightfully yours, the title of 2022 Masters Reykjavik Champions. Give it up for Optic Gaming! Our winners are celebrating. The atmosphere is absolutely electric. They overcame challenge after challenge. They fought tooth and nail. Y'all watch those maps? Man, it was absolutely thrilling to watch the journey of Optic Gaming. Again, they spent so much time working towards this, all the hours, days, weeks, months, and now they are here. They are champions. I am so excited to talk to you. You know what? I think I'm going to put Ye in the hot seat first. Are you ready for that?
You're calling me out here?
Yeah, I'm putting you in the hot seat. Yeah, just come up to the... Sure, you want to come stand by me? I'm down, I'm down. Okay, well, you're considered one of the best players in the world. And now you have this trophy in your hands. How does it feel?
Good.
Don't you do me like that. Describe your emotions for me.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty great. It's pretty great.
Yay, we absolutely adore you. Thank you so much for that fabulous interview. I think it was like 5 sentences.
I made your life easy.
Yeah, thank you, Yay. Okay. Well, you know what? Then I'll put Marv in the hot seat. You had an absolutely phenomenal tournament here. I mean, you were breaking records, and you definitely showed up for this last series. So tell me, how did you keep your composure? How do you stay ice cold?
That's just what I do. I can't explain it. That's just what I do. And my teammates know it. Everyone that believed in me knows it. So, yeah, it just feels great to finally win one.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure it feels fantastic. Chet, talk to me. You're the coach, and you've seen this team evolve. You've seen what this squad turned into. What's next now?
I mean, what's next is we're going to keep grinding, hopefully get the next championship, play Fade. We're going to abuse Fade for sure. And
that's cringe, bro. That's cringe.
We love the cringe.
Yeah, I mean, there's just been so much evolution and growth here. Are you shocked that you're standing here?
Honestly, we've been grinding 6 days a week, every time, every month. Like, we barely took any breaks, so everyone just believed in each other, and they believed in me as well. So I can believe that we're here. We deserve this.
Special shout out to Chet. Actually, he's the GOAT. No cap, our whole team knows it. Anyone that doesn't believe it, he's the GOAT.
I love it.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, Finesse. You've proved that you are a world-class leader. Our analyst desk have been repeatedly talking about your calls and your trash talking. So what do you got to say to the doubters out there?
Just keep doubting. It fuels us. Just keep going. All of you, too. The whole desk. Keep going.
Okay, Victor. You know, I felt like this was a really special opportunity for you. The last time you were on the global stage, you weren't able to show your full potential. You got a second chance.
Yeah, honestly, it feels really good, especially considering on this last game that I don't feel like I played my best, but my team has me, so. And winning this event means a lot to us because we, as you guys all know, in the past Grand Finals from Masters Berlin, we were on the other side, that losing side right there, and we know exactly how it feels to be on that side. So that's what fueled us to win today, honestly.
Well, not on that side today. Crashies, you tweeted out Grand Finals, revenge time, revenge, redemption, rematch. Anything you want to say to your fans out there?
Thank you guys so much for supporting us. We came in today super confident, ready to win. Thank you guys again for the support. It just means the world to all of us.
All right. Everyone watching at home, you gotta drop some love in the chat right now for MCT, or rather VCT Masters Reykjavik Global Champions! Congratulations! Woo!
Want zero transfer lips for 16 hours? Get Shine Loud by NYX Professional Makeup. Ultra loud color, ultra shiny finish, zero transfer. In 24 vegan shades. Shine Loud Gloss by NYX Professional Makeup.
Yes, no, maybe so. Like a rocket gonna blast off, watch me go. Come on now, let's work. Come on now, check it out. Come on now, let's check it out.
Go on, get! No, I can't afford all these video games.
You can. State Farm has rates to fit your budget.
Do you hear that? You're coming home with me.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Pop it like it's hot. 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 Pop it like it's hot.
Pop my $5.99 classic and spicy 50-50 popcorn chicken combo. Only at Jack in the Box.
Teams enter this tournament, and these are the last two standing. Only one, however, will walk away with the trophy. The pressure is truly on.
Yes! I want calm. I don't want to yell at them at all.
Spike down.
Dude, I think they're a little upset.
This is our grand final, guys. We need to earn this.
Pancana's found another! And no way! Pancana! That is the Loud you got to be worried about.
One enemy remaining.
Victor delivers it. He delivers the second as well. It's 13-9. Optic.
Yes! Yes, baby, yes!
It's a 2-for-1 discount, and yeah, he doesn't need any help. He can seal the trade!
No way!
Good, let's go.
Big players make big plays in big games, and he just did. That's 2 now on the board for the boys, and they are looking hot to trot here.
Nice!
Aspas can do so much damage. That's 2 already. Tries to go forward, gets a third.
One enemy remaining.
That's what happens when you let daddy call. Oh my god. Yes! Yes! Yes, baby, let's go!
Optic Gaming build their legacy brick by brick. The green wall of Optic make Reykjavik their own.
And that was the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. Welcome back, everybody, to Masters of Reykjavik, otherwise known as Masters North America always wins. I feel like this is just NA territory right now. Doug, and another 3-0.
Optic do not lose rematches. They just don't, right? They did it again, and honestly, that's what happens when you let daddy call.
I mean, that is just such a good quote. FNS has impressed me so much with his calling, but also his leadership. Every time you hear one of those comms segments, he's either controlling or hyping up his team, getting the right vibe from them, calming them down, boosting his own morale. It's actually sick. The mastermind meme of FNS is literal reality, and you've seen it play out here at this tournament. He's been insane.
And the banter too, man.
Yeah, Planchat got called out by Marv, by FNS. Yeah, you've been called out, guys.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we put them number 1 on our power ranking, but...
I had them winning the tournament, but I didn't have them winning this game. I did doubt them because of the map veto process. How insane is it that they had both of their insanely strong maps banned out, and they still win 3-0? What did I just watch?
That's my theory, you know. Last time they were picking the bans, they lost 3-0. This time they're on the receiving end of the 2 bans, Bala. They win 3-0.
Yeah, and the Breeze map, too. It was close at the end, which, you know, might speak to the difference in strength that we could expect, whatever. You could postulate all you want, but they closed it out. And in a really clean and close fashion, too. The calls that they were making down the line, fantastic, too.
The calls were incredible. We don't talk about Crashies enough. I feel like he's like a staple of consistency, and the fun thing is, I feel like we're due for at least one Crashies like 2K, 3K clutch. It wasn't anything like that. He was just, I mean, he just balled out the entire match.
I think the fun thing about it, though, is that every player has had that moment where they've been inconsistent and weak. And for me, Crashies has been that guy pretty much all year, where he's not necessarily the same, like, best Sova of all time in the world. This time, this tournament, this match, I feel like he definitely stepped up a little bit as well.
His teammate as well, Victor. Let's take a look at this Verizon high-speed moment, because for him, he's had a great tournament, especially if you compare it to the last time we saw him at Champions.
Yeah, I mean, he had COVID in that situation, and I think they put all the doubt, and Victor specifically, in that moment, completely away. He aced in the last round to win the match.
Yeah, this is just phenomenal. Him being able to pick up an ace to get them to OT. And both of the previous rounds had been 1v1 clutches that they lost. Yeah. And then Victor pulls this out. I mean, every player able to step up. And honestly, this wasn't Victor's best game of the tournament, even though we're looking at him acing, because 2 of his maps where he played Neon got removed. Neon, not a single one. And so Optic are just showing so much depth with this win today. And I think it showed experience really matters right now. You are seeing the levels to this team and the difference that they've made from that Masters Berlin loss up until now. It just looks like such a different team.
Yeah, they look insanely complete. I think there are possibilities in which a team can make a tournament run like this. They skipped group stages, right? Loud did. You can potentially get to a finals and still avoid a lot of maps, but the depth, I think you nailed it with depth. Depth in their calling. They have individual playmakers who can step up at any given point in time. The clutch factors there, the intangibles, they're a complete package.
And to go to maps that they hadn't played at all throughout the tournament, too. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, you guys mentioned Crashies already. Let's revisit this in the HyperX Reflex when Crashies did this. He's done quite a few things this tournament, to be fair, Doug.
Yeah, I mean, this is really just one of many. And it was, again, Aspis trying to make a play, right? How many times did we touch on him feeling like he needed to do so much for his team, but Crashies just yoinks him out of the sky. It doesn't get any cleaner than that.
This was a moment, too, that I thought he was completely isolated. Look where Marv is. He's so far away.
Yeah.
He has to do that all on his own. And Aspas is making a great play. He's dashing, creating the crossfire for his teammate to come in. and Crashes does that.
I think you have to give a lot of credit to Loud for pushing them in the maps themselves, even though the series wasn't particularly deep. But each of the maps had a comeback.
A fake one.
Well, it was at least a comeback that Optic had to fend off.
Sure.
And Optic in the past have been a team where we've talked about how their mentality, it sometimes crumbles in those big moments.
Yes.
The pressure gets to them. You saw none of that today. Even when we were listening to the comms, they weren't their same selves where they're shouting at the other team. They're like, nah, we're chill. We're perfectly in control the whole time.
I'm sorry, but I still cannot get over that comment that FNS said. I don't think I can ever remove that from my brain.
The funny part is we heard earlier in that highlight, too, he was like, oh, I'm not going to yell at them. I'm chill.
Just be yell. It's our finals. Just don't yell. Just be
cool.
chill.
Be cool.
Yeah, be cool. That's what it was.
I mean, it worked, so who knows? Maybe that's something other teams might have to adopt going into the future. But first, you guys at home voted for Player of the Match in the Grand Finals today, and I can reveal the results. You have voted, and it's marked. I feel like that could have been a case for any of them.
Yeah, I seriously think so. I mean, if we're talking about overall tournament MVP as well, this is probably the only tournament where I felt like it could go to an IGL.
Yes.
I really feel like
I agree with that.
FNS's impact in the game against DRX, in the game that they played against Zeta Division yesterday, and now here, have combined together to actually have an outsized impact compared to the Fraggers. And Marvin, yeah, you had an insane tournament. Victor as well, but FNS's impact is just so big.
I do think there is a very good reason for Marv being the one who walks away with it. We go all the way back to the beginning of the tournament. He's the one who they changed around him, right? Like they changed his agents. They put him into a more comfortable role on the Omen where he can play aggressively. Ascent is what comes to mind. So you got a little bit of those pivots there. He's able to play more confidently and kind of loosen up a bit. And I think that was the spark. I think that was a key difference in day one Optic to the Optic we just saw.
Yeah, I think in this series specifically, I would disagree. I don't think he's the final MVP. He did have two big moments, I think, on Ascent. But the rest of the time, I'm looking at Ye, I'm looking at FNS for the play calling. But overall tournament, 100% for me is Marv.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. If we're going to talk about maybe an unofficial MVP, but first, the excitement is not done, guys. You thought it was over, but this is actually the moment you have all been waiting for. A first look at Fade's gameplay. I know who I'm insta-locking when I get home.
Well, I'm not going to lie to you. I've seen that a few times. I still don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening. She's just there. Stuff appears, lines on the floor, and then just kills.
I know it's beautiful. It is
there
really
is a
well
wall hacking.
deserved.
Really is.
There is a wall hacking element
Yes,
to that,
there
I
is.
feel like.
Yes, there is.
Yep.
Yeah,
there is.
The funny part is they're on stage after. They're already thinking about, like, Optic is thinking about the next moment, and they've seen clips like that. Remember they were reacting?
Optic are thinking about champions. They're thinking about new comps that they want to
How do we get
implement.
Fade in there? Yeah.
Yeah, I know, Doug, you might not know what's going on, but there's a couple of people that can answer those questions for you. It's time to take an even more in-depth look at Fade. I believe Saisha, Brennan Barley, you guys had a chat with the developers.
Well, the party never stops. By the power of teleportation, I have whisked Brennan Barler away from the desk, and we're joined by some fantastic guests. I mean, the people that know the most about something like this. We've got ourselves John and Nick from the development team over there in LA. How's it going? Could you hear us over there? It's so far away.
We can totally hear you from all the way over here. The power of technology is absolutely amazing.
There you go. Can you give us a quick rundown, just a brief overview of the agent and the kit, just to kick us off?
Yeah, I can take that, yeah. Fade is an initiator, and she will be bringing similar outputs to Sova in terms of recon, with a little bit of her own unique twist, and we hope that you can't hide from her.
We've seen that a lot of her kit revolves around the trails. So I wanted to get your perspective and learn a little bit about how that works, because it seems complex to me.
Yeah, it's a great question. So the trails, they work basically like the opponents will leave trails once they get affected by certain abilities from Fade, specifically her signature and her ultimate. And then wherever they leave, they'll leave this trail in which both Fade and her allies can see. And that will usually give you information on a longer tail information that lasts around 12 seconds to be able to make a call or a play on where an opponent is, even if you don't have, Sova's level of wall hacks. In many examples, if somebody could leave a location and they could go left or right, you can know exactly where they win. I think that's information that's going to be powerful.
One element of the kit that I was wondering about as well, because a lot of agents, they have some form of counterplay with the kit being breakable. How much of Fade's kit can you destroy on the opposing side of it?
Yeah, there are two components of Fade's kit that you can destroy. Her creature, you can destroy before it gets to you, and then her haunt, which is her signature. It's much like a reveal dart from Sova. A bit different in how it's placed, but it is also destructible before it can ever reveal you. But the other components of her kit are not destructible.
So you've got this Prowler that's going out. It's a big cat. You've got the Recon that you've talked about as well. Then there's the Tether and the Ultimate. Can you walk me through those final two as well?
Yeah, so the Tether, we're calling it Seize. It's a grenade-like ability that will, when it explodes and hits the floor, it'll create a zone, and if the enemies are caught in the zone, a shadowy hand will grab their leg and restrict their movement for a brief amount of time. And it'll also deafen them, as I talked about before, so we're hoping it's a really scary feeling of being effectively trapped and you can't hear anything. So you don't know when they're going to swing or if a raised nade is coming, etc. Like, you just don't know exactly where to go. So that's the Seize. And then the Ultimate, Nightfall, very similar to Breach's Ultimate in the sense that it creates a gigantic rolling wave forward. But the difference is that it'll trail enemies it overlaps or hits and also deafen them and decay them. So you'll take 75 HP damage immediately, but the HP will start going back up right as it happens. So it's kind of like surviving a nightmare if you can live through the whole thing. But they have a lot of they're on a time pressure to come and get you.
This is also a Turkish agent from Istanbul, and you've got such a large, passionate group of that Turkish fans. What kind of stuff do you go through to ensure that the agent feels authentically Turkish? What are some of the things that you've kind of gone into with the agent specifically to get that feeling out of the game?
It's a pretty big undertaking and a large process, but basically we talked with some writers at the Turkish office. We do a ton of research on our end, and then we find what we can that feels authentic to the country and the city, and we're like, how can this be inspiration for us? So like, when we thought about this dark, edgy theme, we looked into like the mythology that surrounds Turkey and Istanbul. Even thinking about her cat creature, we're like, okay, what does this thing do? It's tracking people down. It's hunting them. It's kind of like a predator. Oh, that's kind of similar to a cat. For folks that don't know, Istanbul has a huge cat population. So we're just like, okay, can we tie that together in different ways? Like, and then even down to like, let's start looking at like facial features. What are Turkish facial features? How do we integrate that into her look? How do we cast someone from that region that sounds authentically Turkish? So it's like a huge, huge undertaking. I have 50 slides of research that we incorporate in some way and debate around, and what are we going to tease and what aren't we going to tease? Yeah. Sorry, that was the short version of that.
No, it's great to get your insight into it as well.
Okay, well, before we go, I do want to say as well, thank you for creating an agent that people are going to insta-lock because of just the edgy, awesome persona. And she also provides information in the games. You've done a service to Ranked that you do not even know. You do not even know just yet. But it's, you've absolutely just made the Ranked experience much better for a lot of people, I think, including me.
I'm really sure you have, yeah. Thank you so much for coming and sitting down for an interview with us. John, Nick, really appreciate the insights. But also, I'm sure people are going to be itching to actually go and watch some more of the gameplay that's going to be available. So listen, we're going to take you back to the desk, and also there's going to be some streamers with their hands on this kind of stuff too. So there's some awesome stuff coming up. Thank you again, John, Nick. Really appreciate the interview. Send it back over to the desk.
Thank you very much, Sideshow.
Yeah, no worries.
You guys did a great interview. Doug, does that answer your questions?
No, I'm still confused. It really is. There is so much depth to Fade, though. I think it's awesome. I think they are they really are challenging convention and thinking about how you can incorporate so many different tactics and facets to an agent that we haven't really seen before. I love this.
Yeah, I'm super interested to see how the trails actually like play, like how useful they actually are. Because for me, that looks really, really good. But at the same time, too, it's like, can I really take advantage of that? That's the type of thing I'm thinking of right now.
I've seen you in the server, Baller. You can take advantage of anything. You're cracked. So I kind of don't want to see him play it because I think it'd just be unfair on everyone else.
Sure, I mean, it might be unfair no matter what. You've got an ultimate that does 75 damage decay to you, lets you know where people are, and deafens you. I mean, that is going to be... I think it really is going to be an insult. People are going to love playing this agent, I think.
Yeah, I can't wait. But that is the end of our show, guys.
That's crazy.
Before we close everything out, I just want to get a quick favourite moment from you guys. What was your favourite moment from Masters Reykjavik?
I think my favorite moment was literally here in the Grand Finals, watching them come out on Breeze, a map that they have no right to be that good on, and just, it was a cakewalk for them. Just watching Optic have that evolution from a team that was like Jess and Jackie were saying earlier, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. They never actually had that crowning moment, and now we've just watched it today. I think this is a big step for them.
My eyes go to Zeta Division.
Yes.
I think what a wholesome story. And we even move past the fields. This bodes well for the future of international Valorant, right? If we're having competition at this level, it was not an EMEA or NA EMEA. Like, we're seeing so much strength out of these other regions. It is a promising future.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with Loud as well, making it to the Grand Finals, they started out with a tough circumstance playing from the hotel. They bounce back, get all the way to the Grand Finals.
The only team from a region that isn't EMEA or NA to even make a Grand Finals.
Exactly.
That's so good.
So many good moments. I think this might have been my favorite Masters tournament so far, hands down. But I also go to the stage here for FNS, him trash talking us. I think that is so much fun.
Yeah,
and it sets a precedent for the future that I love to see.
I can't wait for the next one. Proud paper girl out here. That's all I need to say. But thank you so much, the three of you, for joining me. Thank you to our casters as well and analysts. Congratulations once again to Optic for winning Masters of Reykjavik. Thank you to production and for you guys at home for tuning in. Make sure you tune in to our streamers trying out Fade for the first time as well right after this. And that is it from all of us. We'll see you next time. Welcome to the beautiful Reykjavik, the site of our first Masters International event of the 2022 Valorant Champions Tour. 12 of the world's greatest teams have touched down to fight for regional glory, those all-important VCT points, but most importantly, the right to call themselves the best team in the world.
The pressure's on, they're feeling the nerves, that weight. Can you feel it?
This is going to be bloody.
Right round the corner, 3 kills. That is a rapid takeover. Hey!
What is this guy doing?
What are you doing? What is that blade of arrogance of all? An ace!
You lose, you are out. Pack your bags.
Fnatic are sent home, and Zeta Division get their first victory on LAN.
嬉しいね。
いや、嬉しいですね、本当。Crew, unfortunately, not going to make a Cinderella story here.
Heartbreak for Xerxia as Optic just take it away from them.
Should North America win, a mask will drop down in front of you from the sky.
I will destroy them.
This tournament is all about second chances.
He's not even doing it with the tour de force. Hand around and gets it. That's the 4th kill.
Guys, it's too easy.
What on earth am I watching?
The problem is, guys, this could be the last chance for one of these teams.
He's gonna go pushing. What is that going on?
It's all tears in the rain for DRX, but what will last is Zeta.
Make sure that you fit your mask first before you go and fit the mask to other salty EU members around the world.
Keeping that momentum absolutely flowing. So, I mean, I've made it worse.
We will
Chicken rice.
right. Let's go.
All right, let's go.
Let's go. Here we go.
We got you. We got
I like the vibes. I like the vibes. Ready for the race, Rico?
And APAC have done it. They're going into the top 4, and they have sent EMEA out of the tournament.
Easy, man. This kid is nuts.
You're really taping it?
Yeah, it's cool.
Feel the pressure, the nerves. Ooh, no more waiting around. I just want to get in the game here because you're walking into the Lion's Den.
This story is about the heroes versus the villains, David versus Goliath.
He'll get 1, 2, in fact, Vancana! Brazil have done it! They've made history as they go all the way to the Grand Finals!
Optic Gaming close it out. That is going to be their ticket booked to the Grand Finals.
And it's obviously heartbreak for Zeta Division. They've been living the dream here in Reykjavik, but they got a rude awakening today.
12 teams enter this tournament, and these are the last 2 standing. Only one, however, will walk away with the trophy. The pressure is truly on.
This is our grand final, guys. We need to earn this.
It's a 2-for-1 discount, and Ye doesn't need any help.
Dude, I think they're a little upset.
Big players make big plays in big games, and he just did.
Oh, nice.
One enemy remaining.
That's what happens when you let daddy call. Yes, baby, let's go!
Optic Gaming build their legacy brick by brick. The green wall of Optic make Reykjavik their own.
Keep pushing until you earn what's rightfully yours. The title of 2022 Masters Reykjavik Champions. Give it up for Optic Gaming!
For more than 100 years, Schleg has helped you protect what matters most. Trust your home to Schleg.
Pop it like it's hot. 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 Pop it like it's hot.
Pop my $5.99 classic and spicy 50-50 popcorn chicken combo. Only at Jack in the Box.
everything going EG's way. 100 Thieves, I think at this point you need to draft, really heavily to prioritize closer. I just feel that is so important. Yes, he was power farming on the Graves, but again, no early game impact on this game, no early game impact in the last game on the Trundle. These champions are not set up to really dominate through ganking, and that is, I think, where 100 Thieves really does excel when they're working as a unit, because closer is kind of their go guy. He is their aggression. That starts a lot of these plays, and it feels like without him on an aggressive jungler, they just haven't had it.
Yeah, I mean, as much in love as I am with the lethality Graves, it definitely doesn't have the playmaking that you need from someone here to actually get the momentum started. You got to start throwing crazy stuff at the wall.
Yeah.
Your tolerance for risk at this point needs to be very high. Be willing to try the extremes. Be willing to try the experimental stuff, because the conventional is not going to work versus EG.
Well, with EG at match point and 100 Thieves with their backs against the wall, we're tossing it over again to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Watch Captain Flowers, 2-0 stands the series score, and the Geniuses show no signs of slowing down. Wow. Emily, I asked you a very timely question going into game 2. I said, does 100 Thieves consider banning out the Jinx? Danny's been a top performer, so they decided to go for it. But in essence, they proved the very point you made, which is it's not so much about the Jinx, it's about everything around it.
Yeah, so we were looking at this draft. Me and Raz in particular were sitting at this. We were watching things go by. We're like, okay, this is looking really good for 100 Thieves, right? They get the LeBlanc, they have the Nautilus, they have the Aphelios. So we already covered. FBI is a great Aphelios player. They get the Ornn. So we're like, all right, you know what? This draft is looking great for them. That Jinx ban, you know what? If you don't want to do the trade, just get it out of there if you feel like it's in your head. Danny's obviously been performing well on it. Little did they know that Mordekaiser was waiting for them.
Exactly. They did everything we asked of them, actually. Strong bot lane, teamfight focus. Yep. But guys, impacts Mordekaiser. It boggles the mind. So
blast from the past.
It's wild. So even in scrims back in 2020, he makes this champion look ridiculously broken. You want him to play it every game. And then you get to stage and like, Impact, does Mordekaiser look good here? No. But when he wants to, he pulls it out. And I still don't understand how he makes this champion look so damn good and nobody else does. And he will also not do it every time. He picks his moments, and you kind of saw it again here. Anytime he wanted to find Nautilus, he could. He nearly dodged that 3-man gank at the start. He just knows the limits on this champion that nobody else plays, so they don't know the limits of it. And it's the perfect time to see this pick that he's been a master of for years.
And taking a step back and just looking at the stakes. Like, it was a 3-0 versus C9, a 3-0 versus TL, and of course they had the last 2 games when they went up against BlackQuest. So they're on a 10-game run if you're including these 2 games. And they are at match point. It is wild. And if you just look at this game, as we mentioned, of course, I like the draft from 100 Thieves. The problem is simply the gameplay.
What's scary to me is we called the first game relatively clean, and we called out how quickly they were able to close it out. This one was even quicker and even more dominant in that regard after getting past these early couple hurdles.
EG is completely locked in right now. This was like a small misstep. They've made small missteps at the early stages of both games, but they bounced back so quickly. The first major team fight of every one of their games really in the last series of their win streaks has been so decisive, where they get gold in the right places and then they just play it home from there.
And I want to commend EG for doing something that I've really been hypercritical of them on, and it's going after these Drake setups. You can't even necessarily tell. This fight is obviously great. Impact just completely beasts this, but what else happened in this game is that they were actually setting up that vision. They were properly preparing to take these dragons.
Yeah, Vulcan and Inspired, by the way, have been really doing a great job working together. The first top lane fight that we ended up seeing, that Mordekaiser, was, of course, making it difficult for Ornn. 100 Thieves are trying to play into that fight, but it was actually J4 and Leona that were there really early. And of course, they forgot about Realm War from Riot, so it was like a 4v2 really early in the game. And then Abba actually misplayed the dragon fight, was in a poor position. And The AD carry was locked out of that fight. FBI actually could not make much of an impact because he was picking up the mid lane wave. So Evil Geniuses, for 2 series in a row, just outplaying team fights.
Like so many other teams here would have been like, get the inhib, reset, let's take one more reset before we end the game, and this team just keeps the foot on the gas.
Well, their siege is not great. And like, as we were looking at this, I was like, Jet, their siege isn't good. And then they, you know what?
They just
dive past that turret. Vulcan was actually the only one standing back and autoing.
Don't siege turrets, ignore them, okay?
Exactly.
That's clearly the winning strategy here. A 23-minute game, that is a blistering pace, Jat.
There's a little bit of magic in what they're doing as well. Counted out in so many of their series. Against Cloud9, most people predicted C9. Yesterday, most people predicted TL. Today,
I'm hard regretting my prediction.
And they've not only almost won every series, they've basically won every single game. But like, Abadage on the Blanc there, kind of like dying to a minion or a smite tick. The Baron healing right before Danny hits it. Like, all the breaks are going their way.
True.
And it's just making them better, right? It's making them believe in themselves more and more and play to an even higher level. And I can't wait for this game 3 because 100 Thieves is also like the most clutch team we've seen in years and have just reverse sweeped in their last series as well. So EG is feeling it right now, but they have to close on it.
It is time for us to put our full focus onto that third match because I know that every single person in this building, EG fan or otherwise, would like to see the best of 5 go the distance for the first time in over 2 years in front of a live audience. And so the question becomes, how does 100 Thieves do here what they were able to do against TL to make it back to defend their title, to reverse sweep them? How do they start that here as they elect to go over to Blue Side Res?
So I like what Azael and the casters generally said, giving power in the early game to closer. Because from Trundle to Graves, a lot of the you know, you don't have the early ganking impact that he had when they made this run here and when they did the same thing last year. I think they need to make that swap. I like the adaptation they made here by just swapping sides. It should do them a lot of good.
That's a good call, right? You got the Lee Sin bans as well as the Nocturne on the other side, but then the J4 pickup and the Viego Trundle bans pushing Closer quite far down on his priority list there in game number 2. So on Blue's side, is it as much as a jungle priority in that first pick?
Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing I'm looking at that's really interesting to me is the fact that they've consistently banned the Lucian as well, which I think is smart from EG because they're like, you know what, we know you play Lucian Nami, which is just a miserable, like I'm an AD carry main, it's a miserable bot lane to go against. It just sucks. It's not fun. So, I mean, I appreciate that. I'm curious to see if the bans change at all with EG on red side, and I'm also curious to see who EG saves for their counter pick and what I do think the J4 is going to be a priority, or some jungler that gets Closer involved as early as possible.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to have to be something like Viego. I don't expect EG to drop the Lee Sin ban. That would just be madness with how well Closer has been able to play on Lee Sin, and also how it really feels like they need to impact the game early. When EG is getting into the 20 to 40 minute phase, and this is an improvement from, like a massive improvement throughout the split, they're just closing out teams and winning every team fight, which like going into the series, that was supposed to be 100 Thieves' thing.
Yes.
They were supposed to be the experienced, organized team fighting team. And since that hasn't proven to be true, I think 100 Thieves will go with the stronger early game.
Ease the nerves. I think that's something to that you have to have going into that third game. Also, if we're talking early ganking junglers, J4, as you mentioned Viego, I think Viego's a good call. I don't think they should ban Ryze. They should just be aware of numbers advantage there. I think too many times they're falling into that trap and it's costing them. So that's my call here.
There's one other point I want to make, though, about the energy and 100 Thieves getting settled.
Yes.
Right? EG got settled yesterday, and it really doesn't feel like 100 Thieves have found their footing yet. I think just because of the way Danny and JoJo have fed off this crowd, it has given them an advantage playing 2 days in a row. So, like, we haven't really seen the full 100 Thieves if this is going to be a long series. Otherwise, it's looking like a 3-0 sweep.
I think it's no secret that the majority of this crowd right now is behind the Evil Geniuses.
They're giving a standing ovation.
Absolutely. But we heard Courage say earlier in the interview, there are a couple players on 100 Thieves particularly that do well in the face of pressure and cheers for the opposing squad. So we'll see if they can step up here in game number 3 and extend the series. Now, as we wrap up here on the desk, we did want to say a massive congratulations to Optic, who just won Valorant Masters Reykjavik, and they did it in sweeping fashion. And guess what?
A sweep.
From the lower bracket. Is this NA's time, Raz?
I think it is.
I think it just might be. All right, well, we do have to step away, but I don't necessarily want to read this next part, Raz, so I'm going to hand it off to you, my friend.
All right, amateur. All right, my name is James Patterman, as we're checking out this final installment of Grubhub's Dying Together, featuring myself, James Patterman, if you didn't know already, of course, and Nikki Taylor. Let's take a look.
Well done.
Sounds exactly the same.
Amazing.
What'd you get for us today?
Sushi.
I love sushi. Have you always been a sushi fan?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
LA specific? Because you're not from LA.
No.
So when you came down here to Riot, did somebody take you out specifically? No? Who's the person who exposed you to LA sushi?
My friend Lux, who also streams, she introduced me to the sushi.
So is sushi the thing you get every time you come to LA? Or?
Yeah, I gotta get the good sushi when I get here. Oh, I like salmon and I like tuna. But I mean, I'm open to all the other stuff too.
I'm either going sashimi, so straight fish.
Right.
Or I'm going with some like ridiculously extravagant roll. Just
Same.
put everything in it.
No, I would say same, yeah.
Fry it as well, bread it.
Well, okay, like you can fry some of it. You can't fry all of it.
That's, well, you can.
No.
In America.
No. No.
Should I go with my main?
Why not try something new? Something cheesy?
No, something spicy.
Just hurry up and pick your Grubhub order.
Done.
Champ's like starting.
Here we go.
Let's go. Guys, we are in this.
On time, lowest price, or we'll make it right. That's the Grubhub guarantee.
Initializing legendary moments.
Take a look while you can, because if you blink, you'll miss it.
I'm sure you've heard the news.
Gold, gold, and more gold.
Here comes the big play. Oh, that's
Perfect timing. You can see this one coming.
They get what they need. They got the mid. They got the support. They got the top.
Are they going to give you some fun League of Legends? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Welcome to the LCS.
FTX, official cryptocurrency exchange partner of the LCS.
Sequence complete.
What is going on?
I can't afford streaming anymore, so.
Sure you can. State Farm has rates that fit your budget.
Oh, good. Because some true crime would be nice.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Welcome back, everybody. You are getting a live look at the Wisdom Watch Party at Mall of America. People all over NA having a great time here with our finals. But I'll tell you what, my friends, nobody is having a better time than the Evil Geniuses right now, up 2-0, making it look easy in game number 1, and then making it look like they turned down the difficulty in game number 2.
Isaiah was just talking to me about EG also have the quickest times out of their chairs because they instantly win the game, and they're like, oh, what do we do? Well, just smash them again.
All right, boys, we slapped them. I guess we'll do that again.
It's actually crazy. 2 3-0s leading up to this point has to be weighing on everyone's mind. And so everybody is jumping to, at this point, the conclusion of, wow, they're going to do it again. They're going to 3-0. But you cannot fall into that trap as a 100 Thieves fan or a 100 Thieves player. They have done this before, and they will need to do another reverse sweep to keep their championship hopes alive.
And 100 Thieves will be on blue side this time, so I'm really interested to see, will they do like something like what we saw from EG last time? Yeah. First pick J4, right? Just get something proactive for closer. Lee Sin is never going to go off the ban list, let's be honest. They're not going to allow him to play it. But we do need to see him, being that absolute confidence boost for the team, playing aggressive, taking over the game. We know he can do that, and 100 Thieves need that more than ever right now, because you need a great start to this third game, or the mental can really get affected.
I actually wanted to pick the Graves again just so I could talk about how great Umbral Glaive with Zombie Ward is.
It's not even the right pat.
And yet he built it anyway. So yeah, it's 100 gold cheaper on live. Let's get right into Champion Select here for game number 3.
First. I think they're going to get proactive. 2 games in a row, you went Trundle, you went Graves. You didn't go heavy early ganking junglers. It didn't work out.
Are they going to double ban Danny again, though? Because the Zeri plus the Jinx still was not a hindrance.
Yeah, and that would be problematic. You can't ban out everything. They're going to ban out LeBlanc, so they're obviously not willing to first pick that. Don't want to give it over to EG on their first crack. But I am really expecting, it's just atypical for 100 Thieves to have closer on the more passive junglers. All their success has been with him playing aggressive.
He's a huge part of what gets them those wins. So we've got a jungler and a mid laner banned from both sides here with Nocturne, Lee Sin, LeBlanc, Ahri banned away, Tahm Kench, and Lucian out of the picture.
Yeah.
100 Thieves, will it be that Jarvan, or will we get something else? Zeri has been banned in both games so far and locked in for 100 Thieves.
And the Kench ban, I think, is supposed to be basically denying the Jinx, right? You ban out the Kench, you draft dive, and you say, all right, you're not going to pick this without Tahm Kench, or we're going to kill you.
Yep.
Meanwhile, instant answer here from Evil Geniuses. They're, of course, expecting this. When you leave Zeri up, Zeri's going to get first pick. So they instantly answer with the best answer for Zeri, which is point-and-click CC, Nautilus. Yep. If you're giving up Zeri, you always need to make sure that you're getting something like the Nautilus there in exchange, and so they lock that one in early.
Whoa, there we go. Trademark closer pick, Viego locked in, and Leona bottom lane with that Zeri.
When they need him the most, they call on his finals MVP champion here, Viego. Can closer do it again?
And now you're already so excited to see if there's going to be those early game skirmishes, because if Viego can get that first kill in those fights in the river like we saw last time around in summer finals, he gets the reset. He can start to take over. I mean, if you get Nautilus, if you get J4, like those are powerful bodies to pick up, because the CC that you're then granted is incredible.
It's always really nice picking up something that does have its own dash as well, because that lets you chain for the real pentakill opportunities. So both of those are a very good option. Of course, we're going to get some mid lane bans here, as that has not been locked up, but the Forge God as well. 100 Thieves not allowing for EG to blind pick this one, because it has only been EG that have been able to deal with it.
Right, and remember that this is also going to be the first time with EG on red, meaning that they will have that first pick out of the second half of the ban. So 100 Thieves not willing to give that one over. Both of EG's bans are focused on the mid lane. The TF banned out, the Azir banned out. One more to go for 100 Thieves. Do they want to continue to try to chip away at that top side pool, or do you take away the thing JoJo's already played twice?
I mean, if they don't ban Ryze, he's going to pick it on 4. You have to feel like, right? So it's really, if you're not going to ban it out, you have to have another mid laner that you're really confident playing into it. Instead, they ban the Akali. It feels like maybe what they're expecting out of, like, I guess Impact does play it, JoJo does play it, so there is a possibility. Maybe they're worried about a flex. They don't want to see something on 4. They want to be able to have the answers to both the solo lanes here, potentially, as Victor, going to be the one choice. And Victor, pretty safe.
Yeah.
And Danny, JoJo definitely plays it as aggressively as possible up in lane with all early game runes. Let's see what the answer from Abba is.
Vex would be interesting because, I mean, when you ban out TK, you obviously want to dive. You know, Vex can get towards that backline, but Zai is a tough champion to dive.
And it does make your whole team comp revolve around resets then. Vex is a very bursty champion.
They go
If you're going to commit on closer on the resets for Viego, I actually really like this, even though you're not playing it into a lane that has dashes. You know, it's not a super great lane counter pick there, but for your team, they feel like the only way for them to win is get those resets in the team fights. Vex is amazing for one-shot combos and long-range engages.
All right, well, with Aatrox locked in for someday, what will be Impact's response here in the top lane? Hovering over this Gnar for a while. Curious if they'll decide to lock it in or not. The timer's getting awfully low, and there it is. Aatrox versus Gnar, top side.
Very different look here, 400 Thieves. It's going to be an interesting game. You know, as you said, Kobe, all about the resets, all about getting that first kill. Leona to lock down the target. You know, Vex, Zeri, Viego all piling in to try to burst this guy out. If you can get that first kill, reset on Viego, he can potentially set up that next Vex ulti, that next combo to come in. And we'll see if they can pile through. Victor, you're going to have to position very well because he is the most susceptible. He is the carry that you're going to be targeting.
Absolutely.
Zaya can much more easily reactively, you know, R the Vex R and just immune that.
In lane though, Victor pretty comfortable versus Vex, and so I expect JoJo to try and abuse that to the fullest and call Inspired. Since you have Jarvan on your team, utilize your strength. The mid jungle here from EG can be very aggressive.
Oh man, this game number 3 is going to be so much fun. 100 Thieves. This is it, man. You either win this one or it's all done. They've got the closer Viego that has made so many highlight reels so many times. But if you're talking about a highlight reel, I feel like Danny's just a walking one. So it's, I can't wait.
I mean, Danny has been in a couple splits. He has incredible plays. We'll see if 100 Thieves can start to bring this one back. They're going to have to do it now.
Alrighty, everybody, here it goes. Game number 3. 2-0 right now for Evil Geniuses. 100 Thieves has got to find the magic here in this one. Level 1 invade into the enemy red side jungle.
Again, versus a Jarvan, really critical here. Getting a ward near Raptors or red so you can know the start for this champion. Know that it won't get that early surprise play off.
All right, nothing more going to come from it, though. You can see the counter warding coming out from EG at the red buff of their own opponents, going ahead and making sure that they're getting similar information to what 100 Thieves got for themselves. But like you guys were talking about in game number 1, it's Jarvan who has all those gank options early on. It's Jarvan that's famous for the red into level 2 gank immediately as one of those options. Viego not quite as successful at those sorts of things, but hey, if they're going to get the information, you might as well too.
Absolutely, and what Viego can really excel at is if you can get those counter ganks, right? Or if you can find those skirmishes around some of these early objectives, things like scuttles where you can fight for it. JoJo, as you said, Kobe, trying to get aggressive here early on, chugging those potions, the Q trades with the auto, very, very powerful. You get the shield, you look to go aggressive. And it's more about that 5v5 where he's going to have to be worried about the engage, but these early levels is really where this guy shines.
Exactly, and now we see Inspire going from red to the Raptors, so they are fully aware of Inspire's current position. JoJo warding on the top side as well because they have been able to infer that that is also the side that Closer started on due to the ward that you pointed out on red.
Yep. And down here in bottom lane, these guys just never stop scrapping. It's Vulcan and Danny walking up trying to grab some damage onto Huhi, but Danny does take a couple of hits back. 100 Thieves aren't done, and Danny's going to be forced to flash. However, 100 Thieves now turning their attention over onto Vulcan. Danny's still firing. Vulcan wants to get away, but the 100 Thieves have first blood on FBI.
Is there going to be a follow-up response here? Because that was flash prone from Huhi, but FBI still has his. So the Zeri very safe there. Huhi can peel for him, and there's no response allowed from EG. Yet again, a 2v2 kill on the bottom side for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, that's big. And this time, though, it's FBI who comes away with the first blood. He gets the gold. That is so big for them. As soon as Danny missed that Q, the cooldown comes back up. He misses the Q. No hesitation from Hui. He's flashing in, forcing the flash back from Danny reactively. They wanted to go for that scrap, and now Closer heading mid.
Well, topside is Mininar bopping a melee champion, as he is usually likely to do. Hui roaming up at level 2, looking towards this mid lane now as well. If JoJo keeps playing aggro, he could get punished.
But you can see the adjustment in his play. JoJo knows, all right, the jungler started topside, and bottom side has freedom to roam. So this is good team communication and just your own map awareness from JoJo. He backs off. You also hover to the top side of the map where your ward is, where you know the enemy jungle started. So he avoids further disaster for Evil Geniuses. However, 100 Thieves really want to pry this lead open and build on it. I mean, one of the big things is that Zeri, unlike most AD carries, is an AD carry that can spike on one item alone.
Yep.
Trinity Force is still the popular build.
Abadaga getting away here as JoJo throws down that gravity field to just get him back a little bit. You can see the bar fully charged, so that fear is ready to go here for the side of 100 Thieves mid laner. Overall, despite the first blood being worth about 600 gold, it's only a plus 200, 300 or so advantage for the side of 100 Thieves, and a lot of that is coming out from these early farm leads. I mean, you can see the Victor's plenty far ahead, the Gnar is plenty far ahead.
Yeah, and kind of what we were talking about, where you're picking the Vex for your reset for your team, for the long-range engage, but you are going to sacrifice some amount of gold here early on in the lane phase, and JoJo always the type of mid laner to try and take advantage of that.
All right, everything just going to take a little bit of a breather here as our mid laners will go ahead and use this opportunity to get back to base, shop up a little bit here. You can see the Amp Tome coming in for the side of Evil Geniuses, the Doran's Ring, the Corrupting Potion, a little bit of laning power, a little bit of scaling there. Over on the other side, the Dark Seal plus the boots for Abadaga, the extra movement speed there, giving him the ability to try to dodge some of these lasers and get out of the way a little bit more.
And not only are EG hunting for their first title, they're hunting a bit of LCS history here, because if they are able to win this game, win the series before 29-18, I believe the time is, it would be the fastest finals in LCS history.
With the current one currently being held by Team Liquid over 100 Thieves, and that's where that mark was set back in spring 2018 when Team Liquid 3-0'd them. So 100 Thieves, they gotta make sure that don't happen as Closer finding inspired here as he tried to go around, but he won't be able to push any further forward.
It is such an interesting topic of the LCS, of the really strong surge of these teams that came in franchising, and the success where just last year we had 100 Thieves putting up a banner themselves as a franchise, a new franchise team, and now Evil Geniuses are following in their footsteps to some degree here, and maybe even over their own body.
Yeah, and I mean, EG, even just this late season surge, it's been incredible. You look back to the start of playoffs, no one was really predicting that this team would be able to make it this far. People were still looking at a lot of those higher seeds, not really thinking that EG would be able to make such a big impact. They hadn't had a lot of success against the top seeds during the regular season, but they have just reached a new level, have really been able to kick it to high gear, find a play style that works for them, and it just feels like every single time some play goes good for them, they're just building in confidence and building in that aggression.
And look at these slow trades from JoJo. He goes for damage positive trades over and over and over again. And Abba is forced to use all his mana, those slower moving Qs on the wave. And JoJo gets a big health advantage, but the early start on the Dragon here by Closer.
100 Thieves have the backup for this. You can see Inspired wandering down here. He sees what's going on. Abadaga does have the fear ready to go there. Goes for the ulti. Gets the fear, but Inspired does get himself away, so he won't die, but that is still first Drake confirmed at 6.5 minutes for the side of 100 Thieves.
And you can give the lion's share of the credit for that objective to the bottom lane of 100 Thieves, to FBI and Huhi pushing up, aggressively playing, once again, threatening on this EG duo, and